And now, to launch Climate Forward 2023, please welcome to the stage Meredith Kopeth Levian, New York Times CEO.
Good morning. I just said to my colleagues backstage, I have to tell everyone these plants are not normally here. The ones in the atrium are, but the room looks absolutely beautiful. So welcome to the New York Times and welcome to Climate Forward. It is so great to have many familiar faces in the room and also a number of new ones, and it's just wonderful to have so many people at the Times Center. It won't surprise you to hear me say that our mission, I hope it won't surprise you, our mission at the New York Times is to seek the truth and to help people understand the world. And climate coverage is, of course, central to that mission because climate change is not just reshaping our planet, it's transforming our politics, our economy, the way we work, and the way we live. And millions of people turn to the New York Times every day as a definitive source of coverage, including on all facets of the climate crisis. They come to us for breaking news on disasters like those that devastated Maui and Morocco and Libya in recent weeks. They come for ambitious investigations like our visually stunning reporting on the threats to America's groundwater supply. And they come for analysis that puts it all into perspective, like last Sunday's front page story and big feature on eco-anxiety. Today's conference is both rooted in that coverage and you'll get to participate in this, it is a live manifestation of it. And we have a great lineup. You're going to hear in-depth interviews with leaders like Bill Gates and Michael Bloomberg, Ajay Banga and Marie Kondo. You're going to hear what I'm sure are going to be incredibly provocative discussions with folks like the head of Greenpeace in conversation with the CEO of the American Clean Power Association. Now, my favorite, Chef Jose Andres, is here. I'm sad to tell you he is not here to feed us. A little disappointing, but Chef Jose Andres is here to talk about his remarkable humanitarian work. And speaking of food, I want to tell you, we do have an incredible change makers lunch in store for you. We have a number of climate innovators here who are going to lead all of you in a discussion about solutions to climate change. So that will be very, very participatory, and we're excited for it. And also, if you didn't know this from joining the program, you should know that at lunch, the menu today is vegan by default, which means that you had to make a special effort to select an animal protein if you wanted to eat that at lunch, and your lanyard is going to give you away. And I want to say, speaking of those lanyards, we didn't buy any new ones. They've all been recycled from previous events. We're going to take them back from you at the end of the conference, and you'll wear them again the next time you come. So we are climate forward all around. We have also created a special climate forward Slack channel today for you to join when you're here. You're going to hear more about this in a little bit. And we're actually going to use it later in one of the sessions for what I'm told is going to be a really fun and really interactive live storytelling performance. Now, it won't surprise you to hear that we have a lot of Times journalists with us today, and I just want to take a minute to note and particularly thank the ones who make today's event possible. First, this whole thing wouldn't be happening without the incredible insight and leadership from the Times climate editor, Hannah Fairfield. She's with us today, and if you have a chance to meet Hannah, it will be a treat, and I really hope you do, and please thank her for her work. The Times journalist you're going to see the most of today is my pal, David Gellis. David Gellis is our climate correspondent. He's also the author of the Climate Forward newsletter. You're going to hear a lot from David, and David will be joined. He's the host, but he will be joined on stage with Times journalists from across our newsroom, including Samini Samgupta, Kim Severson, Ivan Penn, Hiroko Tabuchi, and the incomparable reporter and podcast host, Ested Herndon. So you'll get to know all of them. I also want to take just a minute to thank our sponsors, without whom an event and a big production like this would not be possible. We have 3 associate sponsors. If you see folks from these companies today, please, please thank them. L'Oreal, MasterCard, and Saint-Gobain. So a big thank you to them. And then our presenting sponsor is Pratt Industries. I'm told that Pratt just this month opened a brand new paper factory. Pratt makes paper. They opened a brand new paper factory in Kentucky, and it is said to be one of the world's most eco-friendly factories. And it's worth noting, this is the 2nd year of Pratt's sponsorship, and we are incredibly grateful to them for their support. Anthony Pratt, who's the company's chairman, is based in Australia, but he's been in the United States for the last couple of weeks, and I've had the chance to spend some time with him and get to know him, and he's thoroughly enjoyable. So I'm going to ask Anthony Pratt to actually join me on stage and just say a few words of welcome to you. And in the meantime, enjoy a wonderful day, and I look forward to seeing you later. Thanks so much.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome. I'd especially like to thank the New York Times, whose leadership in environmental journalism at this world-leading climate conference is second to none. I'd also like to pay tribute to the Biden administration's global methane pledge. President Biden's given methane the attention it deserves when at Glasgow he led the world signing the global methane pledge. The reason it's so important is that methane is 85 times more potent than CO2 in creating greenhouse gases over a 25-year period. Methane's also a third of all greenhouse gases, and reducing it doesn't require new technology, so it's the fastest way to reduce carbon emissions. A recent McKinsey study shows that of the ways to reduce methane, landfill is one of the biggest, because as things rot in the landfill, they emit methane gas, and so landfills emit more greenhouse gases than all of global aviation. So recycling is an important weapon against climate change. To that point, our company, Pratt Industries, is the largest 100% recycled box manufacturer in America, making the types of boxes Amazon uses out of waste paper that otherwise would have gone to landfill. Every tonne of waste cardboard that we divert from landfill saves 3 tonnes of CO2 going into the atmosphere. We recycle about 2.5 million tonnes of paper annually. And as a result of making cardboard boxes from recycled waste rather than trees, we save 6 football fields of trees every hour. To do that, we've invested to the value of $12 billion in the United States and created 12,000 American green jobs. We're seeking to promote a national conversation to halve landfills by 2035. But we try to achieve this not through business, but also support Feeding America, America's largest charity, whose slogan is filling bellies, not landfills. Food waste is the biggest contributor to landfills, so the more usable food that we can divert to feeding the hungry, the better. Please enjoy the day, and thank you for listening. Thank you.
Please welcome David Gellis, Managing Correspondent of Climate Forward.
Good morning, and welcome to Climate Forward Live. I am so happy that you are all here today. As you just saw from that video, I'm a part of a team of reporters and editors here at the Times that is covering climate change from truly every angle. We're tackling biodiversity, policy, business, activism, the law, and more. And we're really doing it with every medium we have at our disposal. Breaking news, investigations, features, a newsletter, audio, video, and rich data journalism. And we really see today's event, the conversations we're about to have here on this stage, as an extension of that core mission. And let me tell you, we've got an incredible, incredible day in store for you today. Joining us on stage today is Norwegian President Jonas Støre, Kenyan President William Ruto, Bill Gates, Al Gore, Marie Kondo, Jose Andres, and many more. And I've got a little exciting news to share with you right now. We have a special last-minute guest. Last night, I learned that joining me for a conversation this afternoon with World Bank President Ajay Banga will also be the Prime Minister of Barbados, Mia Mottley. And it's such an essential moment to be having these conversations. 2023 is shaping up to be the hottest year in recorded history. It's hot on land, and it's hot in the oceans. We have record ocean temperatures and record low sea ice. And it seems like just about every day there is a flood, fire, storm, or another extreme weather event battering one corner of the globe, if not many at the same time. And yet there's also real reason for hope. Part of the work we do at the climate team is reporting on these stunning advances in renewable energy. Solar and wind in particular, EVs and batteries are taking off, and all sorts of other emissions-reducing technologies are showing real signs of promise. So there's a lot of hope and also plenty of reason for concern. We've got rising emissions, but also rising ambition. This is the tension that animates our work on the climate desk, and it's what we're going to try to capture here on stage today. Before we begin, just a couple items of housekeeping. First, I want to welcome the thousands of people already watching on the live stream and participating in the Slack channel. Thank you for joining us. We're sorry you couldn't be here in person, but we need a bigger room. Second, we're going to try to involve you all, including those watching online, in the conversation today. So behind me, there's going to be a QR code at different points throughout the day. If you take a picture of that, you'll be able to submit questions. And for those of you watching online, check out the Slack channel. We'll be watching there as well. And then finally, for those of you in the room, we have so many people speaking today, we're going to try to keep a very tight ship. So in between those coffee breaks, the lunch breaks, which is going to be incredible. We've got an astounding lineup of hosts for you at lunch today. We're just going to ask that you get in and out of this theater as quickly as possible because we are going to keep going. So let's get started. I'm so excited that the first conversation that we're having today is one I have been thinking about for months now because I just wrote a story about it in the special Climate Forward section that's included in today's paper. So for our first conversation, it's my honor to welcome the former mayor of New York City, Mike Bloomberg, the former administrator of the Environmental Protection Agency, Gina McCarthy, and Reverend Lennox Yearwood, who I'm just going to call Rev. Come on out, everyone. Thank you all for being here. So the story that I just wrote and is in the paper today is about Bloomberg Philanthropies' over $1 billion now effort to shut down and decommission and prevent the construction of fossil fuel facilities of all types around the country and really around the world. And Mike, this began 13 years ago with your efforts to start funding the Beyond Coal campaign by the Sierra Club. You spent a bunch of money on that, and it was remarkably successful. With the help of Bloomberg Philanthropies money, the Sierra Club and other activist organizations helped retire some 70% of the coal-fired power plants in the United States. You've now taken on a much tougher challenge, though, which is preventing the construction of new petrochemicals facilities around the country. About 150 are on your target list, and these are facilities that are making fertilizers, plastics, and packaging. And so just to answer the most basic question, why is it that you have turned your attention and your formidable resources to attacking the petrochemicals business, which is really a growing business across much of the country?
Well, we've made enormous progress in America, getting 70% of the coal-fired power plants closed and stopping the building of any new ones. 50% in Europe, so we're doing okay there. And it's not a battle that we've won yet, but you go on to the next one simultaneously. Natural gas, methane is another one of the things. Methane is an enormous polluter, stays in the atmosphere more so than CO2, and something we really have to focus on. And then petrochemicals is obvious because more and more people are using them, and while we want the products that they help produce, they don't necessarily have to be produced in a ways that at the same time you're polluting the planet and ending life as we know it. And in fact, some of the petrochemical products that they produce aren't really very good for us. If you go and next time you eat fish, there will be plastic in the fish that you're eating. You cannot catch a fish today that doesn't have plastic in it. And in fact, human beings are starting to show up. If you get a blood test, there's a good chance you'll have plastic in it.
That's sobering data right there. Yeah. And I want to talk to Administrator McCarthy about that soon. But first, let me ask, when I was reporting this story over the last few months, I was in Louisiana. I'm going to talk to Rev about some experiences we had down there. Yeah. But many of the plants you're targeting for shutting down and blocking the construction of are in places like West Virginia, Ohio, Pennsylvania. And the economic development groups, the companies, even the residents in some of these places are saying who are you to tell us that we can't grow our economy, grow our businesses in our own backyard?
I'm not trying to tell them. I'm trying to inform them of what the best science we have says, and then they can make decisions as what goes on in their neighborhood.
Okay, okay. I want to come back to that, but first let me turn to Administrator McCarthy. You have spent plenty of time inside Washington, and now you're assisting Bloomberg Philanthropies in these campaigns.
Yes.
Why plastics? When you were asked to help with the Beyond Petrochemicals campaign, I think a lot of people, we use plastic all day. There's plastic all around us, as Mike said. It's in practically every product we use. Why was it so important for you, as someone who's familiar with all sorts of environmental pollution, to focus on petrochemicals?
Well, David, I came in here with probably a larger mission than petrochemicals, which are extremely important. I came in here for all the Beyond campaigns. I came in for America's All In because we all have to pitch in. And there's leadership all across the country. There's 5,000 people engaged. So we have a real moment in time to move forward. I think I saw the power of the Beyond Coal campaign. I saw what it did. I was the assistant administrator at the time at EPA running the air programs, and we ran into all of the Sierra Club folks. We saw the kind of power it brought with coalitions, with real data, understanding the health consequences. It mattered, and that with regulation changed so much. But what's happening now is we have to go more, and that's why this Beyond Carbon, C-A-R-B-O-N, for those of you who don't know Bostonian. The Beyond Carbon is really an extremely important effort moving forward, because the one thing we don't want to see is with the rise of clean energy that makes coal absolutely not cost effective, those are going to be moving out soon. The challenge is what fills that, and it has to be clean energy. It cannot be natural gas. Natural gas is methane with a little handful of sprinklings of hydrocarbons. Why do we want it? We don't want it. And so I think that's extremely important. And then you have the petrochemical industry. Look, David, you know as well as I, you were there. Was it a nice neighborhood? Was this a nice opportunity for you to go around and see the trees and the people and picnicking? These are very difficult areas because these are very polluting industries. And frankly, the challenge with petrochemical is that it is nothing other than oil. And what the Beyond Petrochemical effort is all about is, first of all, stop the expansions that are proposed, there's zillions of them, stop the new ones, and let's admit that 300 of those facilities may be sufficient right now.
Yeah, and to your point, petrochemicals represent the vast majority of projected growth in the oil industry globally for the next many years ahead, which I think maybe highlights some of those environmental concerns quite vividly, but also, I have to say, comes back to the economic tension that we were talking about earlier, and I want to talk about again. Rev, I want to turn to you. One of the interesting things about this campaign when I learned about it was that it's working on a bunch of different levels. There's the Sierra Club, there's Bloomberg Philanthropies, but a lot of the money is actually going to on-the-ground activists, people of color in many cases, who are living in extremely close proximity to these plants, to these facilities. Many of them have cancer themselves. Rev and I were with some of them down there in an area known as Cancer Alley just last month. Rev, what brought you to this fight personally?
Well, let me start there. And for those, you're going to go from a Boston accent to a Louisiana accent. We apologize in advance if there's a little struggle there.
Guess who's who?
Yeah, well, yeah. You can figure that one out in the process. You know, David, the nickname of Cancer Alley in America is unacceptable. The fact that we have a place where we have mothers, fathers, children who are getting asthma, emphysema, and cancer, and are dying because of the industry. So let me actually follow up a little bit on your last question and talk about because the economics, because I think this is the thing for me that I am so proud of what Mr. Bloomberg has done, is that, and we all have been public servants. So obviously, Mr. Bloomberg has been the mayor, Gina was the EPA administrator. I was a U.S. Air Force officer. So we all understand what it means to serve our country and what it means to fight for not Republicans or Democrats, but for Americans. So I lead into that by saying the fact that someone's business plan means a death sentence for somebody else in that community, then if that's the only way that you can make money, and we want people to make money, but if that's the only way that you can make money, knowing that you're causing people to die, that's wrong. And then on top of that, when you are intentionally putting these industries that you know is causing harm in communities that may not have the resources, may not have the structure to fight back, literally making them sacrifice zones, then that's not the American way.
Yeah.
So then when you have someone and they think that they can just push over either Jill Hunkler in Ohio River Valley or to Sharon Levine and at Rise St. James and St. James Parish, when they think they can do that, they just do that. And that's also un-American to be bullying. But then when you have someone coming in and saying enough is enough, because the emissions from that, the crisis from that is going to make all of us frontline communities. And then you have someone like a Mike Bloomberg who then gives the stones to the Davids to fight the Goliath. Then you have a different situation going on.
Well, that David and Goliath dynamic, I think, was actually on vivid display
Most definitely.
last month when you and I were doing some reporting for this very story. And I'm going to do something a little unconventional here. I'm going to try to bring everyone in the room and on the live stream sort of into an experience that Rev and I had. So I'm just going to set the scene. I'm going to tell the story very quickly, and then I just want your brief thoughts on what this all means. So we were out there with Sharon Levine and Rise St. James. We drove off the main highway to a rural road. We were in the middle of nowhere. There was no one else in sight. We were at the edge of a property that had been slated to be the South Louisiana methanol complex, but that activists, with the help of Bloomberg Philanthropies, have blocked in the last year or so. As we're there, a pickup truck drives up right behind us and blocks us in against the fence. The gentleman in the car gets out and very angrily confronts us. He says we're trespassing, though there were no signs that indicated that. We offered to leave. We said we were sorry. We did not realize that. We offered to leave. He then gets in his truck and starts driving somewhat aggressively and says he's calling some people. And I have to say, it was one of the couple times in my reporting experience where I've actually been afraid for my own safety. It was very unclear.
It could be the end.
It was unclear for a couple minutes how this was going to end. Some of your team dialed 911 and requested assistance from the local sheriffs, and they came. For the next hour, that's a big selfie of me. I'm sorry to do that to y'all. But there's me and Rev and 2 Louisiana sheriffs, and for an hour in 110-degree heat that day, we and Sharon and Shamira, her daughter, were detained in 110-degree heat as they asked us questions about what we were doing. They talked to the landowner. And eventually, the situation was diffused because of sort of an extraordinary moment. Sharon and the gentleman in the truck actually started talking. And they realized they knew a bunch of people in common. But he explained to her why he was so angry. He was indeed the landowner of that land, but he had expected to sell it to South Louisiana Methanol. And when she and her team, with your funding, blocked that development, he suddenly was out of what he thought was going to be a life-changing windfall. So we got out of that, and the day went on. But Rev, I wonder if you could reflect on what that incident told you about activists like Shamira and Miss Sharon are dealing with every day.
Well, before that, David, if you remember, we had just left a plantation. And what people should know is that a lot of the folks in the industry are so cynical that in this part of Louisiana, people would say it's called plantation country. And in that, folks are literally harming through air pollution, bad water, many other things. They're now building these plants or want to put the expansion of these plants on former plantation sites. So the place where my parents and my parents' parents, in essence, were enslaved, that's the place that they want to put these production sites. And so we had just left that. And so I was already very filled with that just in my spirit. For me, on one hand, very, I'm excited that we're at this place because it took all of us, black, white, brown, red, male, female, straight, gay, theist, atheist, Americans, so we can be a place where we can be black and white, we could be together. But I was also in a place where remembering that. And so we were in the car, and then to have somebody just block us off, one, not know what they're carrying, not know what they're doing aggressively, and we're on this toxic tour, and we're literally just looking at where they would put these facilities next to elementary schools, next to churches. And so we're sitting here, I'm thinking to myself, actually, to you, Mike, I'm thinking to myself, man, I'm so glad. I think we've already blocked, thank goodness, I think already 5 of these facilities. But I'm thinking there, on one hand, I'm thinking that, man, I'm so glad we're doing this work. On the other hand, for the first time, for me as a brother, I'm thinking, because on the phone we had the New York Times security and we had the Bloomberg security. I don't even have that kind of security. I'm like, oh, this is great. So, I'm like, I'm glad we have that. But in that process, I think that it shows why we have to fund the fighters and protect them. Because I realized then that folks like Miss Sharon and Shamira, and mostly women and women of color are the ones on the front lines fighting for us simply to have clean air and clean water. And also to know that plastic ain't just plastics, that plastics is oil and gas.
Right.
Let's be very clear, and that there are alternatives to that. So I think that the fact that they were there and always in this 100+, one of the hottest days ever, we were outside, lets me know that not only can we transition, but we must transition.
Thank you, Rev. Mike, let me turn back to you again for the high-level rationale for this work. When we spoke last week for this story, you called climate change, you used very stark language. You said it was something that can destroy the earth and kill all living people.
Yes.
I want to, though, contrast that remark with something that Bill Gates, who I'm going to be speaking with later today, said at your very event on Tuesday, when he said, the planet will be okay, speaking on your stage. And that's such a range of outcomes.
He's right. I said there's the potential to do it. If we can stop polluting, yes, you can keep that from happening, we hope. It's not clear that we haven't already passed a point where there is no coming back. We used to talk about by 2050 we would do something, then about 2040, then 2030. It's not clear that 2025 isn't, you're going to step over the line where these things feed on themselves. And there's an awful lot of evidence that the world is changing. The dams are breaking, 10,000 people drown in one place, and nobody talks about it. We have earthquakes. We have floods and droughts, and take a look in America, the left center of the country, the west center of the country, the desert is expanding. The rivers are running dry. Take a look at China and India running out of water. And so if there are 3 polluting countries here that really do the vast bulk of it, America, India, and China, and all 3 of them, if they look internally, they should say, wait a second, we're going to wind up as one big desert. We've got to do something about it. And so I'm a little bit optimistic about China and India and America coming along. But that's not to say that we aren't going to go backwards and allow another plant or stop somebody from doing something that's intelligent.
And when you think about allocating your resources, you're focused on coal, we know that. We know you're focused somewhat on gas, now petrochemicals. Why not big oil, though? I mean, when you look at the record profits that companies like Exxon, Chevron, Shell are experiencing, a lot of people would say the resources that you're spending on these fights could be very well directed trying to get them to reduce their emissions.
We are not going to get away from using oil for the next 10 or 15 years. And we're not going to say everybody that has a gas-guzzling car can't drive it anymore and they'll have to start walking today. You have to be practical. I think the Secretary General picking the UAE as the site for COP28 And having Dr. Sultan, the guy from the UAE who is running the thing, is a smart thing to do, because you've just got to get big oil to, you've got to try to co-opt them and have their practices somewhat better, but it's irrational to think that they're all going to go away. And so big oil is part of the problem. They're also part of the solution. You've got UAE, Saudi Arabia. America is maybe the third largest producer of gas, oil in the world. These countries have to find another ways to feed their people, and we have to transition people's driving from a gas guzzling to an electric one. And then we've got to make sure the electricity that they're using was generated efficiently. But that's the first thing, is to get those. You go to China, you cannot buy a internal combustion bicycle or motorcycle or automobile in China. They just never deliver them. They're delivering the electric ones. They are really doing something.
Everything you just sketched out speaks to the monumental task at hand, which is why we have plenty to write about. Gina, please.
David, I just wanted to respond on the Bill Gates quote, you know, because I often say that the planet will be fine. It will be.
So what do you mean by that?
It's the people that
That's right.
won't be.
It's the people.
I mean, really, let's get real. One of the reasons why the campaigns that Mike has been sponsoring works is because they bring it down to the people level. I'm tired of arguing about greenhouse gas emissions. The issue is that people are unhealthy. They shouldn't be. There are ways to address that. If you're worried about jobs, look at the clean energy jobs that we're actually producing now. Look at 20,000 kids now being announced with America's, what do you call it?
Climate Corps.
CCC, Climate Corps. This is an opportunity of a lifetime. So, you know, when you frame it like, oh, look at how bad this is, of course it's about economics, but what is our economic future? If we're contaminating our own people to get to that future, it's not right.
Right.
And so part of this is recognizing we have the potential. This is not a sacrifice or a gigantic challenge as much as recognizing where we have to head and all running in that direction. And so I feel badly about some of the jobs that may be lost over time, but I have to also point to the zillions of jobs that are going to be open that don't harm communities, that give good pay for their communities, that allow us ability to save money for families. That's the future I want that we have to fight for, not at the expense of that gentleman, but because that gentleman has a perfect opportunity to join in clean energy, to change the way he does agriculture, to move forward to make his land and his life productive. And so this should never be about sacrifice or about job loss, but it is clearly about a clean energy economy that we need to grow here in the
One of the
United
things you
States.
should look at, the people that are building these plants, where do they live?
Yeah.
None of them are going to live downwind from what they're building.
That's right.
They just aren't. They're not going to raise their kids that way either. You take advantage of people who don't have the ability to stir up the press and to get visibility and from the legislators and that sort of thing. And they build it in those neighborhoods where education starts out to be poor and it just feeds on itself. And yes, you'll create some jobs there, but you're going to destroy a lot of other jobs. And when we measure the jobs that are created, you also got to take out the jobs that are moving away because people don't want to live in that neighborhood.
And David, I just wanted to say that on that note, for me, I mean, I wish I worked with the Hip Hop Caucus and from day one from Hurricane Katrina.
Yeah.
And next year marks 19 years for Hurricane Katrina hitting New Orleans. We can't bring them people back. And I'm telling you, for someone who's called in my community to bury babies, and if you've ever seen a child's casket, it's the worst thing. And when you have children who are dying because of asthma and emphysema, simply because we can transition, and not that we don't have the solutions, we do. That's outrageous. And I agree with Mike and Gina so much. It becomes almost disgusting that you then look at certain communities, fellow Americans, and say that I can just put this in that community and give them a death sentence while I ride on my yacht. That ain't it.
Yeah.
And we have to stop that.
Yeah, thank you for that, Rev. Mike, we're running short on time, but I do have one important question that may be our last, and it relates to the future of your philanthropy and the future of your company. There's been a lot of reporting lately about the fate of Bloomberg LP, which is your financial data firm that has given you the ability to fund these kind of campaigns. Just in the last couple weeks, you replaced your entire board and your CEO. You have indicated that you would transfer the company to Bloomberg Philanthropies, potentially making it the largest foundation in the world, perhaps. But there's been a lot of vagueness about exactly what might happen then. For the record today, can you clarify what are your plans, what are your intentions with Bloomberg LP and its transfer to Bloomberg Philanthropies? And if it does get transferred, what happens then?
Well, I give virtually all of the company's profits to the foundation, and the foundation gives away last year $1.7 billion. This year it'll be a little bit more than that. But when I die, the foundation inherits the company. They, because of tax laws, will have to get rid of it, sell it someplace or other over the first 5 years. I wanted to make sure that I'm 81 years old. Common sense says I should have succession plans, and so I've straightened out, everybody knows who's going to run the company down the road. I've got a board that I think can contribute a lot to how they will behave in a world where I'm not there, and maybe they'd be a public company, maybe not. So I'm trying to do things, prepare for things, and I'd like to stay around for a while. I have no intention of selling it tomorrow. I'd like to work, I don't know, 3-5 years more at least. But it is true, as I get older, you forget names and you don't run as fast as you did, and getting old is not for sissies. But I'm a very lucky guy, and I have a chance to make the world better. I have daughters and grandchildren that I want to make sure their life is better, and they're very philanthropic, and I think appreciate what is being done with their name is there. It's a wonderful chance to make a difference, and shame on people who don't do it. What else are you going to do if you make a lot of money? You have to do something with it. And I know exactly what I want to do. We're working on the climate, we're working on culture, we're working on a whole bunch of things. Education is one of our big interests. We just gave $800 million for charter schools across the country, and my alma mater, Johns Hopkins, some new buildings and things like that.
Well, in the story in today's paper, I described you as a very expensive thorn in the side of the fossil fuel industry, and it sounds like that is going to be the case for many years to come. Thank you to all three of you for joining us. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Appreciate it. Thank you, Tina. Thank you, guys. So much fascinating material in that very first conversation. We're just going to give a couple minutes, not minutes, a couple seconds. As some people leave the auditorium, a few more people are going to come in. But I guess as I reflect on what we just heard, I'm struck at once by Gina McCarthy's remark that maybe the planet is going to be okay, but it's the people that we really need to be worried about. And I keep coming back to that experience I had with Rev. And that was one of the most visceral moments I've had as a reporter. And the feeling I had in that, 2 minutes or so, which is all it was, where I was actually really concerned for my own safety and the safety of the activists I was with, sort of brought home what Rev was talking about, that personal urgency that informs a lot of the work that these men and women are doing. For my next guest, who I think is waiting in the wings, I'm excited to welcome the former Vice President of the United States, the man who brought us an inconvenient truth 16 years ago, Vice President Al Gore. Hi, Mr. Vice President.
Good to see you.
Likewise, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for being here.
Well, it's my pleasure and honor. Thank you very much for inviting me.
It's been 17 years since the movie came out, and I began the day by reflecting on this sometimes disorienting contrast between the hope and the despair. The fact that things, if you look at it one way, are going really well, and if you look at it just a little differently, are spiraling rapidly out of control. How do you, as someone who's been thinking about this for decades now, sort of make sense of these competing narratives?
Well, it is dizzying at times, and I enjoyed your article on this very subject this morning. Here's the way I think about it. It's certainly true that this climate crisis is continuing to get much worse, much faster than we are deploying the solutions. Yeah. So that's quite discouraging. However, we are gaining momentum. We have seen an incredible transformation in the electricity generation sector. That's the biggest market for fossil fuels. Also in the transportation sector, 20% of the new vehicles are electric. Now 50% of the new motorbikes and motorcycles, and far more people travel on 2 wheels than 4. And we're gaining momentum in those and other sectors. And if we continue building our momentum as we are now, we will soon be gaining on the crisis itself. You know, there used to be an old cliche, denial ain't just a river in Egypt. You could add despair ain't just a tire in the trunk. Climate despair is just another form of denial, and we have to resist it. We don't have time to wallow in despair. We've got work to do. We can do this. And let me say one other thing in response to your question. All of the previous great morally based revolutions in world history have been characterized by periods when even the fiercest advocates have been vulnerable to despair. But what they all have in common is that as soon as the underbrush was cleared away and the central question was revealed as a choice between what's right and what's wrong, then on a deep level, the outcome became foreordained because of who we are as human beings. And I believe very strongly that this momentum is carrying us ever closer to a political tipping point beyond which we will have sufficient political will to make the speedy changes to save ourselves.
You can imagine I want to talk politics in just a few minutes.
Yeah.
First, though, I want to talk about what I have sensed is a change in your own tone in talking about these issues in the last couple of years. You're being somewhat measured right now compared to some of the remarks I've seen you make in recent years, and even some of the interviews we've done over the summer. But if I may, it seemed like for a while you were sort of trying to hold people's hands. And now sometimes it seems like you're shouting from the rooftop about this. And I wonder, how do you think about that change in tone? The TED Talk you gave, where you were really going after individuals, fossil fuel companies, and speaking about this with a different level of urgency. What accounts for that change in your own communication?
Well, for me, one thing is that I think they went too far in naming the CEO of one of the largest and by many measures, one of the dirtiest oil companies on the planet, as the president of the UN conference on climate this year. That's just like taking the disguise off. They've been trying to capture this process for a long time. The fossil fuel companies, given their record to date, are far more effective at capturing politicians than they are at capturing emissions. And they have captured control of the political and policymaking process in too many countries and too many regional governments, and they've reached out to try to capture the UN process. Last year at Sharm el-Sheikh, at the last COP, the fossil fuel delegates outnumbered the delegations of the 10 most climate-impacted nations all put together. It's really absurd. Now, and to connect that to a larger trend, I was one of many who felt for a long time that the fossil fuel companies, or at least many of them, were sincere in saying that they wanted to be a meaningful part of bringing solutions to this crisis. But I think that it's now clear they are not. Fossil fuel industries speak with forked tongue. They have portrayed themselves as the source of trusted advice that we need to solve this crisis. But they are responding to powerful incentives to keep digging and drilling and pumping up the fossilized remains of dead animals and plants and burning them in ways that use the atmosphere as an open sewer, threatening the future of humanity. And it's enough already. Last year, if you look at their overall revenue and profits and stock buybacks, how much did they spend on this energy transition? 1%. 1%. It is a ruse. It is a ruse. And many of the largest companies have engaged in massive fraud for some decades now. I mean, it's really true. They followed the playbook of the tobacco industry in actively using these very sophisticated, lavishly financed strategies for deceiving people. So, look, I don't think it's fair to expect them to solve this when they're incentivized to do otherwise. But I think it's more than fair to ask them to get out of the way and stop blocking the efforts of everybody else to solve this crisis. Yeah. And so I think it's time to call them out on that.
There's some of that fire and brimstone I've seen lately. Let me ask, though, it sounds like you're in direct contradiction to what my previous guest, Mayor Bloomberg, just said. He said these companies, big oil, is a part of the solution. Now, with things like carbon capture, which is a technology that many people say is going to be essential, whether we like it or not, for many decades and even potentially a century to come, the fossil fuel companies say that they are best positioned to develop that technology. You, however, are coming out and really raising some sharp questions about the viability and the motivations of those pursuing carbon capture. And I wonder, you're familiar enough with science to understand that there's real logic to the notion that it may well be needed as we try to get towards net zero. How do you think about, again, that tension between trying to criticize the companies that you say are sort of slow walking this transition while not impeding the ability to develop the technologies we actually need?
Yeah, okay, well, let's be precise on this. I support research on carbon capture and sequestration. I even support research on this direct air capture technology, which is in its present state kind of absurd. But let's research what it might be possible. But there's a big difference between exploring an infant technology to see if it can be developed and telling the public, oh, we can do this right now, and therefore we can continue burning fossil fuels forever. The CEO of one of the largest oil companies in the world, based here in the United States, said direct air capture gives us a license to continue operating, and this means that we don't ever have to stop oil. Well, you know, the phrase moral hazard refers to a proposal that has the disadvantage of fooling people into thinking they don't have to act. For them, the moral hazard is not a bug, but a feature. They have tried actively to create the false impression that there's no problem continuing to burn fossil fuels and even increase the rate of burning. It's similar to what the tobacco companies did. They, after the Surgeon General's report famously linked smoking cigarettes to deadly diseases, they hired actors and dressed them up as doctors, put them in front of cameras to say, there's absolutely no health problem whatsoever involved with smoking cigarettes. And 100 million people died before the truth got its boots on and caught up with them, and we're still dealing with it. They chose some of the same PR professionals. They lifted that blueprint from the tobacco industry playbook. And look, there was a time when some of the leaders of these companies seemed credible in saying they're going to help lead the transition. Look what happened last year. They started rolling back their commitments and investments to renewables and doubling down on more and more fossil fuel production and exploration.
And it's not just the fossil fuel companies themselves that are rolling back some of their targets. Just recently, the United Kingdom started rolling back some of its commitments. The UK has been a leader in clean energy. You just came out and criticized Prime Minister Rishi Sunak's for this rollback of some of their targets. What does it say to you about the geopolitical and economic realities of this energy transition that even a clean energy leader like the UK is rolling back some of its targets at this moment?
Well, even members of his own Conservative Party in the UK, many of them criticized his shocking decision yesterday. I'm not a citizen of the UK, and this is for the people of the UK to deal with, but when one of his predecessors and many of the young Tories in the UK were just devastated by that decision. But I think that it is unfortunate that we have seen some of this backtracking for sure. But you know, again, if you look at these morally based movements in the past, it's always been kind of a bumpy roller coaster ride, and often 2 steps forward, 1 step back. As someone wrote recently, Mother Nature is staging an intervention. This past summer has made it obvious to most everyone that this crisis has reached a new level of seriousness. Look at Libya. I don't want to pick out specific examples. When I started giving my slideshow, I used to illustrate all the different climate-related catastrophes with images or stories from, this was 10 years ago, this was 8 years ago, this was in the 80s. Now I say this was yesterday, this was the day before yesterday, this is going on right now. And it is getting the attention of people worldwide. Yeah. Even those who don't want to use the phrase climate crisis are finding their own ways of saying, we got to do something about this.
Yeah, yeah. You've known this, though, and many scientists have known that this very moment was coming for decades now. When you think back to your time, 8 years in the White House as vice president with President Clinton, do you look back and think that there are things that you could have done from a policy perspective, from a communications perspective, from a political perspective, that might have prevented us from getting this far down the road at this stage?
Well, there's never been a time when I've looked back and said I didn't try as hard as I could. You know, in the transition between the election of '92 and the inauguration in January of '93, I succeeded as part of the Clinton-Gore team in getting a carbon tax in our first budget. You look back all the way to those days. And it passed the House of Representatives and then died in the Senate. We continued those efforts throughout. I went to Kyoto, and I won't give you the whole 9 yards, but you know, this is the most difficult thing that humanity has ever tried to accomplish. We get 80% of all the energy in the global economy from fossil fuels still. And so it's not going to be easy. But we do have this remarkable development of alternatives. And they're good for us in practically every way. You know, the last year, 88% of all the new electricity generation worldwide was from renewables. 20% of all the new vehicle sales. And we know from past technological revolutions that that's a threshold beyond which the trend takes off even faster at a steeper angle of ascent. We're seeing now the emergence of regenerative agriculture and sustainable forestry, circular models, and green hydrogen, green steel. It will take time. But what I've been concentrating on of late is how can we remove the obstacles to speeding up this progress? And one of the obstacles is, honestly, the continuing deception and political combat by the fossil fuel companies. And you know, they're hardly unique. I mean, we can't pass rational gun legislation in the U.S. because the gun manufacturers have found a way to capture the political process. And you could give other examples. But the stakes are so high on this, we have to find a way to remove their opposition and call them out. The second obstacle is we have to change the allocation of global private capital around the world so that developing countries can participate in this sustainability revolution by gaining access to the private capital that's essential. 86% of all the money that was used to build out solar and wind and EVs is from the private capital markets. And as long as some of these developing countries like Nigeria is effectively prohibited from accessing these markets, that drives them toward the financing that's freely available to them to build more fossil fuel infrastructure. There are more fossil pipelines under construction in Africa today than in North America. So we have to turn this ocean liner, sorry to mix metaphors, but we have to remove these obstacles so that the progress can speed up. You know, Harry Truman, when he was president, once said, he said, I spend 95% of my time as president trying to persuade people to do what they damn well ought to be doing in their own self-interest anyway.
Right.
And I think that all around the world, the climate activists that are on the front lines have that feeling. Those who are on the front lines should be front of mind for us. They're the ones who inspire me.
I asked you to start by looking back. You did that, and then we started to look ahead. I want to ask you another looking ahead question. Yeah. In recent months, the Heritage Foundation, the conservative think tank, put forward their project, was it 2035, I believe, this initiative to radically roll back all sorts of work that has been done by the Biden administration over the last 3 years, including real rollbacks to many of the environmental and clean energy programs. Without asking you to comment specifically on that plan, which of course hasn't been enacted yet, I wonder, you've been in politics your whole life.
Yeah.
How do you explain the Republican Party's continued opposition to climate action, which is really unique in almost the entire world?
And the young members of the Republican Party are aghast, by and large, at what their elders are saying and doing on climate. The polls consistently show 65, 70% of young Republicans say, oh, look, we've got to start solving this crisis. I think that in order to solve the climate crisis, we do have to spend time on addressing the democracy crisis, because our processes of self-government have been sabotaged by the introduction of vast amounts of special interest money in ways that are far more toxic than in the past. The Supreme Court decisions that allow secret, dark money donations to politicians and to PACs without any record of where it's coming from and who's paying for it. This has enabled some of the special interests motivated by pure greed to be able to distort the political process in America and enact their will, even when the vast majority of the American people disagree with what they're doing to the policies. And we have to address this problem of policy capture. Now, it can seem like a very daunting task, and it is, but we have to do it. We have to find a way to do it. Now, here's what is most needed, and that is a much larger uprising at the grassroots level, like the one here in this city last weekend, where a shocking, far more people than were expected, 75,000 people in the streets of Manhattan, and in hundreds of countries around the world, you're seeing this same thing. Not just the young people, but others. This is a moment for people power. And when I said a moment ago, the frontline activists are the ones who inspire me, they are the source of our hope on this. People who are waking up and realizing that the future for their children and grandchildren is really and truly at stake here. We heard in the last panel, Reverend Yearwood talked about sacrifice zones in Cancer Alley. They're trying to make this a sacrifice planet, you know, and we're using the sky as an open sewer. We're trapping as much extra heat every day with this pollution as would be released by 600,000 Hiroshima-class atomic bombs. That's disrupting the water cycle and creating all these catastrophes, and we don't have much time left to wake up and start taking action. I wish, David, that I was eloquent enough to find the words to transfer from my heart and the hearts of these activists to others everywhere in this country and the world, the sense of urgency that's appropriate for this. And it ought to be seen as a privilege to be alive at a time when those of us on this planet in this decade have an opportunity to do truly historic things to save the future of human civilization. That is what it's at risk. We have to get busy about this work.
Thank you for that. It was a year ago, almost to the day, on this stage at this event last year, that you called David Malpass, then the head of the World Bank, a climate denier, in a conversation with my colleague Samini Sengupta. Later that day, I asked Mr. Malpass about those remarks and questioned him on climate science, and he is no longer the head of the World Bank. Later today,
if I was giving out the Pulitzer Prizes, I would give one to you for that interview.
Later today, we will have the new president of the World Bank, Ajay Banga, here on this stage in conversation with Barbados Prime Minister Mia Mottley. Okay, what is your ask to them now? We got a new president, one compared to the one that you said was not fit for the job. So what are you expecting of Ajay now, and how can he actually go about accomplishing that when he's, of course, still beholden to the shareholders of the bank?
Well, I know Ajay Banga very well. He's a friend. I think that he is the ideal choice to head the World Bank. He's a brilliant guy. He has been active on climate issues throughout his prior business career. What he did at MasterCard was amazing, and I could give you other examples. So I look forward to his leadership. He's off to a great start, and the combination of having Ajay with Mia Mottley is brilliant. She is one of the great leaders who has put the spotlight on the need for reform in the allocation of capital. Just to spend a moment on this.
Yeah, let's be specific. What do you want to see happen?
Well, I think that they need to change the leverage ratios. This sounds technical, but there are reforms they can make in the World Bank and the other multilateral development banks to vastly increase the sums that are available. And so that people understand, this is a kind of a technical area, but if you're in Nigeria, for example, you're trying to borrow money, the interest rate may be 7 times higher than paid in the developed world. Why? There's rule of law risk, currency valuation risk, offtake risk, corruption risk, continuity of government risk, et cetera. And so the private lenders are really kind of scared to do it. The World Bank and other institutions of its kind are supposed to take those top layers of risk away so that the developing countries have a fair shot at getting access to the money that is needed to build solar and wind and the rest. He knows how to do this. Mia Mottley and her team have put forward some very creative ideas. And the rich countries of the world have to play their part. It is a myth that the developing countries are going to get government-to-government aid from the wealthy countries to do this. Of course, we should give more, of course. But it's the private capital market that needs to flow into these countries so they can participate. This sustainability revolution, powered in part by new information technologies and these breakthroughs in sustainability technologies, this revolution is in its early stages. It has the scale of the Industrial Revolution coupled with the speed of the digital revolution. It is the biggest business opportunity in all of history. And the rest of the world, not just the rich countries, need to participate in it.
Well, thank you for that. And we're going to have that conversation on this stage later this afternoon. Last question, Mr. Vice President. We're not allowing any room for doomerism in this room today. And so I want to end on something like a hopeful note. I get so many emails from our readers. Every time I put out a Climate Forward newsletter, people email and they say, what can I do? What should I do? At an individual level, how can I move the policy levers? What should individuals be doing to try to make progress on this issue that you've been caring about for so long now?
Well, one way to put it is, it's important to change the light bulbs, but it's way more important to change the policies and the laws. Now is the time for people who want to make a difference in helping the world solve this crisis to get active in the political process. And there's strength in numbers. Join one of these groups that is organizing. Join one of these marches the next time it comes around. Speak up. Think of what your attitude toward the climate crisis was 5 years ago compared to now. Your attitude 5 years from now is going to be, why didn't I do more in the year 2023? Get busy, early to bed, early to rise, work like hell, and organize. Make our democracy alive again. Do not give up hope. Remember that political will is itself a renewable resource. Renew it. Let's get busy with it.
Thank you very much. And I've just been informed by the magic birds in my ear that we actually have a couple more minutes.
Oh,
And your
good.
team
Okay.
said it was okay. So that was a great hopeful note. Let's take that energy out with us. But I've got more hard questions now.
Go ahead.
I want to talk about consumerism.
Yeah.
Just a small thing, right?
Yeah.
And waste.
Yeah, yeah.
And one of the things, just as an intellectual exercise, that I still sometimes have a hard time reconciling is even if we make these transitions in clean energy, even if we're able to start producing some regenerative agriculture, the amount of stuff that people consume and the amount of waste that we produce really seems like it is up against some of these planetary boundaries. And as we approach peak civilization, peak humanity, with more than 10 billion people on the planet, even given all the work you've done thinking about the energy transition, do you think the planet can handle it? We're going to end down instead of up, sorry.
Well, the level of mass consumption certainly is an issue, but it's an issue that needs to be dealt with carefully, because I think it's a myth to communicate to people that you're going to have to wear a hair shirt and sacrifice the things you enjoy in life in order to solve the climate crisis. We're making sacrifices now to continue the current pattern. Look at these communities that are being devastated around the world on a regular basis. Look at the smoke in the air that people in this city, it came all the way down to Tennessee where I live from Canada, and it's getting worse. The air quality in the San Francisco Bay Area today is fouled up by some of the forest fires in Northern California and in Oregon. And there's so many other sacrifices. More than 8 million people die every year in the world because of the co-pollution from burning fossil fuels. There are now people who will tell you they have more fun driving electric vehicles than they ever did with the internal combustion engine vehicles. There are now ways to continue the patterns of life that people enjoy without the pollution. It's not to say that mass consumption is not at levels that we need to think about. And there was a little movie on the internet years ago called Stuff, which I think really got to the heart of this. And of course, you know, this gets into a deeper analysis, but I think we're all sometimes vulnerable to, as the old country song says, looking for love in all the wrong places, looking for happiness in consumption, and thinking that, you know, recreational shopping is going to be, you know, make us feel better. I'm not the expert on this, but yes, it's a legitimate issue. But it's not true to tell people we have to really live more dismal lives in order to make this transition. Our lives are going to be better as we go through this transition.
That's a helpful and hopeful way to kick it forward. Last question now. And I want to come back to COP. And you've been so outspoken about Dr. Sultan Al-Jaber's role as the president of COP28 while also being the CEO of the UAE's state oil company. You've been outspoken about the voting process and the fact that petrostates have veto power effectively. But connect that to your call to action. What should individuals do? Because a lot of people look at that and say, like, we can't reform the COP process. So given some of these very high-level challenges you've identified, how do you try to channel that action that you're calling for into those specific challenges?
The solutions are going to come from the grassroots up. Investors and technology developers have worked very effectively to make available the solutions to this crisis. We have everything we need to cut emissions 50% in this decade, and we have a line of sight to get the rest of the way to net zero by mid-century. We know how to do this. And by the way, here is some basis for hope. The scientists are now quite clear on a relatively new finding. Once we stop the net additions to the greenhouse gas pollution, the temperatures on Earth will stop going up almost immediately. It's like flipping a switch, it really is. The lag time would be as little as 3 to 5 years. Now, other things would continue. The ice would continue melting, but we can control the pace of that. Without further changes, the extinction crisis would continue, but we'd have a chance to address that with clear minds. We can stop the temperatures going up. And if we stay at true net zero, within as little as 25 to 30 years, half of the human-caused greenhouse gas pollution will have fallen out of the atmosphere, and the long healing process will have begun. We can do this. What we need to change is our way of thinking about it. I think it's ironic at a time when the AI specialists and philosophers are beginning to debate whether these new AI software large language models are becoming sentient. It's not yet clear that we as humans are collectively becoming sentient where the climate crisis is concerned. The word hallucination is the word they use for these nonsense, false narratives that ChatGPT and some of its siblings will make up out of whole cloth and present as truth. Well, the hallucinations about the climate crisis isn't real. It's good for us for a hotter world and more CO2, and we can just immediately suck all the pollution back out of the air with these giant vacuum machines that may one day become possible. Those hallucinations were intentionally put out there by the large polluters, but now they show up in answers to questions to search engines, on Twitter, on the comment boxes in the media. And so that is an obstacle to achieving the kind of clarity that we need. Our way of life, our very civilization is at stake, and therefore we have to reason together and think clearly on a collective basis. We can do that. In spite of our limitations, the past is full of examples of where humanity has risen above our limitations, achieved the kind of clarity and moral conscience to do what is necessary to save our future. This is such a time, and we are seeing the largest mass movement in the history of the world springing up in nations everywhere in the world. It is beginning to coalesce. We are very close to this tipping point, but I'm here to recruit you to be a part of it. We need your help.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Thank you.
Thanks so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much. I'll speak to the Pulitzer Committee.
Up next, living in the age of extreme heat with Somini Sengupta. Please make your way to the theater. The next section is about to begin. please welcome Somini Sengupta, International Climate Correspondent, and her guests, Eleni Marevoli, Global Chief Heath Officer, UN Habitat and Arsh Rock Resilience Center, and Rima Nanavati, Director of Rural Organizing and Economic Development at the Self-Employed Women's Association.
Hello. It gives me enormous pleasure to start my day here with these two phenomenal women on stage. Rima Nanavati comes to us from Ahmedabad. Eleni Marevoli comes to us from Athens and Nairobi. They both think really deeply about resilience. And I want to have this conversation today to really ask them to help us understand how to change the way we live in cities in an age of extreme heat. So I want to start with you, Rima. You represent 2.8 million members who are informal sector workers, all women. What are the biggest impacts of extreme heat on your members? Put us in the shoes of one of them, please.
Thank you so much, Somini Ben, and I think very, very pertinent question. Let me take you to the streets of Ahmedabad, one of the very posh, bustling area called Ambavadi, and I would like you to listen to Shamina Ben, who's a vegetable vendor. And about 5 years back, she used to sell her vegetables sitting on the streets. She would spread the cloth and have her vegetables. But, you know, about 3 years back, the building in behind where the pavements where she used to sit got demolished as it was under, redevelopment. And now there's a huge complex there with, glass facade which has reflecting mirrors on it. And so the sun directly falls on her vegetables the whole day, as a result of which her vegetables get wrinkled and, they perish by afternoon. And as a result of that, her income reduced by almost 70%. So she could barely earn only 100 rupees a day, which is like $1 a day, even today. And therefore, she looked tired. She had bristles in her feet and hand, and she said now she switched over to a hand cart, and for that she has to walk 10 to 15 kilometers a day to sell her vegetables, and then she can barely make about 150 or 200 rupees, which is $2 a day. As a result, she's pulled out her little child from school. She faces so much of insecurity, and this is leading to, mental stress, feeling very, very insecure. There's so much of grief for loss of work, loss of income. And this leads to, a lot of post-mental order distress. And on top of it, there's food insecurity, there's insecurity of livelihoods. And I'm not talking about this one person, but that's the situation of construction workers, waste collectors who sit on the dump sites, and, there's poisonous fumes that come out because of the heat. This is the situation of head loaders in the cities.
Head loaders are people who carry goods
on their head and walk from one market to another.
And we're talking about a city that is already quite hot.
The temperatures go, this last summer or this summer, the temperatures went up to 52 degrees centigrade. I don't know how much do you translate into Fahrenheit. And therefore, you see that about 500,000 of our members in the cities were all affected. We did a quick survey of about 15,000, the members from these different trades that I just said. And it came that 87% of these women workers
had reduced incomes, their livelihoods were affected. 78% of the members' children's education got affected. 62% had food insecurity. 60% health-related issues, and 37% of our women workers, they suffered mental health and violence.
So these are the direct and indirect impacts of extreme heat in a city. Eleni, you have called cities death traps. And I was a little shaken when I heard you describe this because, you know, we love being in cities. They are the economic engines of our countries. They are where the majority of humanity lives now. Why are cities death traps in your view?
Well, first of all, thanks. It's great to be here. Cities are really badly built. They are built for a different climate era. And now, whether we are in Ahmedabad or if we are in a city in Canada or if we are in a city in Europe, we are really threatened and really at risk from extreme heat. And it still is unbelievable to me that so many people don't realize that heat is the #1 killer. Like of all weather phenomena and extreme weather phenomena, heat is the one that has the highest, by far, number of people, dead mortality linked to it. So cities have this, because they're built with a lot of concrete and asphalt and glass and steel, they absorb heat during the day and they store heat, and then at night they radiate heat. And this is really, really dangerous for people because especially at night, people should rest, and heat doesn't allow the body to rest. So they often go to work the next day really tired and they have injuries. We know that we lose tons of people in cities that live alone, that are old people. Like heat has this capacity to find vulnerability in cities, and our cities are not protecting our people. So that's why they're there.
So heat has an ability to go and find the weakest people in the city.
Exactly.
They may be the elderly, they may be the isolated, they may be informal sector workers like RIMA's members. How have cities managed to reduce some of those risks in like really practical ways? Can you give us one quick example?
I think of the different examples that cities do in 3 categories, and I'll very quickly talk about them. One of them has to do with awareness raising, which is really important, right? Because still people don't know that heat is a killer. So cities have been doing this thing of naming and categorizing heat waves, which is really important. I think it's a game changer because people start understanding. We think in categories when it has to do with big risks, right? So people can start understanding it, and naming also makes it an entity, the heat wave. And heat waves are very localized phenomena. They affect people and ecosystems differently depending on where they are, when do they hit, if there's humidity attached to it, if there's wind, they're very idiosyncratic.
So one is awareness.
Thank you, because I cannot, So awareness, which has to do, so one of the big things that cities are doing and can do is naming and categorizing. The second one is preparedness. And preparedness is like, how can we save the most vulnerable people during heat waves? And these are not very expensive things often, but one of the things, and I hope Riva will talk about it, one of the things that, for example, is beautiful is this micro insurance that you can make sure that people that are working in the types of jobs that Riva's women are working in can actually do not have to choose between going to work and risking their lives, and their wages maybe can be paid.
So awareness, preparedness.
Preparedness also is just kind of preparing, making sure you have cooling stations, et cetera, et cetera. New York has done really a great job in preparedness, like buddy systems to check on people and all that. And the final one, which is the difficult one, is redesign. So how can we redesign our cities to be cooler and to save people? And cities are doing great in that. They have been changing the way they design their public spaces, not fast enough, but there is a growing awareness around, and I can talk about this later.
I want to come back on that. What lessons, Rima, have you learned from your members about their coping strategies, but more importantly, about policies that work? You know, things that workers' groups can do, things that local governments can do better. What works?
I think our members, the women workers in the informal sector, have shown that they cannot wait for policies and programs. They have to survive, and therefore I think innovations are their coping strategies for survival when the heat or the temperatures go up to 51, 52 degrees centigrade. And I think they start adaptation on their own. So I think the first and the foremost lesson is that learn from the adaptations that, you know, these women workers have been doing, and how do you take those adaptations to scale? That's what is the first and the foremost. The second is that when we talk about city mitigation efforts and adaptation efforts, but the focus is on cooling or rebuilding, but I think the most important is that how does it also lead to jobs and employment generation? Right. If that doesn't happen, then, you know, the mitigation and adaptation efforts of just cooling is not enough. It has to be equitable as well. The third and the most important is that heat waves don't differentiate between cities and the rural areas. And we see that in countries or in the global south, there's so much of migration from the rural areas to the cities. And therefore, the heat action plans have to also take into consideration, you know, how do you curb or, you know, reduce the migration, and pandemic gave us a big lesson. And the last and the most important is that when you are rebuilding or redesigning the city plans or developing heat action plans, how do you look at building an economy of nurturance? How does it lead to a nurturing environment so that the mitigation efforts are cutting across all the strata of the cities?
I want to come back to that too briefly, but I wanted to follow up with you, Eleni, about this heat categorization system. Isn't it a little difficult because the heat danger threshold is not universally agreed upon, right? Yeah. What is a dangerous heat threshold in Seattle may be very different from Ahmedabad.
That's right.
So how do you work around that? Should there be local danger thresholds, and what do these categories look like?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. So heat is very different in different parts of the world, and it affects people and ecosystems differently. I think that the best type of categorization that we have found that works best anyway, is a categorization that links heat to health, which means that it links the temperatures to the effect that the temperatures have to a specific location. So what we do is we figure out how has heat affected my city for the previous 2 decades, what kind of, for example, mortality rates are linked to high temperatures, and then we make an algorithm specific for the city that pictures this relationship of the danger, basically, of the impact of heat on the people. And then based on this algorithm, for this particular location, right? You actually can start creating these categories, which is, you know, the first category is a small risk, a small percentage of people we expect that might be at risk for their health, et cetera, second and third. And then you have policies linked to them.
Are there cities that are spreading this information with cell phone alerts or anything else?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes, of course. So the cities, we have tried this, for example, in 4 cities in the US and 2 cities in Europe that I know of, but there's other cities using this type of methodology as well.
Okay.
And what happens is that it's linked with early warning systems and messaging so that people know, and a whole series of policies, usually that city governments take depending on how dangerous your day is. And it also is very important to be linked to labor legislation too. And this is starting to happen also in cities and countries. so that we know that laborers have to be protected as well. It's a crucial issue.
Are you seeing, and very, very quickly, last question, are you seeing cities trying to redesign in ways that are working?
Yes.
Just one very quick example from you, and if, Rima, you have another example, great.
The best thing for cities is to bring nature in, and that's the most beautiful and the best weapon we have. And if you combine really thick and beautiful canopy together with bringing water to the surface, the combination of nature and water can actually have the highest effect in lowering temperature.
Water like fountains or a pond, any kind of water body.
Any kind of water. It depends on the type of city and whether there's humidity or not.
Yeah.
So you can change the type of how you do the water kind of initiative. But yes, this is the best. The examples we have is cities bringing up rivers and making really beautiful tree-lined urban forests around them. And this really breathes new kind of winds and temperatures and desirability.
Is there one example you've seen?
Yeah, I think I can talk about how the women workers are taking initiatives in participating in redesigning of the cities, and that's through our Cleaner Skies campaign. And I think the women are doing kitchen gardens on the rooftops, and that helps in cooling the house,
their own
inside house temperature. They are also doing tree plantation on the streets. The third measure that we are seeing is how do you have greener slums? So we call them as our green chawls. So the women take effort that every household has, solar rooftop, clean cooking device, plantations, kitchen gardens, and the last and the most important is having their own climate war rooms, so that whether you get alerts or not, but these war rooms keep informing the children, the elders, the workers in their particular wards that how the temperature is going
their
to
neighborhoods,
play.
Which is a really great note on which to end, because it shows us that it's not only about things, but it's about how we take care of one another.
Can I just have one message from our members, and I'm going to sing if you allow me. And I think it's the message coming from the women workers, and that is that Ame par karishu, ame par karishu, ame par karishu ek din, oho unda antarma, amne che vishwas. Ame par karishu ek din. We shall overcome, we shall overcome, we shall overcome someday. Oh, deep in our hearts, we do believe. So, Miniban, we shall overcome. Whether the governments come up or not, the people, the women workers will definitely fight back the heat waves. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you both. Thank you all. We will take a very quick break. Please have a cup of coffee, tea. Think about what you've heard. Come back recharged. See you soon.
Up next, Green Growth vs. Conversation with Ested Herndon. And after, Food in a Time of Crisis with Somini Sengupta. Please return to the main stage as our program will continue momentarily. Please welcome Ested Herndon, host of the Times podcast, The Run Up, and his guest, Ebony Twiley Martin, Executive Director of Greenpeace USA, and Jason Grumet, CEO of the American Clean Power Association.
Hello, everyone. I'm so excited to be here. Let me first address the elephant or the boot in the room. I tore my Achilles tendon like 3-4 weeks ago playing basketball, and I guess I know I'm too old. I got it. I'm really excited to be here. I'm excited to be with Ebony and Jason, and I think that this is going to be a great conversation. One of the things I'm excited about is that they really come from this issue from two different perspectives, and I think that's going to give us a chance to do some really rich stuff. You know, as a politics reporter, once a bill is passed, we usually pass it along to these policy folks, and that can oftentimes cause a lot of information to get lost. But for a bill as large as the Inflation Reduction Act, the hard work has really just begun. And the $400 billion that's been set aside has been tied up in a lot of different ways, and we really want to focus on that. So I'm going to start with Ebony here. When we think about the IRA and what came down from Washington, let's start with the scope. Was it enough?
Well, first of all, thank you for having me, and really excited to get into this conversation. I think we all are here because we know and want to have a community and environment that has clean air, clean water, and we want an environment where we are able to thrive and to be our best. And the Inflation Reduction Act, responding to the climate crisis, of course, it has many nuances in it that can in certain ways help and has helped. We know that we need to speed up infrastructure for clean and renewable energy. We know that we need to make investments in communities that have been harmed by the climate crisis. And all of those things are great. However, there were also portions of the Inflation Reduction Act that incentivize the oil and gas industry. Mm-hmm. And we know the oil and gas industry is the #1 driver of this climate crisis. And so when there are things in the entire package that actually work against what the package was supposed to deliver, it's like we're drilling holes in one end and bailing water out on the other end. Mm. So was it a great start in so many ways? Yes. Do we have a lot more work to do? Absolutely. And the one thing that we need to do, and what I would have wanted to see in that, is not public leasing of lands for oil and gas drilling, because that's still polluting the air and it's still putting specific communities, Black and brown communities that look at like me, at risk. Mm-hmm. So we're on the right path, but there are things that need to be done to address still historical injustices, especially environmental injustices. And there are still things that we need to do. At this point, we are in a crisis. Mm-hmm. We have 100-year floods occurring every year, every 5 years now. So there's a lot more that needs to be done.
Mm-hmm. Well, I hear it's 2 steps forward, maybe a step back in that legislation. What do you say, Jason? And also specifically on the question of implementation, how do we make sure that money actually finds its way to communities?
Well, thank you, Ested. And Evan and I spent some quality time in the green room, so I think we are going to really be able to engage what I think some really constructive tensions. The fundamental value of the Inflation Reduction Act is that it finally created a climate strategy for this country. And it's a climate strategy that is based on innovation and investment, and I think really kind of has the potential to generate the durable policy that we need. It's working, right? Just in the last 12 months, over $270 billion have been invested in clean energy technology. It's as much as the last 8 years combined. Mm-hmm. I think the place where we have to really think about things there is it's changed a lot, right? The clean energy industry is fundamentally different than it was 10 years ago, which is great news because now we are actually operating at scale. This is not a quaint little idea that makes people feel good while 99% of their power is coming from oil and gas. This is a big-time industry now. As a big-time industry, we are now confronting a lot of the same challenges that other massive industries confront. And just to kind of engage around oil and gas, I think first, the good news is the vast majority of resources in that legislation was promoting renewable power. At least 2/3 of the renewable power being built in this country right now is being built by companies that have oil and gas assets, right? So this idea that there used to be good clean energy, bad fossil energy, and you could kind of fight against one while embracing the other, it's just not the way the world works right now.
The lines aren't that clear anymore.
Well, and look, there's good news and bad news, right? The good news is this is where the balance sheets are, right? These are the companies that can plausibly build enough clean energy to actually avoid the worst effects of the climate crisis. But it's not so simple anymore.
Mm-hmm. Can we get to the question of implementation? What's the biggest challenges to actually make sure we see that effect?
So look, the future is very bright and every day is a freaking crisis. We have, again, run into the real problems we need to run into. And just to kind of name the top ones, transmission. It's not really very cool to have clean energy plants if you can't put the power where it's needed. And we need to probably quadruple the amount of transmission. Very hard to site what they call linear infrastructure, huge challenge. Permitting, this is a place where I know we probably have some different ideas. We're just running out of time, right? The scarcest kind of commodity we have in the climate crisis is time. It took 18 years to site the Sunzia transmission line, which is bringing clean power from Arizona and Mexico to California. if we, we can hit net zero by 2087, but if we want to do it by 2050, we've got to rethink that. And then the last two, supply chain is tough, right? A lot of the, particularly solar industry, is controlled by Chinese companies. And so we can't trade reliance on Saudi Arabian oil for reliance on Chinese solar panels. That's a big problem. People want it to be over tomorrow. We spent 20 years shipping it all to China. It's not going to come back in 20 weeks. And then lastly, greatest problem we have is workforce. We need to hire about 1 million people, which is like, hallelujah. That's the durability of this industry. But we got to hire 1 million people. And there's nothing like the workforce pipeline and training to make that happen. We have companies right now that cannot find the workers to operate the current plants.
Mm-hmm. To the point that Jason's making about the urgency that's needed, the kind of, the time problem here, how do you balance that with the values I know you all hold about community engagement and really making sure the folks on the ground are leading that conversation? It seems like those things could be in conflict a little.
They're often in conflict, and usually when we're rushing to make urgent decisions, certain communities are left out. Yep. And so one of the great parts of our democracy is it's supposed to be engaging. And every policy or every law that's passed, there needs to be community engagement. And we didn't quite see that at the scale we needed to see with the IRA. For instance, the Just Force 40, they did not weigh in. So looking at some of the implementation plans, there was no community engagement. And then also there was money, I think 40% was actually supposed to go back to communities that were harmed. Now it was only 16% in the IRA. So we often get caught up in the cycle of trying to move things fast. However, if you want to go further, you have to go together, and that often takes time. And when we don't take the time to engage certain communities, then we have we just perpetuate harm and injustice.
Right, the same folks who were hurt then are hurt again.
Yes, and
so,
we see that.
Go ahead.
Look, environmental racism, pernicious, absolutely real, a trauma that we have to engage. At the same time, understand what's really the key for this industry. 80% of the renewable power is being built in rural Republican districts. Yeah. Right? I mean, the issues that we have as an industry are very few in kind of a classic EJ standpoint. It is arguments about the impact on farmland and vistas. And so that's just a real question. We're also finding that processes that were designed ineffectively to slow things down, right, to protect communities from what people perceive to be health impactful fossil energy, are now slowing down the future. And so it is not in disadvantaged communities' interest to also be deprived of the economic vitality. I mean, I think it is fair to consider the National Environmental Policy Act a fossil fuel subsidy, right? Let's lock it in. The longer we take, the longer we're taking to actually enable the transition. So our companies aren't the best at it. They're trying really hard to do things. They've learned. You got to go in early. You got to deal with the people. But these are weaponizable processes. You can have 5 county commissioners with relationships that are more based on the kind of ideology of woke power, shutting things down. And so just we can't have the private interest so much interrupt the public good.
To that point about, go ahead.
Can I just, I think we often talk about perception, and we often use people's livelihoods as bargaining chips. And at the end of the day, we have a responsibility, a moral responsibility to ensure that people's health and their well-being is protected. And if that takes time to ensure that communities that have been systemically harmed, then we need to take that. And I don't see it as slowing things down to ensure that a law does not harm a certain community, or that a law does not, usually when these infrastructures are being built, when we don't do a proper assessment, we see biodiversity loss, we see economic burdens, we also see pollution, co-pollution. And all of the green renewable energy does not address that. And these are still areas that continue to be swept under the rug, which still perpetuate harm. So if it takes time to figure it out, we need to do that so that communities aren't put in harm's way.
So look, this is where I adore this woman, but we just disagree about this.
Yeah,
right?
I guess I want to ask about what I hear from you is that, like, is that minimizing the kind of long-term urgency,
But look,
right? Like, because it does feel as if
disadvantaged, traumatized communities are going to be the communities that suffer from the worst effects of climate change. They are the communities with the least capacity to create resilience, the least capacity to move. And so again, we just got to figure this out, because also they're the communities with the highest asthma rates and the most kind of highest lead. You know, do you really want to slow down the national transition to get rid of those emissions and to make the transition to save the planet? Like, I don't.
Well, I guess I want to ask about how we also make that transition sustainable. To your point, you mentioned how so much of this is happening in rural communities and red states, kind of distinct from, I think, the places we typically associate with kind of like climate action. Has there been enough buy-in from those places so that when we think about the IRA, we're not, you know, I've heard Republicans talk about rollbacks, right? And so is that buy-in across ideological, and is that sustainable?
Not yet.
No.
So just to run the arc of this, right? Innovation and investment was always the premise of the more conservative approach to climate change, right? Progressives wanted regulation and taxation. Conservatives wanted innovation and incentives and investment. That's what the IRA is. 80% of the benefits are going to traditionally conservative communities, if you think about the jobs associated. But it was done in the also awful partisan reconciliation process, right? So this part of the law that actually had considerable historical Republican value and support got into this toxic us versus you problem where only Democrats were involved in that legislation. So we have this valley of risk. Those few years while the intense opposition to the process is still very hot, and we haven't achieved all those benefits yet. But if we can hang in there, which I think we will for a couple of years, that will change. The first part of your question, though, on how we doing in rural America, like, we have a huge hearts and minds issue, right? We're not being greeted as saviors. You know, we have a tremendous obligation to be working with rural communities. I got a hearts and minds issue with the ENGOs, right? I mean, the environmental community is not as aligned with this transition as we think we need it to be. So we got a lot of work to do.
And wait, and the why in that is because of the urgency kind of tension?
You should disagree with this, but you know, having spent some good time, you know, wearing Birkenstocks 30 years ago, E.F. Schumacher, small is beautiful, Aldo Leopold, right? The ethos of a lot of environmentalism is community-driven, small is beautiful. That is not the climate solution, and that's a tension. You know, I mean, there's not a right or wrong, but it's a tension.
To the hearts and minds question, you know, Greenpeace, as you mentioned, does a lot of that work in community engagement. Is it doing that same engaging of those rural communities, of those in those red districts that are experiencing or they're getting the money from the IRA?
So who we engage with are those who are on the front lines and who are most impacted, Black and brown communities.
That's the focus.
Yes, and often the investments in our communities, we are promised the world, but the investments don't actually show up. And when the investments do show up, they are weaponized against us. And we have, in this country, an overwhelming majority, as you said, of Black and brown children suffering from asthma, suffering from cancer. You can look outside of your window in certain communities and see oil wells drilling. And those are not in rural communities. They are concentrated in our communities. Why? Because processes have not been in place to push back against the historical environmental harms that have been done, perpetuated on us. So when we have NGOs and put in a light that we are only concerned about trees or not actually looking at the human impacts, that's a problem. And we know that we need clean and renewable energy. And so it shouldn't be a dichotomy where we're pitted against each other. There's a role for investment in infrastructure of green and renewable energy. And there's also a role for ensuring that environmental harms are not perpetuated. And so those things do need to work in sync.
Do have you seen any kind of bright spots in the environmental justice or racism like pushback in the last 10 years? I mean, if the IRA represents a new moment for America and its kind of investment around this stuff, have you seen any of it kind of trickle down to the protections of those communities that you're focused on?
Not at the scale that it should be, definitely not at the scale. And when we really think about it, the continuation of the harm and the administration's promise that they would invest in our communities, and then to hear that 80 acres were given, 80 million acres actually, for oil and gas sold, and we know where those infrastructures and those projects will go. They will go in our communities. And so, no, it's not trickling down. We are still being put in sacrifice zones at the expense of profits in this country, whether it's through renewable profits or whether it's through oil and gas. It still seems as if Black and brown lives and what our what we offer to this country is still put at we're still used as bargaining chips, and at this point, it's not acceptable.
You mentioned kind of in the back that you see the IRA as kind of a metaphor for this new moment. In your view, what's defining the kind of new era we're in American climate policy?
So look, the poetry of it is a facility I'm going to go out to see in mid-October, which closed down a coal plant, replaced it with solar power, used the existing infrastructure. I mean, like that's the magic. It's really about speed and scale. I mean, look, what I worry about is 27 years, right? We want to transition the entire domestic economy to an engine that is clean in 27 years. We want to be inventing technologies that we can send out to the rest of the world. That's where the anxiety is. But I will tell you, our members are desperate for talent, and they want to find it in every community. And the jobs that are going to really exist in Black and brown communities are manufacturing jobs. These are pretty good jobs. They're having a hard time, right? They're having a hard time finding workers. They're having a hard time training workers. And like, this is where Emily and I got to team up, because we absolutely agree it's a crisis that requires solving.
Do you see those opportunities? I mean, like I see you laying out a kind of vessel to be filled, right? Do you have hope? I hate when people ask me hope questions, but I'm kind of throwing it to you. Do you see that as an opportunity that will be realized?
I think it has to be realized if we're going to combat the climate crisis. And I mean, we see it even with the UAW and the workers now on strike that are demanding that the jobs for for electric cars are unionized. So there has to be a partnership. There has to be a way that we manage even a just transition for workers who are involved in the fossil fuel industry now. Yes, that deserves a clap. So there has to be a partnership, and I think through time we'll start to realize that when we don't pit each other against each other, we need clean renewable energy, and so we have to work to make sure that it's proliferated throughout the country.
Well, I hope that maybe this is the start of a nice little partnership here. Thank you all so much for your time and for listening to this conversation. I think we're good.
If you understand sneakers, you start to understand squeaking, which leads to hardwood and the art of Kareem's famous skyhook. So you get how flying works, which takes you to carving and our constantly changing world. Code red for humanity. The deep world of deep fakes and the dark fantasies of the chill world, which leads you to romantic dinners for two.
Pretty sexy, no?
Okay. And what's going on in corporate cafeterias?
They just want you to never leave.
How that's evolving the workplace and what that has to do with crop tops at the office and naked dressing. So you get bare feet, running, and human evolution, which was shaped by chewing. And if you understand the appeal of gum and you realize how much of it is on our streets, you understand why some people never wear their favorite sneakers.
Up next with Somini Sengupta, Food in a Time of Crisis with Jose Andres, and following Norway's Paradox. Please welcome back to the stage Somini Sengupta, international climate correspondent, and Jose Andres, chef and humanitarian.
Welcome to the New York Times. It's such a pleasure to have this conversation with you. You, Chef Jose, are the child of nurses. Your parents worked in a hospital. They took care of people.
Yeah, they did.
And at some point, you decided that it wasn't enough to just build a successful restaurant chain. You wanted to go out and feed the world, feed people who had experienced disasters. And in a way, you continued that family tradition in a different way, taking care of people in a different way. Was there a turning point? Was there a moment when you said, oh, it's not enough to be a chef, I must do something else?
Yeah, well, my father will always try to feed everybody in the hospital on Sundays. He will invite everybody, and he'll never keep a tab of who he was inviting. And my mother was always asking, like, who is coming? I don't know. Sometimes we're 10, sometimes we're 50. My father always said, you know what thing? If more people come, just we add more rice to the pot. My father had very simple solutions for sometimes where he looked big problems. I think what Central Kitchen very much is what it is. What I saw was Katrina. We all saw Katrina. I remember the Superdome. I'm still thinking why I didn't go. You know what the Superdome is, what an arena is? You're going to have it wrong. Everybody thinks an arena is a place where you go to see your NBA or NFL team play or musicians. No, it's a gigantic restaurant that entertains with the sports. We were supposed to be feeding everybody within 6 hours at the Superdome, and we didn't. So all these moments I began following, and I saw that sometimes food is an afterthought in emergencies. And Haiti happened 2010. I'm in Cayman Islands, and I was watching the images we all saw, the hundreds of thousands of death and destruction. And I said, you know one thing, I've seen the power of food, working in an NGO since I was 23. This is Central Kitchen, one of the best food kitchens you can see anywhere in the world. I invite you to visit if you're in DC. So I gained the experience of the power of food to help a community. But then, in that emergency, I began thinking, what if cooks like me, we go and we try to feed somebody? I went to Haiti and I began the learning, which I think I'm still in the learning
This was
process.
after the earthquake.
Of how we can show up in an emergency and put the resources that the food industry has to bring relief with the urgency of yesterday. Not in a week, not in a month, but today. And that's how the idea of World Central Kitchen began.
So Katrina, really a turning point, watching it, Haiti, the earthquake, was where you put it into action for the first time. Since then, how many people have you served?
Well, it's been hundreds and hundreds of millions of meals, but obviously the biggest one, you know, we've been in Dorian, remember Bahamas? 14 islands, total destruction. We reach 80,000 meals a day within 10 days. Over 2 million meals. 6 helicopters, 1 boat with 2 helipads, because there was not airports. 6 helicopters, how do you reach 14 islands far away from the capital, Nassau? 2 seaplanes. We were dropping in many places. Why we did it? Because everybody says, oh, brilliant. How you got helicopters? We're like, well, it's not really brilliant. It's the only way to do it. Ukraine, we arrived. We reached 1.5 million meals. We were able to partner with 500 restaurants. It's smart because if the restaurants are shut down, I don't have to open a new kitchen in the middle of a park. I only need to reopen the restaurants are closed. People want to help. You're supporting them with help, with money, but with infrastructure. Before you know, you're feeding hospital shelters, all the refugee centers that were being opened in Lviv, in Kyiv, and every city. Before we knew, we were delivering food in 9,000 points a week in more than 990 cities in Ukraine. Now we're not doing 1.5 million meals anymore, but we reached 240 million meals in Ukraine.
You are a veteran of the food industry, which contributes to the problem of climate change. What can restaurants do to reduce their negative impacts? You know, what are some practical things that you've seen restaurants do, including your own restaurants? You know, for example, people talk about encouraging plant-based meals, right? What kinds of things are practical, are realistic from the restaurant business point of view?
You're asking me from the restaurant, and it's true. We all can and we should be doing more. Listen, I have restaurants right now that they have charcoal. I'm using charcoal to grill the meat, and we're going through thinking process exactly what it means. But the complexity of the problem is bigger than that. Obviously, we can be going to what restaurants like mine can do in New York, in Washington, in Miami. But it's not like I want to escape your question. I only want to bring it to what is a bigger problem, which is over 3 billion people, mainly women, feed themselves every day with charcoal and fossil fuels. They don't do it like you and me because we can afford it on a Sunday when we want to show to our friends we are great grill masters. But they do it because it's the only way they can feed themselves. In the process of feeding themselves, they are becoming poorer because they are cutting trees. But it's not like, take a look what happened in Dominican Republic and Haiti, which is a case study of biblical proportions. One island full of trees, they have gas, implemented gas many years ago. One island that has no trees, right in the same big island. But the problem is that families become poorer because when they make $2 a day, and the charcoal to feed the family that they cost them 20, 30 cents, it's like 15, 20% of their salary. To be poor is expensive. We don't spend 10, 15, 20% on the fire to feed our families. So it makes the communities poor. They keep doing deforestation. Young girls don't go to school because they send them to pick up wood. Young girls don't go to school, so they don't receive education. And youth poverty keeps happening. At the end of the day, we need to be investing massively in the years to come to make sure that those 3 billion people on planet Earth can move from fossil fuel cooking to a cleaner technology. This investment must be done, or climate change will never change, because this is a very important part of the issues we're facing.
Because you brought up cooking stoves, I must ask you, how do you feel about the gas versus electric cooking stoves debate?
Well, I got in the middle myself, and again, problems are highly complex, and much of the talk sometimes just happen in tweets and nonsense here and there. Obviously, we all need to be doing more and investing in how we can do it in the cleanest possible way. But even sometimes people that think that they are doing the best they can, look at, this is perfectly clean, and this, we're all drinking water that is amazing. I love Fiji water, and I always say, Fiji water, local water from planet Earth. I have no problem with Fiji water, but we are all drinking water from, how many of you didn't drink a water that came from thousands and thousands of miles from where we are? How many of us, we've done trips? We need to start having a more pragmatic conversation about the way, obviously, we are feeding the world, but all of a sudden, just to make it black and white, is not, because also we cannot afford to be wrong. If we are going in the wrong direction and we bet everything in one direction, I'm very afraid that once we go in that direction, we are even making the problem.
So if I understand you correctly, don't focus on just this one thing. There are bigger issues. But you personally, do you prefer gas over electric, or are you agnostic?
I love gas.
Okay.
But I'm already 53 and I've been cooking like 38 years. And older people, as my daughter says, have a harder time to change. But listen, when I was working already very young in Spain, we were using already some of the early electrical cooking, and we were doing amazing high-end cooking. Offshore is doable, but also we need to be asking ourselves, where is this electricity coming from? Is that electricity source coming from also clean sources? Because that electricity we are producing is not coming from clean sources. What do you care if you're using electricity or not? So it's kind of not black and white. Everything has its angles. But do we need to learn more and listen to the experts? Not to the politicians, to the experts, that they are going to enrich our knowledge so we can all be more informed and keep moving in the right direction? Yes, we need to be listening to the experts.
Okay. I'm going to come back to this question of the food industry and its impacts on both emissions, climate emissions, but also biodiversity, right? Is it possible to change, your supply chain, to look at where your cacao is coming from for your chocolate pudding, to see if it's not deforesting? Is it possible to support farmers that are doing sustainable practices? And is that realistic when you're running such a large operation like World Central Kitchen? Are those kinds of targets realistic?
Has to be. It's exhausting. Has to be exhausting for all of us. It's like you're eating and you're feeling guilty. If you're a Christian Catholic like me, well, Sunday you go to church, you ask for forgiveness, and Monday you go to be guilty again. But we need to be careful because we have a planet that is going ever hungry. Remember the quinoa craziness. How many here ate quinoa in the last 10 years? Yeah, thank you, because you put farmers high up in the mountains in Peru and quinoa places. I'm hungry because we were all buying quinoa and paying top dollars for it. And all of a sudden, these people that their economy and their eating habits include quinoa that was affordable, the prices went skyrocketing. All of a sudden, the people couldn't even afford their own quinoa because we were eating in New York with avocado. Which quinoa and avocado were like, shit, we've never been together. What happened? Well, some great chef in New York put them together, and it's a party. So you see, all these decisions are really generating, but then we go to the same, right? If you are in New York, and you're talking about climate and not adding extra CO2 into the atmosphere, should we be eating chocolate coming from the forest in Brazil?
Well, that's my question.
If we are really like the Pope, like I'm gonna be more shit. We should be eating whatever Manhattan can produce. We should feed New York with whatever Central Park produces. So that's why we need to be very, very, very pragmatic and also very careful on the big statements. Because to feed the world is a serious business. Right now we are talking about waste. And I'm very worried that very soon we're not going to be talking about waste. We're going to be talking that there is not enough food to feed the world. And nobody's thinking about that. So I don't know if you saw, but I kind of supported a company called Good Meat, which we are producing chicken cells in a lab. And everybody's like finger pointing at me, you're the demon. I like good chickens. But this is another way of forming and producing protein.
This is
going to be using less water. It's lab-based. At the end, I am a guy that supports any initiative. That you're supporting some of the big companies that they need to feed the world doesn't mean we don't need to be supporting the small farmers, that they deserve all our support. If we are giving subsidies to the very big companies, you know, I want to serve a burger for 90 cents, but I can't. I don't know how. McDonald's knows very well how. They benefit from the subsidies that the corn industry receives. So I'm saying, let's make sure that the way our government operates and through the Farm Bill and the way we are supporting the way we feed America and we feed the world, let's make sure that it's not making others poorer in a way that almost sometimes it looks like the farmers that feed America, it seems sometimes they cannot feed themselves. And this is a conundrum we need to resolve.
Excellent that you brought up the Farm Bill. It's under discussion. Again, what are the main things in your view that can address climate change in the Farm Bill?
Well, on the farm, obviously on the Farm Bill point, what I'm really worried when I mention, obviously, in the way the subsidies, that they are only benefiting a whole bunch of very big companies. And much of everything we see is not really trickling down into all the small farmers of America. And we see small farmers of America are really having a hard time. In the way we are right now producing with all the fertilizers, and right now we are having a huge issue on fertilizers and the mass production we're doing, the way we are using the land, the way we are affecting the waterways. Take a look what's going on in the Gulf of Mexico. Any one of you has been there lately? I was walking in the beaches of Fort Lauderdale, and there was millions and millions of fish that were all dead because the way we keep producing food in America and other parts of the world keeps going down and in the waterways, ends in the sea, and is creating these huge problems in huge spaces of water, generating huge problems. So for me, the Farm Bill, which is one of the most powerful farm bills, is going to have to look very, very, very hard in the way the money is not thrown into the problem to help some few companies just to keep producing and producing without seeing sometimes the lateral negative effects it's creating, but start creating a farm bill that actually can make not only America healthy, but in the process we produce the food, can be making America cleaner.
There's also national dietary guidelines coming out soon. Do you think that national dietary guidelines should include information, some guidance on meat and dairy?
Well, the dietary guidelines, what cannot be is used a political thing that people, Republicans, throw to Democrats and sometimes vice versa. You remember the pyramid itself, right? Then was changed to the My Plate. And I don't know if you remember the My Plate, but you see a percentage is vegetables, a percentage is fish, and a percentage is meats. And very much everybody agrees on the percentages. But then when you go to the Farm Bill, the way our government is spending the money, it doesn't support the My Plate. So one way to be solving many of the issues America faces is that the Farm Bill really puts the money in every one of the spaces in the My Plate. That will mean more vegetables, more fruits. That means for more of the small farmers. This is a great way used to make America healthier. It's a great way to invest food into rural America that sometimes is getting poorer and poorer. This is a great way used to start using American tax dollars in a smarter way. The My Plate and the Farm Bill are so far away from each other. They need to be mirroring each other.
Have you, as you've learned about the climate crisis, have you changed the way you eat? Have you changed what you cook, either at home or in your restaurants?
Well, I have a vegetable book. I'm selling it. Vegetables Unleashed. I open a vegetable concept called beefsteak. I know some people tell me it's a very bad name. But I was fascinated with the tomato beefsteaks. I think you Americans, English Shakespeare is fascinating. So beefsteak is a vegetable fast food restaurant. I opened the first one in George Washington, D.C. We opened up to 10, 12, and the pandemic came. The concept was not totally perfect. I decided just to bring down the number of venues, and we are reinvesting money in having more of these beefsteaks where you're going to have an amazing bowl of vegetables, of fruits, that they're local, that they're super tasty, and I hope I'll be successful. If not, I'm not successful, it's many other companies, you know, like the Sweet Green Boys. I'm very happy because those are Washington guys. They began the first Sweet Green in Washington. Even people like Cava, I'm very happy because they also came from Washington. Washington is becoming a town that has done amazing fast food restaurants that they are or vegetable-based or lean very heavily on grains.
So you're trying to go in this space. How about personally? Are you changing the way you
In my house, if you come, you'll see more vegetables than I mean. I look like an Alice Water without her, because number one, I'm always scared that Alice Waters may be coming into the door, and if everything I have in my kitchen is not local, she's gonna crush me. She's gonna crucify me, and this, I swear to God, that happens. And when she comes to my restaurant, it's like, where is this asparagus from? I mean, oh my God, if it's from Oregon, I throw the asparagus away. I don't want her to see it. I don't want them to see it, but this is important. And going to the fridge, this goes to a documentary we did with Andrew Zimmer, that we rented the kitchen in the Senate. And we went into the kitchen in the Senate, into the fridge, and we saw where all the boxes were coming from. And we went back to the farm where they came from. And you know what we realized? Even I know this is not about the climate, but it's about the climate, that every single person involved in those vegetables, they were all undocumented immigrants. The big lie is that our senators and congressmen are being fed by the undocumented of the world, but our senators and congressmen don't want to give them immigration reform, so they belong to America. That's climate change.
I just want to close with one question, please. In all the work that you've done with survivors of disasters, what is the one lesson that you would leave us with about how to survive? Could even be a recipe.
Well, I have a book that is today, it's not mine, but it's number 3 on the New York Times best-selling books list. Boom.
It's the World Central Kitchen cookbook.
And the lesson is that, and maybe it's one of the reasons I keep going back to some of these missions, is that in the worst moments of humanity, the best of humanity shows up. So don't lose faith. Inside us, actually, we're very good people. We only need to show it more.
Chef Jose Andres, thank you very much. I'm going to stay put and wait for our next guest. Thank you so much. Welcome. Prime Minister of Norway, Jonas Gahr Støre. Have I done that correctly?
Excellent.
Okay.
Just like home.
Please.
Thank you.
Welcome. Prime Minister, I have been fortunate to go to your country a couple of times. You are blessed with hydropower, and you've championed the electric vehicle transition very, very early. So much so that the sales of new internal combustion engine vehicles will be done by 2025. Is that right?
That's right.
That's 10 years before the most ambitious state in the US. That's 10 years before California. You've created a low carbon future. Norway has been at work on this for a long time. What are the lessons, in your view, for other countries trying to go in that direction?
Well, first message is that politics works. Incentives work. We are a small country, 5 million people, and when we made a decision to give very clear incentives to electric car vehicles buyers, it worked. You know, we cut VAT, we gave them access to files on the roads, you know, a lot of incentives, and it worked. The other part was that industry responded. We have no car industry in Norway. But the European car industry said that this small country of 5 million people, should we change our production line to have more electric vehicles for this small country? They did. That was possible. So you are right, we are now up to 80–90% of the new car sale. But I heard this morning, you know, other very stimulating news on this from the head of the IEA, Fatih Birol, who said at the conference I attended earlier this morning that 2 years ago, 1 out of 25 cars, new sold cars in the world, were electric. This year it's 1 out of 5. So there's a major change going on, and I believe perhaps Norway's early experience contributed to that.
That incentives work, policies work. Of course, just across the North Atlantic, you're seeing a very different move. The British Prime Minister, Rishi Sunak, just delayed the implementation of those rules. What do you make of that?
Serious issue, because I believe it's a bit of kind of saying that, and he's right in the sense that if you impose measures that, you know, will turn people against the change that is necessary, it's a democratic challenge. I'm happy to see that my sister party, the Labour Party, went against his statements because holding a high ambition here is important exactly for the reason of making politics work. Because if you stay put with these clear ambitions, there will be adaptations from industry, from technological innovations, and so on. You know, Norway has imposed its own CO2 tax into the economy. We are bound by the European trading system, so there's a CO2 tax for industry and all the rest. But we are saying also, in addition to that, we will have by up till 2030 climbing to $200 a ton. And it's a linear line like that. And I hear industry say, okay, we believe that's going to happen, so we start to adapt and adjust. And that's why, you know, failing on reaching those targets is negative in a double sense. It postpones the impact, and it creates uncertainty around the incentives. So
and uncertainty for car makers, I would imagine.
Yeah, because Britain is, of course, a much larger cake here.
Now, at the same time that you're imagining, that Norway is imagining, you know, this renewable energy future, you're also expanding oil and gas production. In fact, the Russian invasion of Ukraine really gave you a new market. You are now Europe's top gas producer, and your production numbers are going up. Why? How does that square with your own vision that you've laid out for a renewable energy future?
I think Europe is happy that Norway is there, able to do this. Let me explain. We are transitioning out of oil and gas. Our oil reached its historic peak in the early part of the century. It's a bit like this, but oil is going down. We are far under where we were 20 years ago. And it will also happen with gas, with a small exception. I will come to that. What happened after the Russian invasion was that Europe woke up to the fact that it had not really done the work. building down nuclear, building down coal, without building up renewable. That's a very bad equation. So Europe was faced with a dramatic crisis which could have really hit European industry, European families, European economies very badly. What Norway was able to do, and this was technologically quite challenging, was to increase our gas export from existing sites by 8%, which represents about 100 terawatt hours of electricity. Had we not done that, it would have been a much more dire situation. It made it possible for Germany to fill up its stocks for the winter. So that was good. But the paradox of the Ukrainian war is that it has really been a clarion call that we need to speed up the renewable production of energy to fill the gap which is there when you phase out fossil fuels. And Norway is part of that. We are now making major investment in offshore wind, in solar, in land wind, in potential for hydrogen, carbon capture and storage. And the basic point is this: we're going to transition out of oil and gas. This will not happen by putting a date, saying that up until this date we have oil and gas, after that we have other sources. It is a transition. If we don't make that transition work, if we don't connect cutting emissions with creating jobs, we're going to get that problem of not getting, people along with us. And
I hear you describing transition like this, and yet Equinor, a Norwegian company, is seeking to open up a very large field in the North Atlantic, the Rosebank, and facing quite a bit of opposition. What do you say to your critics that if really you're envisioning a transition, expanding oil and gas is not the way to go?
Well, first of all, I cannot speak for Equinor, although there's a state part of property in that company. Their ambition is that in the coming years, their investment into renewables will come up to level with oil and gas and go beyond.
When?
So, on the way to 2030. Now, I believe that the change here will have to come from the demand side, and it cannot be by having political decisions to cut the supply side. There will be, by the end of this decade, you will have very good business arguments for not investing in oil and gas and rather investing in solar, wind, hydrogen, these new sources. This will come. And of course, then that will, affect. There will be oil and gas in the energy equation also in the future. So Norway's question is to say, okay, should we politically decide that Norway will not be part of that and leave it to the Gulf countries and leave it to other parts, or will there also be a contribution from the Norwegian continental shelf? But I told you before this emission that we are also making the first complete value chain of carbon capture and storage from industry in Europe. We can now receive on the Norwegian continental shelf, we have enough storage capacity for all of Europe's CO2 for decades. And we know how it works because we have done it for 30 years. We can store CO2 2,000 to 3,000 meters under the seabed, and it stays. And this is not only important to do that away from gas, but you have to do it from the hard to abate industries in Europe. And if we don't succeed carbon capture and storage, I believe that we will not reach the overall targets.
I'm going to come back to the IEA, whose findings you cited earlier. The IEA has also said an expansion of gas projects is not consistent with a 1.5 degree pathway. So why continue to expand?
Well, the way we are going to do this as a community of nations is that we will abide by our Paris obligations. Norway will cut 55% of its emission by 2030.
That's on your territory, but
exactly.
Your gas being burned elsewhere, the critics would say that is exporting your climate pollution.
Well, but if we,
how would you respond to that?
I would respond by saying if we had said we're going to cut out that gas before there are other alternatives, when the invasion in Russia came, Europe would have been in a very, very dramatic situation. So in the future, investors will have to think that investing in these in new energy will have to be renewable. It will be a climate argument, but there will also be a very strong business environment. We plan to build as much offshore wind renewable energy as we today have hydro energy in Norway. That's where we're going to put our money.
The UN climate negotiations are coming up, COP28. There is already quite a debate shaping up between those who advocate for language in the agreement calling for a phase out of fossil fuels and others who say a phase out of unabated fossil fuels. Where do you stand on that? Is Norway willing to commit to any language committing to a phase out of fossil fuels?
Obviously, we have to phase out fossil fuels. We have to transition out of fossil fuels when we build up the alternative. You know, this morning I was with the Global Alliance for People and Planet supporting renewable energy projects in countries where there is no energy at all. Is Vietnam going to make investments in coal-fired plants for the next 50 years? Or will they do solar, wind, offshore wind? And we have to make a major emphasis on the latter part. So that is really about transitioning out of oil and gas, and especially coal. But at the same time, and that's why I am cautiously hopeful about the COP, because I believe on mitigation and this transition, we are about to become pretty real. So there has to be tangible illustrations that we can build up the renewable potential for those who have no energy at all, but also for, you know, for industries and new projects that will have to go renewable and not fossil.
But just to clarify, do you support language in the COP declaration on a phase out of fossil fuels?
I mean, I will not comment on the language here, but as I tell you, I believe this century is a century of phase out of oil and gas. But I have been against setting a date which is not, where you're not secure that you have the alternative that can keep households, economies, industry, and those who have nothing at all with energy.
Speaking of alternatives, you have said that the global transition to renewables can benefit from deep sea mining, for batteries, for example. Norway is proposing to be the first country that allows commercial deep sea mining operations. There's a lot of concern about this, as you know from environmental groups. And there is a lot of scientific concern that not much is known about the impacts on the ocean, but particularly in an ecological sensitive place like the Arctic. Why the rush?
We will not rush, and we need to find out. That's my answer. We will not authorize any project anywhere on our continental shelf without being sufficiently secure, based on the precautionary principle, that this is feasible and not causing damage. But let me put this into perspective. Right now, there's a big challenge of getting offshore wind really off the ground, massively. And part of it is because you need materials for that industry. You need it for solar panels and so on, which are so-called rare materials. So we have a choice now. We can say China can take care of that. They have most of it. Or we can let the small kids in the mines in Africa, keep digging for it. Or we can map other countries, if there are opportunities. Norway has minerals on land, but there's also the potential of having seabed minerals. So we need to map it. Norway has 7 times more ocean and continental shelf than land. So we have a long tradition of doing responsible management of ocean resources, fish, oil and gas, and now we are moving into offshore wind and so on. So I want to know exactly, we know more about the face of the moon than the bottom of the large seas. So we need to find out, there are minerals there, can they be sustainably explored? And if that is so, I think we should consider doing it. But we have not given any license, any grant, and we're not going to rush it.
Your parliament is having a discussion on this in a couple of weeks. What is your government's position? And by the way, I understand there's some disagreement in the coalition over this.
Well, I know we have put the proposal to Parliament to say we should, be ready to do this mapping. We should open areas to see what is the potential, what should be the rules, what will it take to move forward. But these are not easy issues. We are going to make an energy transition in the world economy. For human civilization, this is the biggest change you can imagine. So this is one part of that. It's a pretty small part of it. And of course, it creates debates and conflict, and I think that is also part of it. So, you know, as a democracy, we will have to debate it, and I think we will have a majority in Parliament in line with Norwegian traditions to do the mapping, and then we can draw conclusions after that.
So you're saying the first step is mapping, the first step is debate in Parliament?
Yeah.
To authorize
exactly
the mapping?
And then we have to invite, you know, interested parties to come and see what is the potential. But, you know, if you're going to do anything on the Norwegian continental shelf, you need a final authorization by government. And the rules and regulations for that decision is up to us to make.
Are you not concerned that simply not enough is known about the long-term ecological impacts on the Arctic to start something like this?
Yes. I'm concerned. That's why we don't do that. That's why we want to find out. But we could say, you know, the potential of what is on the seabed should not be considered, should not be explored. We leave that aside, and we will find those minerals elsewhere. It's an option. But I think that would, you know, not be in line with what we normally have done to find out what is the potential of the oceans. You know, I chair the ocean panel, which is 20 nations, ocean states, promising now to make sustainable ocean preservation plans for all of their ocean areas. We had a meeting here in New York yesterday. We are committed to do that in a very serious way. And I think, you know, Norway's track record of looking after its ocean and continental shelf indicates that we can hopefully do this also in a sustainable way.
Last question. Your country has prospered from your oil and gas. What does a post-oil and gas economy look like in Norway, and how soon might you envision that?
Again, this is a transition. We you know, every income we get from oil and gas does not come to my budget. It comes to the sovereign wealth fund, the pension fund, which is the world's largest now. And we have the right to extract up to 3% of the interest from that fund to the budget. So that's for future generations. But, you know, the jobs of my children and grandchildren will, I think, to a large extent be in energy, but it will be in a different kind of energy than until today. When I visit Norwegian shipyards and along the industry along the coast, and I meet people of my generations, I ask, what are you working on? They are now building the biggest offshore floating wind farms that you've ever seen, taller than the Eiffel Tower. They started their career building drilling platforms for oil. Now they are building the platforms floating with 3 anchors that can produce offshore wind. So this is where I see Norway will be. We will be closely working on energy. We will be, I think, pioneering hydrogen. We will be pioneering further hydro water expertise. We will also do well on solar. Imagine, you know, believe it or not, in Norway we have a lot of potential.
You have very long days.
Yes, but I understand it's the quality of the radiation that makes it possible to really produce. So, and then we have the natural resources from living resources in the oceans, by fish farming, new ways of working there. So there will always, I think, be a combination between our natural resources and our skills and technological potential.
I want to just close with one question about geopolitics. You are in a very delicate neighborhood. Your neighbor is Russia. How do you balance that relationship, particularly as an energy producer?
Well, as an energy producer, I think it's you know, there have been orderly neighboring relationship. You know, Norway is Russia's only neighbor with whom they have never been at war. We have lived at peace with Russia for 1,000 years. We have 200 kilometers common border. And I was foreign minister for some years, and I negotiated with Russia a delimitation line in the Barents and Arctic Sea between Norway and Russia. That was the same foreign minister of Russia than the one who spoke in the Security Council yesterday.
I see.
And back then we struck a deal, which was a modern treaty of how you divide, you know, delimitations in the ocean. And we have, you know, 100 kilometers from our border, the biggest nuclear arsenal of Russia's nuclear fleet. So I think as a NATO member, it's our job to be eyes and ears in the north. And my mantra is to say we want to see high north, low tension. We want to be predictable, long-term, a neighbor that you know how they behave and how they deal with things. The Arctic is going through tremendous change. Climate change is felt much more profoundly in the north. The degrees is not 1.5, it is many more. So we need collaboration between Arctic states. We will need to deal with Russia also in the future. And I saw now statistics that per capita Norway is the biggest donor to Ukraine, to support Ukraine under this horrendous war. But I am also saying that we cannot cut Russia out of the map and say that they simply not disappear. We have to envisage that after this there has to be a security order that will give stability also in the north, because up in the north there is an awakening to what the Arctic really means in terms of opportunities, but also some major challenges.
And climate change is making that all the more urgent.
Absolutely.
Because of the pressures on the Arctic.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Prime Minister.
Thank you.
Thank you for taking our questions. I have a quick housekeeping announcement. It's lunchtime. Please head down to lunch. Even if you don't have a ticket, please head down and see if you can finagle one. We'll see you in the afternoon. Someone has left.
Our morning program has concluded. For those of you joining us at the Changemakers Lunch, please make your way downstairs to meet your table hosts at noon.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
So what we're going to have you guys do is step off of the stage, and then we're going to let everyone come in. And then right before performance, we're going to have these ladies come out and get in position 2 minutes prior to, and then we'll have a voice of God for you.
Oh, okay.
Okay?
Please take your seats. The program will resume momentarily. Please return to the main stage for a performance by Robin Wall Kimmerer. Please take your seats. The program will resume momentarily. Now, please welcome Robin Wall Kimmerer, author and scientist.
Each summer, I teach at the Cranberry Lake Biological Station, a remote wilderness field school in the Adirondacks. It's a community of scientists and students surrounded by rich forests and glittering lakes where bears and loons are our neighbors. We may think we're learning about wildlife, but in fact, we're learning from them. One of our best teachers returns every summer just after the summer solstice, clambering her way up a steep bluff from the lake under cover of darkness to lay her eggs in the warm, open sand of our volleyball court. With powerful bear-like paws, she flings the sand aside, digging furiously, her sharp-snouted mouth open and gasping for breath. She rests for a minute and digs some more, with fierce maternal commitment and utter disregard for the students who surround her, snapping photos as eggs like leathery ping-pong balls leave her body. When she's covered them safely, she entrusts them to the earth and makes her way back to the water. She and I, we go back a long time to a story we both remember, a creation story of my people, the Potawatomi. It is a story of how the troubled world was cleansed by a great flood, and our new home was made on the back of a turtle who gave herself so that we might live. The turtle reminds me that I owe my small human life to the generosity of the more than human beings with whom we share this precious homeland. The earth was made not by one alone, but from the alchemy of two essential elements: gratitude for the gifts of the earth and the covenant of reciprocity that we humans give our gifts in return. Together they formed what we know today as Turtle Island, or North America. As our creation story attests, snapping turtles are long-lived, solitary beings. They leave the water only to lay eggs and can make extensive overland journeys to find just the right spot. As predictable as the solstice, this mother comes every year. We know her by the little notch marked in the edge of her shell. There are hundreds of sandy places for a snapping turtle nest, but for some reason, this one brings her offspring to us. Our students are thrilled to witness this. It's a highlight of their field biology summer. But they also want to play volleyball. So they carefully unearth the eggs and with loving care take the eggs to another site, good for incubation. Warm, dry sand, safe from predators, so the baby snappers will hatch. A few years ago, there was a second mother in just the same spot on our volleyball court. The next day, there was another, and another, and one day there were two basking right on the welcome mat of the camp headquarters. In all, more than a dozen snapping turtles came to us in as many days. A deluge of turtles. As scientists, we asked why. Why would reclusive, solitary beings struggle up a rocky bluff and walk into a community of 100 humans? Why did they come to us to do their most important thing? When our students went to find sites to move the batches of eggs, they found one answer. The usual sand spits the turtles favor were underwater from unusually heavy rains. As the lake level rose, they had to seek out higher ground. The snapping turtles had become climate refugees. I think there was another reason. I think the turtles came with a kind of desperation to ask us to pay attention. Science, armed with models to predict the coming changes and thermometers to seek out refuges, is a powerful tool for addressing climate change. But it is not the only one. As a scientist, I hear the indisputable data and also a message carried by snapping turtles, simultaneously material and spiritual. The earth asks more of us than gratitude. The earth asks that we leave behind a culture of endless taking so that the world can continue. This is the message carried by those turtles. We teeter on the brink of climate catastrophe with our plant and animal relatives disappearing in waves of extinction. It is no longer a matter of small acts of stewardship, not enough to tenderly move the eggs from one place to another when there are no more places for them to go. It's not enough to write praise songs for turtles, not enough to study the hormones that can turn the eggs to males when the temperature rises. The earth asks that we give our considerable gifts in return for all we've been given, and in return for all that we have taken. We are called to a movement made of equal parts outrage and love. We humans carry gifts of our own. We are change makers. We are earth shapers riding on the back of the turtle. We have to join together and paddle against the wind, paddle against the tide, singing our hearts out. When the turtles come among us, asking for help, we must remember that at the beginning of the world, they were our life raft. And now, so much closer to the end, we must be theirs.
Please welcome back to the stage David Gellis, Managing Correspondent of Climate Forward.
Good afternoon. Are people awake after that lunch? Good afternoon. There we go. All right. Please join me in extending a really warm and heartfelt thank you to Robin for that extraordinary piece. Thank you, Robin. It's going to be in tomorrow's opinion section of the New York Times, so be sure to pick up a copy and subscribe, but I know you're all subscribers here. And if you haven't, read Braiding Sweetgrass. I vividly remember reading that book, and it changed the way I experience the world. It changed the way I think about nature when I'm in the trees, in the forest. So if you haven't, do yourself a favor and do that. We had an incredible lunch with the changemakers downstairs. For those of you who were here, what an honor and opportunity to learn from the activists, leaders, CEOs doing the important work. And we've got changemakers on stage this afternoon. Just like this morning, we have a jam-packed schedule, so I'm going to get right to it. In the next couple hours, you are going to hear from Bill Gates, Marie Kondo, World Bank President Ajay Banga, Barbados Prime Minister Mia Mottley, Kenyan President William Ruto, and many more. And right now, without further ado, I'm excited to get the afternoon's programming going by introducing my friend and colleague Ivan Penn, who's going to be introducing Calvin Butler and Pedro Pizarro, two of the CEOs of the largest utilities in the country, for a really essential conversation. Thank you all. I'll see you soon.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a real pleasure to be here with two significant players in the utility space. We have with us Calvin Butler, the Chief Executive of Exelon, and Pedro Pizarro, who is the Chief Executive of Edison International, the parent company of Southern California Edison, and he's also the chairman of the board for the Edison Electric Institute. Please give them a warm welcome. Now, the energy transition is the most important part of combating climate change. And a lot of the focus is on the energy source, wind turbines, geothermal, and solar. But you can't plug your car into a wind turbine. That last mile of electricity delivery is really crucial, and that's managed by utility companies. And the big question that I'm often raising is who pays and who gets paid? So in this discussion that we'll have for the next several minutes, we want to begin with just trying to understand, at a basic level, what role do utilities play in helping the U.S. move away from fossil fuels? Pedro?
Great. Well, Ivan, thanks so much for having us here. And I did have a visual image of a car with a wind turbine attached to it. It might be a new innovative idea. Look, electric power companies are really at the critical epicenter of this transition. Because as we've done analysis, and Edison International just published our latest white paper, a countdown to 2045, looking at how California, world's fifth largest economy, gets to net zero. The punchline is we can get there as an economy, but it's going to require a lot of clean energy, moving over a strong electric grid to electrify a lot of the economy. And that's the punchline. I think it's not only about where we need to head, but also where we've been, right? Because it shows the commitment that our industry, our sector has had to this transition already. If you look back at power use in the country, I think it's grown something like 73% since 1984, but our emissions from the sector are still about the same. And so, in fact, if you look at what the Obama Clean Power Plan would have called for utilities doing and power companies doing, and that plan unfortunately did not make it through the court system, but you know what? Our sector actually met and in fact beat the reductions called for in President Obama's Clean Power Plan, and we did it earlier than it would have been scheduled. So we know we are critical partners in this transition, but it's not just about us. It's a transition that needs to cover and include the entire economy.
Calvin, your perspective on that?
Absolutely, Ivan, thank you. And thank you for engaging in this important conversation. So let me put it in context. Pedro did a wonderful job framing it for us as an industry, understanding a little bit about who Exelon is. Exelon has the responsibility and privilege to serve about 10.5 million customers. And we serve those customers across some of the largest cities in the United States: Chicago, the District of Columbia, Baltimore, Philadelphia. In addition to that, we are pure T&D. So we're pipes and wires. We have no generation. So I think our role in this is critical, as Pedro said, and I think of it in 3 ways. One, we had to start internally. So we had to walk the talk. So what were we going to do to reduce our carbon footprint and really show our communities that we serve in urban America, rural America, and coastal how to do this? So we set our own path to clean. The second piece, as Pedro alluded to, is partnerships and collaboration. What are we doing as a company to partner with the national labs? Pedro was on the Argonne National Lab, and I get to be his successor on that. The labs play a critical role in how we go out and really talk about technology investment and what we're doing to shape this debate. And then I would say the third piece is what we have to do is modernize the grid. When we talk distributed energy resources, how are we going to connect and transport them across the country? The building out of that transmission system, the building out of pipes and wires to deliver that in a reliable and resilient way is critical. And encompassed about all of that, I like to think of it in terms of equity in energy. It has to be affordable. Everyone in here talks about this transformation, and it's so important. But if you don't do it in an affordable manner that's equitable across all of our communities, this transformation, this transition of our industry is going to be piecemeal, and it really won't happen.
Well, so that leads me to wonder, okay, what incentives does your industry have to change? One, given that, most people see that they get charged per unit of electricity that they use. But if consumers are using less or even generating their own electricity, how does that affect the bottom line?
Well, it actually depends on where you look, right? In California, in I think a couple dozen other states, the business model most customers don't understand actually addresses the very issue you're bringing up, Ivan. We have something called decoupling. It means that our revenues are decoupled from the actual electron sales. So although customers, to your point, might be getting charged a fixed charge and a variable charge, from a utility perspective, right, the power company perspective, the revenues in decoupled states don't depend on those kilowatt hour sales. There is no incentive for the utility to sell more electricity to make more money, right? For us, our earnings potential for our investors, for putting up the capital to build the grid, is really linked to getting an authorized level of capital investment and an authorized rate of return on that investment. And so that means that we are focused very much on the grid and those investments that regulators have approved and have determined to be in the public interest. And that aligns interests with customers. One final thing I'll say there is that we recognize we have a big job to do, right? You look at Southern California Edison, which serves about 15 million residents in 40% of California or so. Right now, SCE is investing around $6 billion a year. It just filed a rate case application for the 25 to 28 period that would bump that up to $8 billion because of all the work that we see we need to do for our customers. We need to harden the grid. We've been making investments to support wildfire mitigation. We need to expand the grid in not only transmission, but distribution, right? More and more distributed resources, more electric vehicles, heat pumps, solar panels, batteries. And you need to expand and modernize the system, to Calvin's earlier point, to make that all work while we maintain affordability for customers. So we're working hard too on how we lower cost, how we use technologies like digital and generative AI to lower the cost of service, because we recognize there's a big investment need that we have. And the very final quick point here, though, is that our analysis shows that as we go through this clean energy transition, although customers will be using more electricity as more of their life becomes electrified, and yes, electric rates may be going up because of the investments we'll need to make for more renewables and storage and grid. Because electric technologies are more efficient than fossil fuel technologies, like when you drive a mile in an electric car, you're using less energy overall than when you burn gasoline in a combustion engine car. That drives, in our view, in our analysis, our average customer household in 2045 will be spending more on electricity, but if you add up their total energy bill, gasoline plus natural gas plus electricity, that will be 40% lower in real terms than it is today.
But a big criticism of the utilities.
He's going to give that one to me. All right.
I teed it out.
He was like,
you got it.
Go ahead.
There's been obviously a big criticism of the utilities that oftentimes the efforts by consumers to put solar on their homes.
Yeah.
The utilities have slow walked helping to connect those folks, getting their systems up, getting connected to the grid. So to what extent do you think the utilities view distributed energy via rooftop solar power or otherwise as a threat?
No, it's for us. It's not, again, as a pure distributor of energy, deliverer of energy, it's not a threat. But you're absolutely right. For us, I can speak for Exelon. We have had our challenges because it was a different muscle we had to flex. When we had customers calling saying, it was a volume that we didn't anticipate. And I'm thinking specifically about the District of Columbia. They've had more interconnection requests and the number of jobs that we didn't have staff ready to handle. And it was a different type of request. So what we did, we utilized technology in a couple of ways. One, we created a website where developers and homeowners could go on and say where we had capacity. So they knew. And then we tried to digitize the process of being able to get it done. So we did have a ramp-up period. So own that. It's not a threat from a standpoint of getting it done because we are partnering with our jurisdictions. Our jurisdictions have been very clear of the goal of decarbonization in each one of the cities, and we're partners in that. But we have to retrain. We have to make the process easier because we never want to be perceived as that roadblock. To Pedro's point on the other one is that we have to continue to invest because not one of our jurisdictions are asking us, Ivan, to do less. They're asking us to do more each and every day to meet this commitment, and we have to ramp up our teams.
How much is permitting a part of that challenge of overcoming the slow walking?
It's a big part of it, right? And the reality is that we have such a big job ahead in deploying infrastructure. Our Countdown to 2045 analysis revealed that the amount of, first, the load growth that we're going to see is significant, right? Because to get to net zero across the economy, you have to electrify a lot of things in the economy. That's going to take our load in California as a whole, that's a good example, from it's been fairly flat over the last decade, we see it growing on over 80% through 2045. To get there, we're going to need to add a whole lot of renewables to the system, a whole lot of storage to the system, and we're going to need to add wires for that. And so we see the rate of transmission development needs to be quadruple what it's been historically. The rate of distribution wire, the local wire development, is going to need to be 10 times what it's been historically. And so permitting and siting is critical. We need help. We've gotten a little bit of help already. So it's a place where EEI has been very engaged, and we got some support in the Fiscal Responsibility Act, the debt ceiling bill, that had some reforms to the federal NEPA process, Environmental Policy Act process. In California, we now have a series of bills waiting for the governor's signature that would help expedite transmission, permitting, and siting. But I think as you look nationally, we all need more help with this because the reality is we need that steel in the ground.
So I always think about these things. Pedro's absolutely right. Siting and no one wants it done in their backyard, but they all want it. I think where we all can lean into that discussion and that debate is working with our local, state, and federal officials to ensure an alignment of policy. It's one thing to get a law passed, but then when you go to implement that law at the local and state level, there's continued to be headaches or roadblocks along the way. So therefore, the time frame is not matching the goals. And if you do not have that alignment of policy, 10 years from now, we're all going to be sitting back saying what happened or why didn't we do something?
Well, can you each describe what your energy mix looks like right now?
Well, it depends on the jurisdiction for us, because all of my jurisdictions have different goals. So you take DC. DC is saying they're going to be 100% clean energy, I want to say by 2031. So you take Illinois. Governor Pritzker has put out there, I believe, a goal of 2045. So all of them have different. So then what does that mean? How they go out and I buy that power in bulk power agreements. I'm the purchaser, but the interesting part of this, my commitment is to buy the cheapest electricity. I'm agnostic to source unless it's being driven by the jurisdiction. My commitment to my customers is to get it at the best price. So therefore, the state sets the rules as to the mix they're going to bring in. So that's how I approach it. In Illinois, a lot of that base load generation is nuclear. So they tend to have a cleaner stack than any of my other jurisdictions. So most of my jurisdictions, we're net receivers of power. So therefore, they have to go out on the market and get it.
But you're also, you believe that fossil fuels still play a role in where we are today, right?
Well, they has to for a couple of reasons. Yes, but for how long is what we're battling against? Because my number one commitment is to reliable and resilient service. And if you go home and you you flip the switch and the lights don't come on, that's real. So I have to provide that. And then my next piece is on the affordability of it, because I can't leave those individuals that can't afford that electricity behind. So yes, it does. I do believe it plays, but now what we're working on is what are the policies to clean that stack up every day.
Let me pitch in here too and give you the California example, right? Because you have scale there and you'll have a very progressive jurisdiction. Even in California, as we look at the most affordable and reliable way to get to net zero, we still see some fossil fuel in the mix with carbon capture. Right, so today we are, Southern California Edison's portfolio is around 40% carbon free. The state has declared in statute that at the retail level, it'll be 100% clean by 2045. That still allows some fossil up to the wholesale level. When we look at the numbers, there's probably about 40 gigawatts of renewables capacity statewide today. We think that needs to triple to around 120 gigawatts by 2045. We'll see tens of gigawatts of storage additions to that. But importantly, we still see some use of natural gas. It's probably a few percent in terms of the electrons that get generated from natural gas. I think something like 40% of that natural gas flowing through the pipes will be renewable natural gas. We don't sell gas, so we don't have a dog in that hunt, but we are a user through contracts. And importantly, though, the state gets to net zero. It's going to need all those tools in the toolbox. A lot of renewables, a lot of storage, a lot of new technologies. We think there may be a need for things like certainly more offshore wind, small modular reactors, but carbon capture will need to play a role there because it will allow some continued use of some smaller portion of fossil fuel that can then deliver reliability at a more affordable price.
Well, and you've been you've sort of portrayed as the climate champion, but just on this broader question of EEI and the industry, EEI picked someone that critics have called a climate denier, and Dan Brulette as the chief executive, how do you square the push for reducing carbon emissions with questions about the industry's commitment to reducing and eliminating fossil fuels?
I'm glad you asked that because I love shooting alligators in the sewer. And this one's deep in the sewer. So Dan Brulette is one of the most bipartisan people I've met. And yeah, I'm very progressive. You got it, right? But I actually served on these, I was asked to serve on the Secretary of Energy Advisory Board during the Trump administration. It's a nonpartisan group. To be honest with you, I wanted to make sure that I could still espouse my very progressive beliefs and my commitment to California's journey, even while serving on that, and I was able to. Even though then President Trump tried to decimate DOE budgets, Congress did not agree with that, and first Secretary Perry and then Secretary Brulette actually worked in a bipartisan way with Congress. DOE's budgets for the clean energy transition were higher during the period than during the Obama period. Maybe the president at the time didn't talk about climate change, he talked about US competitiveness. But the reality is the labs like Oregon and Idaho and PNNL put more effort into renewables, storage, electric vehicles during Dan Brulette's term as secretary than they ever had before. Dan also was confirmed with, I think, the largest bipartisan margin of anybody in recent history. And he's very committed to the clean energy transition. So I'm very proud to have been chair of EEI during the process of recruiting Dan, and look forward to helping him transition on board. He shares our commitment. If he didn't, I wouldn't have been okay hiring him.
Well, thank you, gentlemen. That's about all the time we have, but we appreciate your perspective from the utility industry on these pivotal issues. And
thank you, Ivan.
Thank you, Ivan.
Thank you for the time.
Give a warm welcome to Kim Severson, National Food Correspondent, and her guests, Jim Andrew, Executive Vice President and Chief Sustainability Officer of PepsiCo, Anthony Meehan, Executive Director, Zero Foodprint, and co-founder, Mission Chinese Food.
Hi, thank you. Thank you all for being here. I know that you might think of us as the warm-up act for Mike Bloomberg and Recondo, but I assure you they are not going to be discussing delicious snacks like Cheetos as we are on the stage tonight. So we know the global food system accounts for about a third of gas emissions. I mean, the agriculture accounts for about a third of global gas emissions, transportation, inputs into the ground. We're here to talk a little bit about regenerative agriculture, which I think is getting bandied about in a way that organic and natural did in the consumer marketplace, but it has some very specific meanings, and I think holds out hope for some really significant change in the agriculture sector. But first of all, let's talk about what regenerative agriculture is. Maybe a little tutorial. How many people here really feel like they have a good handle on this term? Well, you're all climate people, but for the 10 of you who don't, and the people at home. Yeah, but why don't we start? If I was coming to you, tell me what regenerative ag is.
To me, it's simple. It's farming with nature. It's building up soil biology, building up the living things in the soil through practices like applying compost, planting cover crops and trees and perennials, reducing tillage, integrating managed livestock grazing. And so the practices are well known, but what's new is that there's a lot of recent biogeochemistry from places like UC Davis, UC Berkeley, that are finding that we can restore carbon in the soil very, very quickly, and that it turns into long-term carbon, heavy fraction and occluded carbon.
Mm-hmm. And just quickly, is it is it measurable? I see a lot of numbers about like, well, this will put 10 million pounds of carbon. Do we have a good system to measure it at this point?
We definitely do directionally. And so that's what's, I think, part of the challenge and some of the lack of scientific consensus is that, in one place with one weather pattern and one cropping system, it might be this number. In a different place, it might be a different number. It might be different from one year to the next. And so it's hard to kind of bank on it on one project at a time, but it is totally right and kind of real directionally.
So it can be measured, situational dependent.
Yeah, it can absolutely be measured. And then according to experts like Project Drawdown, it could be, it could remove 489 billion tons of carbon from the atmosphere. So really, really world-saving potential.
Jim, what do you think regenerative agriculture, how do you describe it when you're in your boardroom or to somebody, funder you're talking to?
I think Anthony described it very, very well. The only thing I would add, it's a set of practices that in many cases farmers used to do. And as industrial agriculture took over, in many cases those were forgotten or no longer practiced. But I think Anthony described them very well. And the real challenge is we're now working with farmers around the world to go back, in some cases, to these practices, right? There's a set of things that they need. They need financial support because sometimes these practices, especially in a transition, may incur additional cost and or risk. And perceived risk is as important as real risk, because we know that 3, 4, 5 years out, they're going to be more profitable, more resilient, and that's really important for a food company like PepsiCo. But during that, farmers are business people. They get one shot a year in most cases to actually make a living. So we got to help them financially. We also have to help them technically. We've got 170 plus agronomists around the world who work with farmers, and also a set of demonstration farms, because farmers learn best from farmers. They don't trust the three of us. They trust farmers who are in their neighborhood. And then there's also an element of cultural support, because they may be the only ones or one of the few that are practicing these new things. But I think the definition Anthony said is exactly right. The benefits are clear. It can be measured. Now it's how do we make the transition really happen at scale?
And talk to us a little bit about how much land we're talking about that is under the control of PepsiCo in the world.
Yeah, well, PepsiCo, most people think of us as a beverage company, and of course we are. We're actually even a bigger food company. So we're about 57% food, brands like Cheetos, as you mentioned, but also Quaker Oats, and a whole set of, Lay's, and a whole set of brands that hopefully people in the audience know and love. But we, in a given year, between the food portfolio, but also the beverage portfolio, we touch about 7 million acres with our farmers. And what we've said is by 2030, because again, we're really talking system change, by 2030, we want to have regenerative practices working with the farmers who farm that land on 7 million acres. So basically our footprint. And to do that, it's the things I was mentioning, financial, cultural, and technical support.
How far along are you?
So we've been working in agriculture, as you might imagine, for many, many years. But the last couple, we set the explicit goals. So 2021, we were at about 345,000 acres, which was the first year we measured it in this way. Last year, 2022, we were at 900,000 acres, so almost 3 times as much. And we're continuing to grow that number as we progress. So we're getting there. It is one of these things that, because it's system change, you make progress at the beginning, and you really accelerate the progress as we find more partners, as we find more people to work with. I mean, Anthony and I didn't know each other until this event. This event.
See, the Times gets results.
Is a magnet.
People together. It's good.
So we're making progress, and we're excited to continue to make progress with more and more partners.
When you talk about the acres that you've converted, is it just maybe they're running some cover crops on fields, or is it more meaningful agriculture in those numbers?
Yeah, not to get too technical, we have 2 types of acreage that we track. One is engaged, meaning they've started on the journey. And regenerative acres, the ones that I mentioned, are ones where you can, to Anthony's point, you can really see the results. The results can be measured either or both in terms of reductions, so the reduction of, for example, fertilizer, which is going to reduce their greenhouse gas, and also removals, starting to sequester carbon into the soil. So we look at both, but the regenerative acres are the ones that really matter, because that means they've reached a point where you can really see impact.
I see. And I want to talk to you more about the sort of other side of this coin, of the big corporate coin. But can you maybe just give us one example of a farmer or an operation where somebody didn't want to take the risk, and what you had to do to convince them? Is there, an oat farm or something? Or is there just one practical example you can give people?
Sure. I was on a farm in Nebraska not very long ago, about a month ago, and talking with farmers who are skeptical. And one of the I like to talk to farmers that are skeptical, because then I learn something, right? So why is it? And in this case, roll back a couple years earlier, it was generational. This is the way my grandfather farmed. This is the way my father farmed. This feels risky, even though I know that it's better. It is going to cost me money, so we have a program where we cost share with them. We pay them to implement certain practices on a portion of their land. They then saw the results, and also saw a demonstration farm with one of their neighbors, and started to believe, and then propagated from there. So it's that financial. Let us help you as you go through that. It's technical, making sure that you know what to expect, what to do. And then again, go talk to your farmer buddy who's doing it and seeing the results. And I was with a farmer not too long ago in Iowa who had adopted these practices. He said the best thing is when there's a severe weather event, which I of course wouldn't wish on anyone. My field is still standing. Yeah. And my neighbors has blown over.
Gone, yeah.
And I get a whole lot of people coming talking to me when that happens.
Right, and that's the biggest thing, because it is the farmer to farmer. That's the whole way it changes. Absolutely. All right, so this is a big corporate move, right? We're just, giving money, big changes on that. You think there's a sort of a silver bullet and a little bit different way to go about this change? Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, and I feel like I almost need to give a little context for, why is this guy who co-founded a Chinese restaurant up here telling us, solutions?
It was a very good Chinese restaurant, though.
Well, thanks. But in 2015, my wife and I started championing regenerative agriculture. We first learned about it, almost like went all in, kind of realizing that this was like a paradigm shift, like renewable energy. And, at the restaurant, we were showcasing these world-saving ingredients, but of course, there was no supply. And, even after a few years, it started to become clear, like, how many orders of beef tartare or whatever could I serve before it would start changing how beef was grown? And so in 2019, I started focusing full-time on this nonprofit work, and we now have collaborations with like the California Department of Food and Ag, the Colorado Department of Ag, city and county of Boulder, San Francisco. And so what we're doing is two things. One is a pathway that I'm going to refer to as table to farm. And so just the ability for a few cents, any money at all, $1, to go directly to get the next practice onto the next acre. So changing how food is grown instead of just making different choices. So that may sound simple, but it's complicated. We work with a lot of local experts, the kind of technical assistance Jim is referring to. And so that's the pathway. And then the silver bullet, to me, for governments and corporations to go even faster is opt-out collective action. So that probably sounds like nothing in meaningless words. But if you think about things like renewable energy, a city like San Diego has committed to 100% renewable energy. So San Diego didn't tax people. You can't pass a tax. Governments can't solve climate because nobody will vote for the tax. This is an opt-out program. I'll oversimplify the rates, but let's say it's like an extra $1 per month on the energy bill. Almost nobody opts out. Now all of a sudden, millions of dollars is flowing to shift to renewable energy. And so our proposal is like, let's just do that for agriculture. Let's change how food is grown. Let's get $1 per month on the trash bill. Let's get 1% from restaurants, businesses. And then for corporate America, what's amazing is that, there's a tendency to kind of like blame corporate America. Oh, they're greedy, this and that. it's part of corporate law. Like Jim probably would want to send $1 billion a year to regenerative ag if he could. If he did, the shareholders would sue. So he can't. Corporations just can't. They're just like the government. They can't. And so what we're proposing is simply give people the option. So Zero Footprint works with awesome chefs and Michelin stars and stuff, but also Subway sandwiches.
Yeah, explain, you were talking about, like, how does this work? So you got you said to Subway, can you just throw this you're working with a franchise in a particular city, right?
Yeah, so we, through a collaboration with Boulder County, we got on a call with the franchisee who runs all the Subway locations in Boulder, and, he's sending a couple cents per transaction. It's an optional fee. It says Restore Colorado at 1%. So you go buy a sandwich, 11 cents, let's say, is added. The customer can opt out, but he reports that after about 18 months at 5 locations, literally 0 customers have opted out. And so now this 11 cents comes to our nonprofit, and then we send 95% of it to farms and ranches to pay for the compost, to pay for the truck to get it out there, to pay for the cover crop seeds, the planting. And what's critical there is that, if Subway were collecting it for themselves, they would not have a way to get around shareholders. They would have to give the money to shareholders to profit. This is an option, like a tip. And so they have simply just made the option available to the customer. Again, it's an opt-out. Almost nobody notices, I would bet. But now all of a sudden, the floodgates are open. If Subway corporate did this, that would be $160 million a year. And they could use it to regenify their supply chain, reduce Scope 3 emissions, check all the boxes on ESG. It probably would be amazing marketing. So that's what keeps me optimistic, is that we could solve it with such simple choice architecture mechanisms. And according to research groups like Project Drawdown, 1% of GDP would actually be enough to lower global temperatures. So just going from 0 to 1. Some other experts maybe peg it at 2.5%, but 1% is a good start.
From a corporate perspective, do you think this idea can work?
I think from a consumer perspective, I find it very interesting and very powerful. And I as you, Anthony, was talking, I was thinking about other charities and other places, but they don't tend to be quite as systematic. So I think it's a very exciting idea that gets around a number of the challenges that face. And the money, the real key on any of the funding is that the money ends up going to the farmers, because they're the ones who have to be de-risked. They're the ones who have to make the investments. And so this sounds like a great way to do it. We don't spend billions. We do spend hundreds of millions. But because for us it's so essential, because we don't have crops, we don't have a business. But I think, again, there are a lot of ways to do it. And honestly, I think it's going to take all of them. I think it's going to take all of them, because we're really talking about changing a system around the world that has been established over the last, depending where you are, 50 to 100 years. So it does take a lot of money. Now, nice thing about agriculture, Andy's point, it tends to be a lot cheaper than most of the other alternatives. It's 25%, 24%, as you said, of land use emissions are in agriculture and the related systems. Somewhere between 2 and 4% of climate mitigation, of climate funding, is going into agriculture. So however the money gets there, we need more money.
Right. I think it makes a lot of sense. Here we have some people coming. I'm going to ask this quick question. Vinay from Slack. The problem the world faces is hunger. Mechanized farming was aimed at larger food production to sustain the growing population. Is going back to regenerative practices scalable? Will it sustain a world population which is growing faster than? So can we grow enough food regeneratively?
Absolutely.
Yep.
So it's way more productive for small.
2 yes votes.
Yeah, something like 70% of the world's food, or population, is fed by smallholder farms performing agroecological practices. But then I think there's sort of this mistake in the food system and society to think about it like, oh, the precious regenerative organic product or this or that. And I think what we need to start doing is separating production and consumption. And so we can change the land management even in the industrialized conventional food system.
Right.
It would be healthier, it would be climate beneficial, all these things, even if it ends up in the Cheetos, that's okay.
The only thing I would agree totally.
It ends up in the Cheetos, not even.
Yes, thank you.
Sorry. Yes.
Thank you. I know that's what he meant. The other thing is that as climate change occurs, right, the risk of not doing something is going to only increase, right? So we will increase the resiliency of farmers, which will reduce the amount of loss that occurs. Also, in many places, and there's very good data on this, the yield is the same or higher after they get through a relatively brief transition period. So I think that it's a fallacy to say that there's going to be a big ongoing yield drag, and in fact, I think there's evidence that
and
points
waste
to the contrary.
reduction. I mean, I think there are just lots of places that the system is we're already losing a lot of food that we can bring back in. So, this, organics. People have some sense of what organics are. There's some federal rules that went in and talked about it needed to be about the soil and needed to be about soil health. I think in 2007 or whatever, the organic rules were finally in. Now, I don't think people who originally thought about organics would think that the almonds that are coming from organic, labeled as organic from China, is really maybe what they had in mind, right? But now we are the system. Regenerative agriculture doesn't have regulation in that way. So from a consumer standpoint, people maybe know to buy local, they maybe want to buy organic. Will there come a time when regenerative, it will be a label on food or in restaurants, like instead of like we know the farmer, now we're regenerative? Will that be a sell point on menus and on packages of Lay's?
You want to take restaurants and I'll take packaged?
Be fun to switch, but I think probably to stick with our expertise area, yeah.
Well, I mean, we were doing that, as far back as 2015 before people even understood the term. And I think that it ends up being kind of like a purity contest, but is it really regenerative enough? And then you get into this trap of like, well, how much could you charge? How regenerative could it be? How much would be enough to change the system? And so I always am thinking about it not in terms of like the end product and the label and the ingredient, but just can we get the money to the next practice on the next acre? Can we regenerate?
I see.
Consumers more and more clearly want to purchase with purpose and have their dollars do something good, what they perceive as good. 65% is a commonly cited number. I think the challenge is, what does that mean, and how do you connect something like regenerative to the average consumer, especially in some of our categories?
Right.
Lay's is probably the biggest food brand in the world, and the way we've found in many geographies is we connect the consumer with the fact that it's grown locally and with the farmers who are actually growing it. So in the U.S., we have a campaign called Golden Grown Here, and we tell people where they're actually grown. There's a QR code you can go, you can meet. We have about 100 large farmers in the U.S. who grow potatoes. You can go meet those farmers. You can talk, learn about them. So I think it's how do you communicate to consumers in a way that will be meaningful to them and that they can understand, so that they can make that decision they want. A label per se may or may not be the best way to do it, candidly.
We're almost out of time, and I have one more question. I can't let you get off the stage without asking about plastics. Your company is one of the largest generators of plastic, and I think you pledged to use 5% less in 2021 than you did in 2020, but you actually use like 5% more. And we have a reader here, from the room, Alan. How does Pepsi justify talking about sustainability when so little plastic gets recycled? What up with the plastic, friend? What are we going to do?
Regenerative agriculture, really important. Plastic waste, very, very important as well. And you're right, we've made very clear commitments. We report on them annually. We have a goal by 2025 to have virgin plastic down 5%, not 2021, but nonetheless. Last year, what we achieved didn't meet our desires or expectations. We had a lot of business growth, more than we expected, which is good, but is also a challenge. But also, there's some system challenges around things like recycling. Right, and being able to address those challenges, we can't get enough recycled PET, for example. There are countries in the world where it is illegal to use recycled products. It's really about how do we address those. What are we doing? We just announced we're taking all those plastic rings that go on the top of multiple cans. We just announced we're taking all those out. We're the first beverage company in North America to commit to taking all of those out, replacing them with cardboard. 26 countries around the world, we have 100% recycled PET for at least some of our brands. We've invested over $100 million to recycling infrastructure to increase collection. We've had 2 green bonds, the most recent one, $1.25 billion. A big part of that is going to increase recycled content. So we're doing what we can in our supply chain and working to make the system changes to be able to move even faster. But again, sort of like agriculture we've been talking about, there's a whole lot that has to happen. And one of the things I've been doing this week is being involved in the UN treaty negotiations. We're in favor of a legally binding treaty that casts a broad net, brings people in, and makes sure that everybody plays their part in it. But we're talking system changes. That's why these take change. We're still very committed to our 2030 and 2040 goals.
Are you popular in the boardroom with all this stuff when you go in? You're like, dude, we're getting rid of the plastic tops. They're like, yeah, no.
It doesn't matter if I'm popular or not. What matters is can I get stuff done.
Okay. And any last thought from you? I mean, we don't talk about plastics, but if there's any kind of thought forward, is any way people can get in touch with you or think about ways to work on regenerative agriculture funding through these mechanisms? Any last thoughts or?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, any individual, any foundation, any business, any government, we're standing by to kind of team up all the funds from across the value chain in the food system and start regenerating.
And they can find you?
We're at zerofoodprint.org. And to me, it's not a matter of how much does it cost, can we afford it? It's kind of a matter, to Jim's point, like, can we afford not to?
Way to end. Thank you all for this.
Climate change could affect nearly every aspect of birds' lives. It could change their habitats. It could make it hard for birds to find food. It could interfere with migration, flying through wildfire smoke, hurricanes, or drought. And so what that means is birds are canaries in the coal mine for climate change.
Birds are much more sensitive to a lot of environmental changes. So really by monitoring birds, we may get that early signal that there's something that we need to pay attention to.
And when you're interested in a group of animals that are as broadly distributed as birds, you need every set of eyes you can get. And so that's where citizen scientists come in.
It's not possible, like even remotely, to expect that we can have enough professional biologists to collect detailed observations.
They really need people all around the world to volunteer to tell them what they're seeing in their own neighborhoods. So that's why this summer, the New York Times partnered with the Cornell Lab of Ornithology to ask readers to go out into the world, wherever they live, whether or not they had birding experience, to identify and track the birds they saw using an app called eBird, which would log their observations and report them back to the Cornell team. We directed beginners to an app called Merlin, which would walk them through how to identify the birds they were seeing.
They're recording information about the species that they saw, the number of those species. They also submit information on the location, the time of day.
We wanted people to incorporate birding into their daily lives, take note of what they were seeing at the bus stop or on a park bench or on the way to school drop-off.
We don't need to understand birds or the environment only in the national parks or the protected areas. Right? We need to understand what's happening out there in the world everywhere.
So eBird data specifically has already been used in a ton of research studies. Scientists are tracking how migration is beginning earlier and how certain birds are expanding northward into cooler territories. There have been other interesting studies that have used eBird data to figure out that cities tend to favor bird populations that are smaller and lay fewer eggs at a time.
eBird data allow us to be much more precise with the way conservation is applied out there in the landscape. So an example is in the Central Valley of California. We're able to identify which fields are the most important for waterfowl and water birds and shorebirds as they're migrating through the Pacific Flyway.
There are benefits for the scientists themselves who suddenly have access to data they might not otherwise get, but there are sort of broader societal benefits too and helping people become more cognizant of the other species that we share the planet with and how our fates are all intertwined.
He just flew into the tree.
This birding project taught me about how fragile the ecosystem around birds is.
This project motivated me to do more bird counting during the summer than I normally would have.
Birds that are alive right now are really struggling because of climate change and litter.
So the Times Project has wrapped up, but we really hope that people will continue, that they've discovered a new way of looking at the world, that they've discovered new things about their communities, and maybe even found a new sense of community.
Hopefully over time, just being out there in the world and watching birds becomes just a natural part of their lives.
Please welcome back to the stage David Gellis, Managing Director of Climate Forward, and Bill Gates, founder of Breakthrough Energy and co-chair of the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation.
Good afternoon. Bill, thank you so much for joining us here. You think about climate change really comprehensively, so we've got a lot of ground to cover today. But I want to start almost at sort of the highest, most existential level. And there's been so much doom and gloom, but also a lot of hope. We've been talking about this tension all day. And I want to contrast a couple things I've heard over the last week or so. We have United Nations Secretary General Guterres saying that the Earth is about to become uninhabitable. Mike Bloomberg, who was on the stage with me earlier this morning, said that this was something that could kill every person on Earth. And yet when I heard you speak on Tuesday, you said the planet is going to be fine. I want you to help us reconcile these contrasting statements. Do you think Guterres and Bloomberg are being hyperbolic, or are you really so sanguine about this issue?
Well, I'm the largest funder of action on climate, including grant money, innovation money. I'm out in Africa, and the foundation work seeing farmers who are deeply affected, and that's why I chose to get educated and get involved going back around the turn of the century, because that's where I'd moved on my full-time work from Microsoft, and this was a topic that I got engaged in. Climate tries to use science and numbers, and look at various levels, what are those effects? It's mostly, there are effects on humanity. The planet, less so. It's a fairly resilient thing. But, the reason I'm engaged is because it affects human welfare.
Right. And I want to talk about the issue of health in just a sec. This issue of planetary boundaries, though, it seems to be coming up more and more. When we see oceans reaching 100 temperatures on the surface, when we see coral bleaching, when you see the biodiversity loss and the destruction of rainforests, to hear you say that the planet is really resilient, I think would surprise a lot of people, given just how dramatically the Earth is changing in such a short amount of time.
Okay.
Do you really believe that some of that damage that I just described could really be taken care of, mitigated in a short amount of time in a way that doesn't go on to compromise human welfare and health?
Well, as I say, I'm very involved in climate. There's been progress. Should climate be the only thing we do? Should we buy measles vaccines? Should we pursue polio eradication? I believe that human welfare can be improved in many ways, and climate is an important way to make sure that we continue the progress that we've had. But how do you balance, should you buy measles vaccine? When we go out to raise money for polio, we're raising less money now than before. Right. Our organization is the most articulate, going around the world saying rich countries should be more generous, whether it's for climate mitigation, climate adaptation, health budgets, vaccines. So we're on full blast saying that equity demands we be more generous. Climate is one of those causes. And if you thought, the planet was going to break in two, I guess you'd say, hey, stop wasting money on measles vaccination because, if that is the case, then who cares about kids dying of measles? But I also care about that.
Right. And as I understand it, you actually came to your work in climate through your work in global health. And you've made stunning advances, as has the global community, in reducing disease and early mortality all over the globe. I wonder, though, is there a concern in your mind that some of the effects of climate change might erase some of those gains in global health that we've achieved through medicine? For example, when hotter temperatures are making malarial mosquitoes prolific in higher altitude cities in Africa, does that create a new challenge that, again, is going to roll back some of those gains we've already achieved?
Absolutely. There's no way we'll, in the year 2000, 10 million children under 5 died. And we've cut that in half. We're down at 4.6 million deaths per year. It's one of the greatest achievements of humanity. It was actually the centerpiece of what were called the Millennium Development Goals. Fortunately, we're not going to go back to 10 million children a year dying. Malaria is still out there at 400,000, having trouble raising money. Polio is still out there paralyzing kids, having trouble raising money. So there's, the actual lens that I see climate through happens to go more through malnutrition. One of the greatest injustices in the world is that in these poor countries, a third of the kids don't grow up with full physical or mental development. And that's because it's more difficult to grow food. And so helping them in these near equatorial regions where the vast majority of the impact is, that's a very just thing, given that these are not the people who caused this problem in any way, shape, or form.
But it sounds like you have a lot of faith in adaptation, that with the right crop development, with the right farming practices, with the right medications, large swaths of humanity that, again, many people are painting in really apocalyptic terms, suggesting that whole nations might become uninhabitable. It sounds like, I don't want to put words in your mouth, that you believe that there's a real pathway towards using technology and the advances in medicine and agriculture to allow continued human flourishing in some of those most exposed regions to extreme temperatures.
Well, I'm the person who's doing the most on climate in terms of the innovation and how we can square multiple goals that, we still care about children dying, honest, at least we do. And, how can you do climate effectively? There's very limited money for causes to reduce inequity in the world. And no temperate country is going to become uninhabitable.
Okay. That's good to hear.
The climate people have to decide, are we the science number people or you really want to make your arguments, based on what you actually know, about, okay, how much is the planet itself at risk, for example.
Okay, I want to come back to some of those points. I want to talk about technology, though. Here in the United States, we're experiencing a real renaissance in wind and solar, electric vehicles, batteries. Some of these technologies are starting to see real exponential, sort of hockey stick-like growth that you'd be familiar with from your time in the tech industry. Does the rapid gains in some of these specific technologies that are obviously reducing emissions give you hope or change your calculation that maybe we'll be able to reach some of these very lofty net zero goals for our broader economy sooner than perhaps we might have thought even just a couple years ago?
Because the number of source of emissions is very large, and because some of those are extremely hard to abate. 60% of emissions comes from middle-income countries. And so even if the rich countries go to zero, your delta temperature effect is very tiny. The rich countries, we do have to lead. And you can look sector by sector. Solar, now the interconnect limitation, the transmission limitation. So we created a nonprofit group that's about the grid. Implementing the IRA very quickly. So we created a nonprofit group that we fund called Investing in Our Future. It's just to accelerate those things. In every area of emission and every policy, we need more philanthropic dollars. We need more smart people. We need more consumers willing to buy green products. So there's nothing, we're not on a path to get to, a 1.5 degree limitation. Climate, it's changing the entire industrial base. So it's an extremely hard thing to do. Innovation gives you a chance of doing it. And what I've seen in the innovation space, that I committed to create breakthrough in 2015, it's gone far better than I would have expected, even in very tough areas like steel, cement, agriculture, hydrogen. What we're seeing is very promising, but not at a level where you'd say, oh, this, move on from this. That's, why, we built this incredible team. We partner with governments and philanthropists, and, it's got many pieces. It's got fellows, venture, policies, open source grid models. And we've started up a dozen philanthropic organizations that are to accelerate these things. It's, it's a serious effort.
Absolutely, and we're not done yet, to your point. I wonder, though, when you think about some of those technologies that you're invested in, you mentioned the hard-to-abate sector, you're also very interested and involved with things like modular nuclear. And I think for some people, they think about next-generation nuclear, the potential for fusion, and hold these out as hopes that maybe they will be some of those technologies that do sort of make a step change rather than sort of this more incremental progress that we've been seeing so far. What's your thoughts on how close some of those new technologies might be and what the challenges might be in terms of permitting or regulation to getting them implemented at scale?
Yeah, so we do open source grid models where you can look at, for every country, because again, rich countries are a very small piece of this. They have a special obligation to get to zero first and to get these things on the learning curve. So the green premium, the extra cost of being clean, is driven to zero. So you actually have a way of getting diffusion into middle-income countries. Sadly, if you try to subsidize it, you're at many multiples of what the foreign aid budget is. And so it's just, the voters aren't going to come up with that. So innovation is the only way you can achieve these goals. Doing the green grid is very hard because you're not just taking today's electricity, you're taking the electricity that's driving buses and cars and steel plants and direct air capture. You're having to come up with all the electricity. So it's 2.5, 3 times larger. And that's very daunting. And you can use these models and say, okay, if we don't have any nuclear fission, we don't have any nuclear fusion, we don't have any geothermal, we just have those limited set of things, that degree of difficulty and how long it's going to take practically is much, much higher. But we can't count on broad acceptance of fission. Putting billions into that, it would make new reactors with no high pressure, no afterheat problems, different economics. it would be a helpful tool. And the only reason that I do that is because of climate. It's not like I decided the nuclear industry is a fun way to make money or something. And likewise, fusion. There's 16 fusion companies. I'm an investor in 4 of those. It's a question of when, I would say. Not only do we get fusion, but we get it in a form that can make cheap electricity. There's quite a variety of approaches. And this deadline means that we're very much in a hurry. Not only do we need to get things, but then the time it takes to deploy them in the world at large, you're going to have to leave 20 to 30 years for some of those things. And that pushes you past the deadline that we're all trying to achieve.
Right. And what you just said is especially true in the global south, where for all sorts of reasons, it's much harder to deploy capital for clean energy investments, for example. All of which is to say, fossil fuels, particularly gas and coal, are going to be with us for many decades to come, it seems. A lot of people look at those numbers and throw their hands up in the air and say that this essentially ensures that the planet, to use the Secretary General's words, will become uninhabitable. What's your view on the fossil fuel industry? Again, some people really vilify them. Other people today, Mike Bloomberg said he views them as a part of the solution. How are you thinking about their role in this energy transition?
Well, they're a very heterogeneous group of companies. Some, work in renewable energies. Some provide R&D dollars to things like biofuels that could be an important substitute. There's no doubt today that if you tried to make hydrocarbons illegal, that the voters would rebel against that. They like driving to work. There's a variety of practical things, and so there is a demand there. The ideal is that you set a carbon tax that's the same size as what it takes to do direct air capture, and so but that would mean that the cost of cement and gasoline and air travel would be dramatically higher, right. Because we haven't innovated in those spaces. We have gigantic green premiums. And whenever voters are tested, like in France, you put on a diesel tax. Well, they say, oh, those people in the city are richer than me. They somehow should pay for this. In Germany, when you say, okay, we're going to make you buy electric heat pumps, they back off from it. So if you try to do climate things brute force, you'll sometimes get people say, hey, I like climate, I'm for climate, but I don't want to bear that cost and reduce my standard of living. Mm-hmm. I believe we should spend a lot of money on climate change. I believe we should have very high carbon taxes. The political realities are such that without innovation, it's unlikely, particularly in middle-income countries, that the brute force approach will be successful.
Yeah. You've mentioned carbon capture and sequestration a couple of times now, and that obviously people point to as an important part of the solution set going forward, but we've seen that people sort of view it in different ways. Some people, Al Gore today in that chair, said that many people, fossil fuel companies, are using it as an excuse to keep burning fossil fuels for the foreseeable future. While others, and including in your book, you present it as an important tool that will help mitigate that last vestige of emissions as we're able to draw down in sector after sector. How do you think about carbon capture and its role? Is it being used as an excuse to keep burning fossil fuels, or should it be developed as sort of this edge case that cleans up the last of the mess?
Well, there's no excuse for not getting to the point where we get to zero CO2 emissions. In terms of avoiding the unknowns of what it's like to get certain temperature increases, we have to get to zero emissions, and that's a very daunting task. Both the subsidization and the non-taxation of oil and gas is a barrier. If you could politically put that tax on, that's a very good thing. The scale of carbon capture is very hard to say. It's one of these path-dependent things. We don't want a path that's dependent on fusion, but we want to maximize the chance that that's among the tools we have available to get to zero emission, because it makes it so much easier to have these very dense, non-weather dependent, near to the power load ways of making electricity. So Yes, in the Breakthrough Energy portfolio, we have a number of companies that are trying to bring the cost of carbon capture down. You know, today I'm the biggest individual customer of Climeworks, which does carbon capture at over $300 a ton. There are companies that will get us to $100 or well below $100, but even so, for 10% of emissions, you know, $50 a ton, that's $500 billion a year, 3 times all foreign aid. So how much that will scale up, I'd say that's an unknown because, you know, how is that financed?
Can you just say a bit more about something you just mentioned? You're the largest individual customer at Climeworks. Climeworks is one of the most scaled and advanced carbon capture and sequestration companies. What does it mean that you're the single biggest customer? What does that look like? What kind of a customer are you?
Check.
Yeah. But are you offsetting your own personal emissions with that? And can you give us a sense of the scale of that?
It's like 10 million a year.
Okay. And just
it's a variety of things. The Climeworks is part of it. You know, buying electric heat pumps for low-income housing where they get the benefits of lower monthly bills, and I take the carbon credits for those things. You know, there's solar panels. There's a huge variety of things. I don't use some of the less proven approaches.
Such as?
I don't plant trees.
There's a lot of people who are very enamored with trees. We've got trees on this stage. Some people would even say that if you just planted enough trees, it could take care of the climate issue altogether.
And that's complete nonsense.
Okay.
I mean, are we the science people or are we the idiots? Which one do we want to be?
I'm going to call my friend Mark Benioff and ask him what he thinks. At the very moment that we're trying to find all these new sources of clean energy, energy demands around the world are rising in just about every economy, including here in the US, in some measures driven largely by data centers and the demands of artificial intelligence and cryptocurrency. As someone who is such a pioneer in the technology industry, do you have any thoughts on the role of the tech industry itself in helping create this problem that you're now trying to help solve?
Well, I would say the tech companies, because they are very profitable and they can afford to take a long-term view, they will be among the pioneer buyers of long-term storage, green energy solutions. Now, the way you do the metrics to them, you got to keep them honest, that it's not, just buy a certificate and say, oh, the green electrons come to me and the dirty electrons go to all those other people. And this, you can always look at dollars per ton. If somebody thinks they're doing something at well under $100 per ton, you should be skeptical. The Climeworks is kind of a clearing price, and there are a few things like avoiding methane emissions actually that are pretty low cost, but not that many. And this is a gigantic scale problem. The induced electricity demand in the U.S. is not very large. We'll get it as we electrify cars, buses, industry, home heating, replacing natural gas. So we will get about a 2.5 times electricity increase. The data center load, in that it'll be something like 4 or 5%. And there's some really brilliant things, particularly in terms of AI execution, that may drive that back down below 1%.
The word policy is in the title of this session, and I know you personally intervened and helped save the IRA at a pretty pivotal moment last year when it looked like it might fall apart. I wonder how you think about its record so far. What does the implementation of it actually look like? And more broadly, how you rank President Biden's climate policy. A lot of people are very supportive of the IRA, of course, but also very, very frustrated that he continues to allow drilling on federal lands.
Well, we should tax oil and gas no matter where it comes from. The idea that, okay, if we don't drill it here, if it's untaxed, it's going to get drilled somewhere. The key thing is that you've got to take this externality, which is the CO2 emission, and make it unattractive. And as you do that tax, then you have alternative things come in. Which in the case of passenger cars, okay, getting down to the low end is hard, but we need to get there. The IRA is a very dramatic set of money to bootstrap key technologies, including into areas that most climate people don't talk about. I mean, industrial emissions. If you don't solve that, the whole thing doesn't get solved. And what it does for green hydrogen, what it does for long duration storage, some things it does in transmission, bootstrapping some direct air capture. It's a fantastic climate bill. If people think some other politician would have gotten more, great. They should vote for that person. But we're trying to implement it as quickly as possible. There's a lot of funding opportunities for people who care about that. We're helping DOE work with Treasury to get the regulations, get those written well. The faster we implement it, the more people see the benefits of jobs, particularly in areas where the hydrocarbon jobs will be less over time. So, the implementation phase of that bill, plus the two bills that were bipartisan, the CHIPS and Science Act and the infrastructure bill, it's just an amazing opportunity, but we have to make sure people see it. It's kind of like Obamacare. At first, people are like, what is this thing? Okay, 10 years later, they're like, oh, I get it. We don't have that much time to keep this thing intact. It's not guaranteed that tax credits necessarily last out the full 10 years because they can be repealed if you get a change in political control.
Earlier today, I asked Al Gore how he, is someone who's spent his whole career in politics, explained the Republican Party's continued opposition to climate action. What's your answer to that, having worked in Washington to get the IRA passed? How do you explain the reticence of so many Republican elected leaders to engage with this issue in a way that scientists and other sort of climate advocates feel is in good faith?
I have a lot of partners who fund Republicans and engage Republicans in a pretty deep way. There's some interesting data on young Republicans and their commitment to this. So my reaction is not to demonize, but rather to say, okay, why are, if we're so convinced and we're actually, going to stick to the facts, why have we failed to bring more people along? And this is a super important thing. So whenever I meet people who do climate philanthropy, I'm like, oh, you know how to connect out, and some of them have a history of working with Republicans. I think that's extremely valuable. You can't have a climate policy that when one party's in charge, it goes full speed ahead and then it stops dead cold. These are 30-year investments in steel factories, fertilizer factories, new ways of making meat. I mean, it requires a constant full speed ahead in order for the U.S. to be an exemplar, which if we're not, then it's not likely we'll succeed.
You just mentioned new ways of making meat. My very next guest is Gilberto Tomazoni, the global CEO of JBS, the biggest meat packer in the world. What would you say to him? I mean, you can say it on the way out, but are there, do you have questions or challenges for a company like that with such an enormous scale that's operating in the Amazon? How should they be thinking about their role and responsibility, and what do they need to do to change?
Well, in some cases, we've got to outcompete the things that drive deforestation, because the difficulty, yes, you protect this land, but the demand signal is still there for this other land. So, we need to make the equivalent of palm oil cheaper than palm oil. Ideally, meat, even though it's off of its initial excitement, the new generations coming along are far better. So every industry, whether it's JBS or people aiming at typewriters, they're always subject to significant innovation that changes the rules of the game. In this case, there's a huge negative externality in terms of methane emission and land use that comes broadly from agriculture, but from beef in particular. And so, we've got to fund the innovation almost at an unnatural level so that we take that demand signal away.
Thank you. I'm going to bring this up with them. Thank you for that. Sticking on the topic of agriculture, you earlier mentioned some of your own efforts to account for your own emissions by being the largest customer of Climeworks. You're also the largest, or among, the largest personal owners of farmland in the country. In your book, How to Avoid a Climate Disaster, you have a whole chapter about agriculture, and you write about the need to pursue regenerative practices. How much of that work is actually being done on the land you personally own which I understand is made through your investment vehicles, but still nonetheless you own and control. Are you starting to use your personal farmland as a way to drive this kind of policy change that you want to see?
Yeah, I own 1/4000th of the farmland, and it was not something where I woke up and said, oh, I want to live on a farm or something. It's not green acres. And we run those farms very efficiently. There's a thing called Pivot Bio, which is a fertilizer substitute, which looks pretty fantastic. It's early days for that, but we've been the pilot customer. So there's a lot of practices we're able to try out. But as a percentage, it's as of my wealth or of the farmland, this is pretty small.
Understood. Nevertheless, I just wonder how you think about it. It sounds like you're starting to use it sort of as a laboratory for some of these practices.
No, everything I do is climate conscious.
And so you would make the argument that including, I understand it's only 1/4000th of the farmland in the United States perhaps, but if maybe I can even go with you to check some of it out. If we went there, would we see regenerative organic practices on that land?
Not organic.
Okay. Why not?
Because that means putting more pressure on deforestation by making less food per acre.
Well, if the invitation ever arises, I will happily go walk some of that land with you. Another policy issue, if I may. All week, there's been a lot of talk about proposed reforms to the World Bank, the IMF. Later this afternoon, in just a couple hours, we're going to have World Bank President Ajay Banga along with Prime Minister Mia Mottley of Barbados right here on this stage. There has been, in these reform efforts and in the Bridgetown Initiative, which Prime Minister Mottley helped develop, a scenario sketched out where if the World Bank changed some of its requirements, some of the way it operates, it would be able to unlock trillions of dollars in private capital. This is sort of a dream people have on how we might be able to rapidly scale climate finance around the global south. Do you believe that's feasible?
No, the numbers, yes, you can squeeze a bit more money out of the World Bank. The main important thing, most people don't look at that balance sheet. The main thing the World Bank does that really improves the human condition is a concessional finance arm called IDA, International Development Association. That is funding primary health care, schools, nutrition programs, unbelievable things. It's somewhat depleted nowadays, and it requires more money. It requires grant money. The generous donors are the Europeans. They're under a lot of strain with the money that they need to give to Ukraine. The recipient countries have higher interest rates, can no longer add to their debt level, so that's a definite constraint. So yeah, we wake up every day thinking there should be more resources to help the poorest, help them deal with climate, climate adaptation compared to mitigation is really massively underfunded. Even the most basic high-scale thing like making better seeds for those farmers that are higher productivity and deal with the temperature and get rid of the pressure to do deforestation by being more productive. Even that is ridiculously underfunded. So, in the world I'm in, we have finite financial resources, and unless the U.S. Congress completely changes its priorities, there's no trillions of dollars thing out there. We can tune some of the parameters. Mostly we can spend the money better. We can use innovation. So I'm a hopeful person. I'm hopeful about childhood death, childhood malnutrition, climate change. But, I try to bring a numeric framework where I don't see some trillions of dollars fund available. Are people willing to increase their taxes? Even the IRA bill, wasn't able to put, say, corporate profit taxes back to where it had been. So it's a challenge. We are going to have to solve climate and health problems in clever ways. We will not be able to brute force them.
Thank you for that. We are fast out of time, but I want to just ask you one final question. You said you're a hopeful person, and I will say you're more hopeful than some of the other business and world leaders I think we've been hearing from this week, which is refreshing in its own way. I wonder, what is your then call to action? I know you have a portfolio of interests, but for those who are specifically interested in climate, what's your message to people who say, well, how can I help? I get these reader emails all day. What can I do? What do you say to people like that?
Well, there's a lot of things you can do in terms of your own buying behavior, whether it's buying offsets, whether the food you buy, the electric car, the heating in your house. Those early demand signals where somebody pays a green premium create volume and drive innovation and competition and get us to the only point that is scalable out into the world at large. So consumers really do matter a lot. Their political voice, if they're Democrat or Republican, Republicans for climate change action are gold. That's got to be a number that somehow we manage to increase over time. Your voice as an employee in your company who's buying cement, buying steel, buying electricity, in increasingly legitimate actual ways of doing those things so that you can have a lower emission footprint. And so there's tons of ways to get involved in this. It's been amazing, in schools where we've actually had people who go and learn the steel industry, which, the best and the brightest were not thinking about that. But the increase in talent that's driving this wave of innovation, that's a key reason why I'm hopeful.
Bill Gates, thank you for your time.
Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you all so much. I know some of you need to turn over some seats. We've got some people leaving. We've got some people coming in. I'm going to catch my breath, but I'm not going anywhere. We've got our next speaker coming right up. And I'm just, again, sort of in real time processing some of the things that Bill just said. His optimism, I believe, really stands in contrast to some of the remarks you've heard from other leaders on stage today. And I think it's going to, I don't have the perfect way to process both those things at the same time. His remark that those trillions of dollars that so many people believe are sort of waiting in the wings to come off the sidelines when the World Bank does all the right things, I think is a sobering note that I'm going to have to ask Ajay and Prime Minister Motley about later this afternoon. And I think we are ready. I think. I'm going to hope so. Yeah, I've got a thumbs up, just came from a magical door there, for our next guest. Thrilled to be welcomed and joined on the stage by the global CEO of JBS, Gilberto Tomazoni. Gilberto, thank you for joining me. Thank you so much for being here. All right. Well, it's great to have you here. Agriculture, I think even more than I expected, and meat in particular, has been sort of just a theme of the day. I heard it throughout conversations at lunch, and I think it's for good reason. Meat consumption in particular, many people estimate, is responsible across all the ways it affects land and agriculture for some 15% of global greenhouse gas emissions. JBS is the world's largest meat producer, and Americans, all of us in this room included probably, are among your largest customers. You're now pursuing a listing on the New York Stock Exchange, and we had protesters outside this building today saying that you shouldn't be allowed to do that. So we've got a lot to talk about. But first, I want to ask you to address Mr. Gates' comments. He just said that meat consumption creates a huge amount of negative externalities. This phrase economists use for all the unaccounted for ways in which doing business sometimes creates really deleterious effects on the world. When you hear Bill Gates say your business, the largest of its kind, creates a huge amount of negative externalities, do you agree with him? Do you accept that? Or would you like to push back? I can see if we can get him back out here.
But before to answer the question, I would like to thank you for having me here. It's a pleasure, an honor to be with you. And I'm very pleased that agriculture is now part of the conversation. And I was born in a farm. And I strongly believe that the farmers are part of the solution for the climate. In our company, JBS, we have an agent of the transitions. We can help a lot in these transitions.
Okay.
And we are doing as much we can to make our food system more sustainable. And the other point, when you talk about climate change, it's really emergency. But you cannot forget, 1/3 of the population don't have enough food. It's difficult for someone to think about climate change when they are hungry. We need to tackle the two things together. And what I strongly believe that sustainability should be good for the people and good for the planet. Should be more. We cannot have excuse. I've talked to you about the premium product.
Yeah.
I'm not excuse to increase price. I think we need to be a product more sustainable and more affordable.
Okay, well, let's talk about all of that in detail, point by point. Let's start with this issue that I think is on the minds of so many people, including the activists I was speaking with this morning, which is the issue of deforestation. Researchers say that as much as 90% of deforestation in the Amazon rainforest is linked to the cattle industry. JBS, as the world's biggest meat packer, is the most exposed of the companies to that very deforestation. So can you tell us, as you talk about trying to make the company more sustainable, what are you doing to make sure that the cattle you buy is not coming from newly deforested land?
David, this is a big issue, and no one can solve it alone. This is the only solutions from this deforestation in Brazil is to have a national mandatory traceability system. Then we can track individual by individual the animals. Then you can assure. This is our priority to do that. But we don't have so far the national program for traceability. What we are doing, first, we are zero tolerance from deforestation. We are monitoring an area more than Texas and Oklahoma together. And we have blocked 16,000 farmers. They are not in compliance with our policy.
And does that mean you stop buying from them?
Exactly. We stop buying from them. But stop buy from them is not the solution, because this guy will be find another way back to the food system, probably with someone that is less standard than us. What we are doing that? We are put 16 green office, and now we are extended to 20. What is this growth is? We are office in the land, and we talk with these farmers. No, you are blocked because we have this problem. Let us to help you to become to compliance. And we are working on that. And so far, we have 6,000 farmers. We are able, with this green office, bring back to legality. It's not small, because when you talk about number of cows, you talk about 2 million cows. This is a huge. And the other thing, we have put a blockchain to get information from the indirect suppliers. And till now, we have around 50% of the indirect suppliers in the blockchain. And we give the information for the University of Wisconsin, and they make a calculation and show when we are full in this blockchain, we can track 97% of our beef.
Let me just try to clarify. When you talk about a national traceability program, is that something that you believe should be regulated, that should be the law in Brazil?
Exactly.
So I was a business reporter for 15 years, so I'm always amazed when CEOs call for more regulation of their own industries. That's what you're doing right here.
Exactly, because if you have a national program, it's the only way to solve. Because if you not have we can have one company here do the job, other company, but if you have national, is mandatory. We have the information. We can track all our supply chain. You can be guaranteed that no deforestation in supply chain.
As you prepare for the listing on the New York Stock Exchange, people, and I don't need to tell you this, investors in particular, expect transparency. I believe there's one important number, though, that JBS has historically not released, and that is the number of animals that you slaughter every year. Is that something that you're prepared to release? And if not, why not?
We are a transparent company. It's important to say. We release our information for our emission, Scope 1 and 2, for more than 13 years. 13 years.
Yeah.
It's a voluntary release of information. And all of this information is our annual report. What we are doing is to make an assessment now to calculate all of the emission in the Scope 3. This take time because Scope 3 is not just from the one company. Scope 3 is, we share the Scope 3 for many other companies. Probably most part of you is part of our Scope 3. And then it will take time to get this. When we have all of the information, we will be releasing information.
Okay. Well, let's stick with Scope 3, and I want to come back to the number of animals. But if I understand it right, in 2021, in your sustainability report, you actually did disclose your Scope 3 emissions. But then this past year, 2022, you did not. What accounts for that change? Why did you start reporting Scope 3 and then stop?
No, because the Scope 3 is the challenge to make the calculation. Even we count some external support from a consultant company to help us to make the calculation of Scope 3. Till now, something we will not know how to calculate. That because of that, we are hard work now to get these informations. And we first identify the Scope 3. We need to identify the Scope 3, clear who is a part of the Scope 3. Then the second, identify emission by emissions, and then make the action plan. But our action plan is not easy to do. You are a huge company. We are present in more than 20 countries. And the action plan from salmon in Tasmania is different for chicken in US or chicken or chicken in Europe or in Brazil or pork in Brazil. The plan should be doing grow up, not top down in this. And then we are working on that, and we are so confident that we are doing a great job on that. And we pledge to be net zero in 2040 and not 2050 because we recognize the emergency of that.
How does that even work? I mean, how do you get to net zero emissions with a company like JBS? Is that even possible? Do you honestly believe that a company like JBS could get to net zero emissions 17 years from today?
I really believe that.
Does that include carbon offsets?
No, we don't count on carbon offset.
Okay, so what does that look like? How are you possibly going to do net zero emissions with all the animals that are slaughtered by JBS, the amount of food that they require, the amount of fertilizer that land requires? Walk me through it. What does that look like?
But this is a good conversation because we need to discuss how we are share our Scope 3. I'm not doubt about Scope 1 and Scope 2. We already, just talk energy, we have already 48% of our energy is renewable energy. Okay. 48. In some countries like Brazil, we have 75.
Okay.
That Scope 1, Scope 2, I'm very confident. Scope 3 is a challenge. Why is a challenge? I thought challenge because we need to understand how we share the Scope 3.
Right.
Because someone sell for me this month, sell for the other company next month, or the other month for the other. Who will be account the scope? Each one will be count the same.
Sure.
Will be third.
Sure. It's a complicated math problem, no doubt. But let's just stick with this exercise of trying to understand how a company like JBS might actually accomplish this. Because even if you completely have renewable energy, even if the scope 3 is minimized because you're sharing the load, it's still the case that you're going to be producing emissions just through the basic processes of agriculture and animal livestock, right? There's going to be a net emissions there. Where does the emissions reduction, where is the carbon sink in JB's operation comes from that's going to allow you to actually get to net zero?
No. The big part comes from the farms. And because I at the beginning say, I'm very glad that, that agriculture is part of the discussion. Because we have today in the world 110 million acres degraded. If we bring this land back to the life, we give more health land, then we provide biodiversity on that. This will be produced more, and you'll be sink carbon, not lose carbon from the atmosphere. Just give you an example. There is another example in Brazil. We have rotation, we have integration. We can have farm, we can have livestock, we can have trees, you can have production of grain. If you put together, you can produce 40% additional food, and you are kept carbon, not emit carbon from the atmosphere.
I mean, that sounds like regenerative agriculture. Is that a term you accept and say you're going to do?
Exactly, but not regenerative agriculture. It's a diversification of agriculture in the same land. Okay, it's both together.
This 2040 claim, though, you just said that JBS has pledged to be net zero by 2040. That very claim was deemed misleading by the National Advertising Review Board, and they asked you to stop making that claim, and the company said it would do it. So I guess I'm curious, why is it that you're here continuing to say that JBS has this target when the company has said it would stop making that claim based on the national advertising?
It's not exactly stopped to say, but why we put the claim to be net zero in 2005? Why they claim we can do 2050? Why? This is important to understand the intention of what we did things, what we believe is important to do things. When you put that, we have a vast supply chain. We give a clear message for our vast supply chain that this is the way that we will be work. Each one work with us should be work to connect your plan to our plan to be net zero. And this is what we are doing. We are so confident that we are doing the right things today. And we are working on that. We are being released. As soon as we have all the calculation of scope through, we'll make clear, transparent, everybody can know, not just the plan, but how will we get there in each one of the stage.
I want to take a moment and just invite the audience and those on Slack to share their questions. If the QR code is up there, you'll be able to submit a question. We'll try to get to a couple of them. Last fall, JBS closed one of its U.S. plant-based businesses while starting construction in Spain of a lab-grown meat facility. And I wonder how you think about the future of meat alternatives going forward. It sounds like you're making some bets, but pulling them back, but then going sort of long on other technologies. Do you believe that there's a real future for this part of the industry? And at the end of the day, might it actually reduce meat consumption and meat emissions overall?
First, we are focused, the main focus we have is to transform our food system more sustainable, more resilient, and more affordable. This is the main effort we are doing now, to make our current food system produce more and more affordable, because I mentioned before, we have 1/3 the population that food insecurity. You need to transform our system. Of course, we are investing in technology. I invest in technology. We are the leader in Netherlands in plant-based. We have 3 plants there. We are a good presence in the UK and Germany. We have the leader in plant-based in Brazil. This is the fact. We are investing in plant-based. So, the case of you mentioned US, because US we prepare for one demand, and the demand is not exactly we prepare. We need to rethink in the way that to enter in the market, but we still push the plant-based market. That the other things, We are investing in biotechnology. We are building in Spain a cultivated meat, or what you call a cell multiplication. We are building, I believe, one of the largest commercial facility. Will be ready in 2024. It's not a pilot plant. It's a commercial plant. And we are starting Brazil, and exactly the same, a new plant for cultivating meat in Brazil. We are investing all of in new technology. And our idea, our focus is to bring to the customers all the options. What is we have today, the current food system, more sustainable and more affordable, and the option of new technology. And consumer will take the decision based on their own values.
From fake meat, I want to come back to real meat. Earlier I asked if JBS would begin disclosing the actual number of cattle, pigs, and chickens that it slaughters. Are you prepared to do that?
Look, disclosure the numbers, it is an issue. It's not just, it's not issue related to sustainability. It's relation to other issues. It's about competitiveness and about the strategy. It's not technically related to because we don't want to make calculation about emissions. We are release our emissions. As soon we have this information, we'll be released.
Third parties would say that they can't actually make those kind of calculations without this most fundamental raw data, though.
But we are doing this calculation supported by the third party. Why? We are doing our calculation. We are releasing information. We will be transparent on that. But we need to protect our own information, the strategic information.
Before we go to an audience question or two, we're at a moment, and this came up in an earlier conversation, where we are approaching peak human civilization. In the next 50, 100 years, we're probably going to be north of 10 billion people on the globe. More and more of those are entering the global middle class. More and more of those people expect to eat meat. And this is not just about feeding them, right? We had a delicious, mostly vegan lunch downstairs today, so not everyone has to eat as much meat as some might, though they might like it. As you think, though, about meeting that demand, is it even possible? Is there a way to feed a global population north of 10 billion people in a way that is actually good for the climate, that is sustainable, while still producing as much meat as we do on a per capita basis going forward?
David, beginning this week, I heard that John Kerry said that we don't need to clean new area for meet the demand for the global population. And he's right, because we have research show, I mentioned before, 110 million hectares degraded. If you regenerate this amount of land, we can meet demand for 2050, meet demand. Then I mentioned to you the other thing that we are doing in Brazil. I'm so confident that we can meet this demand without clean in any new area. I'm no doubt about that. We just need to bring more support to the farmers. The farmers need to do the transition. They need to be more productive and more sustainable. And it is a time that we need to bring investment. We need support to the farmers. We need to give to partner with them. If you look for just 2% of the global investment in climate change, go to agriculture. What does it mean? This is not important. But it's really true. It's important. Where we can seek the carbon is in the land. I'm confident on that. Really, I'm confident that we can feed the world without to clean any new area.
What else are you doing to try to clean up your operations? We've talked a lot sort of in abstract terms about efforts to reduce overall emissions, but take us into the feedlots, take us into the actual farms. What do you actually do on a head of cattle by a head of cattle basis to try to get that emissions profile down over their life cycle?
No, the main strategy that we have is to regenerate agriculture. We can, this is one thing, we can regenerate the pastures and to improve the productivity of the pastures and to produce more. And these are because we have this green office. I mentioned you before, there will be 20 green office. What this green office does, they help the farmers to be more productive. They bring new technology to the farmers. They help the farmers make the transition. This is what we are doing. The other things, we are trying to scalables. All the technology about methane emissions. We have made some agreement with all of the producers. They are developing the supplements for reduce the methane in the livestock. We try, and we have great results, more than 70% reduction in methane. What is the problem now? The problem that the cost of these supplements, because if we don't believe that sustainability needs to increase the cost, we need to reduce the cost, because if we increase the cost, the problem we have today will be more challenged.
But isn't that part of your responsibility? I mean, can't you eat some of those costs and maybe earn a marginally smaller profit for a few quarters if it means scaling that methane-reducing emissions technology?
What we are doing is try to test it, give feedback to the producer. They need to work hard and to add some more elements in the supplements and get able to reduce the cost, because otherwise who will be paid the cost? The consumer.
And again, I mean,
the consumer will not pay the cost.
But I've talked to so many companies who have decided that they are willing to spend to make a little less money, just sacrifice this much margin in order to do the right thing. Is JBS not the kind of company that will do that? That will actually spend the money to invest in a technology like that if it means massively reducing emissions for something as potent as methane in the near term?
But look, I believe we are one of the largest investment in actions to reduce the emissions. I give you some answers. First, you believe that it's free to make this test. No, we are bear all of the cost to make the test. We'll bear all of the cost to make the test. And the main challenge of that, the farmers, they are not connected to us. Today they'll sell to us, tomorrow sell to the other ones. If we are not something that makes sense to the farmer, utilize, they are not utilized. It's not we want to know. We are bear some trial because we are connected with the farmers in these trials. The other thing, you talk about investment in the Amazon. We create a fund for Amazon. And this create a fund for Amazon is not for our direct suppliers, for the smallholder that live in the region. We support now more than 17 projects there that for indigenous families. We support more than 600 indigenous families there. We are investing in biotechnology, try to get the forest more productive. Because today, what is the option? Who lives in the forest? They need to find a way to get money from the forest. And then you need to try to innovate, to get biotechnology and get new products from the farm. They don't need to the forest farm. And we are invested this through the Fund for Amazon.
Well, you get a sense of the enormity of the challenge, the enormity of the problems at hand, and the complexity that it's going to be required to try to make progress on them. Gilberto, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Please join us in the lobby for coffee and refreshments. Please take your seats. The program will resume momentarily.
But it's like a different thing when your brand is not, yeah, violence. Yeah, I think so, yeah. It's just like, okay, I guess fair. Yeah. Right, yeah, then it's just, okay, then what? Yeah.
And now, please give a warm welcome to Hiroko Tabuchi, investigative climate reporter, and Marie Kondo, tidying expert and founder of KonMari Media, Inc.
Okay, so hi, I'm Hiroko from the New York Times Climate Desk, and I'm very happy to have Marie Kondo here with us today. And we also have on the stage Risa Marburg, who will be interpreting for us. So I'd like to start off, if we could, with an idea at the heart of your philosophy, which seems to connect to the big themes that we've been discussing here today. And that is the the pressing need not only to dramatically reduce our greenhouse gas emissions, but also to reduce how much we consume and how much we waste. And I think about your simple yet powerful rule to hold on to material things only if they spark joy. Could you talk about what that entails, what inspired it, and how that might relate to a more sustainable way of life?
いつ思いついたのか。そうですね。この私が今お伝えしているそのときめくものを選ぶというこんまりメソッドについてなんですけれども、この考え方自体はもう私が5歳の時からその片付けに興味を持って、そして片付けどうすればその綺麗な状態をキープできるのかというのを研究し続けた先に見つけたものなんです。
So my KonMari method is really at the core of it is to select products or goods that only spark joy for me or for us. And this method really began at the age of 5. I have really started tidying up at that age, and I really started to research and look into how to keep things tidy.
その中で私がどうしてこれを発見したかっていうと、もともと私は片付けというものを捨てなければならないっていうふうに考え込んでいた時期があったんです。
And how this came about, or how I found this methodology, was that, you see, I used to have this idea that in order to tidy up, I have to discard things.
だけれども、なので私の高校生の時にずっと片付けの研究というのをやっていて、その時に全てを何か捨てなければならないっていう考えにとらわれていた時って、一見部屋はすっきりしているけれどもストレスばかり溜まっていくっていう日々だったんです。
However, and I really started researching in earnest when I was in high school, but I realized that no matter how much I threw away, I discarded things, I was just so possessed with this notion of throwing away things. No matter how much I do it, I felt like my room was not tidy, and I was really stressed out.
で、そのストレスが頂点に達して失神してしまったことがあるんですね。
And that stress level actually reached a max, and one time I passed out.
これ本当なんですよ。It's real.
It's a true story.
いやで本当にそのストレスから目が覚めた時に私が気づいたのは、私は今まで物を敵だっていうふうに思っていて、何か例えばこれは古いんじゃないかとか、これはもうこんなふうに使ってないよねっていうふうに物の捨てる理由を探し続ける日々を続けていた。だからストレスが溜まっていたっていうことに気づいたんです。
And then, you see, when I came to consciousness, when I woke up, I realized I came to this realization that, you know what? I was really looking at these items as my enemy. I was always trying to look for a reason to throw them away. Whether you might be too old, maybe this I haven't used in a while. So that was leading to stress.
その時に私が気づいたのは、そっか、片付けで選ぶべきなのは捨てるものではなくて残すものなんだ。私が好きなもの、大切にできるもの、つまりときめくものを選べばいいんだっていうことに気づいたんです。
And then I came to this realization that in order to tidy things up, I really shouldn't be focusing on what to throw away, but rather than that, I should be focusing on what I should keep. And I should only keep those that I truly like, and then I really cherish, and most importantly, what really what sparks joy to me.
でそのときめくものを選べばいいんだっていうことに気づいた時からその片付けというのがポジティブになっていったんですけれども、じゃあこれがどうしてそのサステナブルな考え方につながっていくのかというと、そのこんまりメソッドの片付けってそのときめくものを選ぶプロセス自体に価値があるんです。
So that is how my method of tidying up has came to be, as far as only keeping what sparks joy to me, to us, and that is how I have, really came to this idea. And now, as far as the question of how this tidying up method relates to sustainability, you see, I believe that it lies in the process itself of the KonMari method, tidying up method.
自分にとってこれはときめくのかときめかないのかというプロセスをその片付けを通して味わっていくことによって何が自分にとってときめくのかということがその自分の中のときめきのを磨くときめくものを選ぶセンスっていうものが身体感覚として磨かれていくんです。
You see, as you go through this process of choosing what sparks joy and what does not spark joy, and then you really truly experience with your own senses, then you start to really exercise the senses that you have. You hone the sensibility that you have in order to choose what sparks joy and what doesn't. So it's really a physical senses that you're exercising.
でこの身体感覚が磨かれることによって自分が本当に今買うべきものとか選ぶべきことというものの指標がすごく明確になってくるのでもう買うものに関しても自分が精査されていくし買うべきじゃなかったものというのを買わずに済むようになっていくっていうふうに行動すべてが変わっていくんです。
And as you go through the exercises of exercising your physical senses, then you start to build the standard of whether, what you should purchase and what you shouldn't be purchasing. So really, you are really honing in that sensibility, and therefore you are able to avoid buying anything that you really shouldn't be buying. So in other words, your behavior pattern really drastically changed.
I wonder, if I could interrupt, what do you feel has sort of driven so many societies to this point, this seemingly sort of out of control, consumer culture where we are basically surrounded by a lot of things that don't bring us joy? What do you have?
それはやはり多くの方が、本当に今足りないっていうふうに思って例えばね本当にいろいろ買ってしまう現象っていうふうにおっしゃってたと思うんですけれどもそのことってやっぱり今あるものをまずやっぱり見つめ直すっていうことがとっても大切なんです。今自分はどんなものを持っていてどれだけ自分が持っているものを大切にできているのかというのを向き合う機会これがやはり今の人たちにはとても大切なんだと思います。
You see, yes, you're right. Many people do end up purchasing, so many so much stuff, and they keep thinking, oh, it's not enough. But you see, I believe that what is really lacking is for people to be really to taking a pause and really looking at what you own and then what is most important. Among what you own. So again, that is a kind of opportunity that we must have to really being faced with what you own and evaluate them.
I see. But on the letting go side, I'm curious though, how do we weigh the potential benefit of being free from the burden of things versus contributing to the ever-growing amount of trash in the world? We see this with plastics. We're throwing away furniture like never before. We're discarding a mountain of clothes each season.
そうですね。本当にたくさんのものを今手放してきたかと思うんですけれども、私は手放すこと、もちろん今持っているものの中から自分にとって本当に大切なものを選ぶプロセスで手放すプロセスって必ずあると思うんです。で私が本当にご提案したいのは手放す時に本当にそのものと向き合っているかどうかっていうことなんです。
Yes, you're right. You see, there are a lot of discarding, letting go, but I believe that what is important in the process of letting go of things really is, and this is something I like to propose, but I really would like to take a look and examine what you are exactly letting go of things and discarding.
なので私のそのこんまりメソッドのルールとしては、手放すときに必ず一つ一つのものに対して感謝をして手放すっていうところをとても大切にしています。
And in the KonMari method, what we really value is when we are letting things go, when we discard things, we look at each one of the item, and then we give gratitude to each one of them.
このものが自分にとってどういう役割をしてくれたのか、このものを持つことによって自分は何を学べたのかということをちゃんとものを手放す機会を使って、その自分の今までのものの持ち方とか考え方っていうものを振り返ることによって、その自分のものの持ち方の哲学っていうものがもっとはっきりしてくるんです。
And as you ponder upon the role that each item played in your life, what you have learned from the item that you are just about to release, you should really use that opportunity to look back and look back at the way that you held that item or how you thought about that item. That is how you sort of establish your own philosophy about that.
I'd like to ask about something that triggered quite a lot of controversy, and that's your decision in 2019 to start selling your own products and to launch an online store. And I noticed some of the products on offer: a cast iron teapot for $115, a candle and incense holder for $95. I wonder, aren't you contributing to and profiting from the same cycle of sort of mindlessly accumulating material belongings?
そうですね。これは本当にいろんな方からもちろんご意見をいただくことなんですけれども、私としては結論があるんです。で、これは私はその物を持つこと自体は決してね、やっぱり片付けっていうとその物を減らすことだったりとか、物を持つこと自体に罪悪感を持たれがちなんですけれども、やっぱりその物が私たちを幸せにしてくれる事実っていうのは実際にあるんですよね。これがあることによってすごく日常が幸せになってるなとか、これがあるから私は今日は仕事が頑張れるっていう、この物が与えてくれるこのエネルギーっていうのを私は強く信じていて、それは私が片付けの経験をしてきたからこそ確信していることであって、なのでもちろんね、無駄なものは絶対買っちゃいけないんですよ。ここまで翻訳で。
Yes, I do receive that type of comment quite often, and I do have a very clear answer to that question. You see, one might tend to have sort of a sense of guilt of owning things, and then one might become obsessed with reducing items. However, the truth is that certain items in our lives, they do provide us happiness, right? And then sometimes some item could energize us, and then it makes us feel like, okay, I can work harder today. I truly believe in the energy that items can provide, and I believe that I came to that conclusion particularly because I have been going through the process of tidying up. And of course, one must not be purchasing what is superfluous.
なので本当に私がお勧めしているのは、まずは本当に自分が今持っているものをしっかり見つめ直して片付けをすること、その上で本当に自分にとってときめくものを家の中に迎え入れるっていう、この本当に片付ける、その後に選ぶっていうプロセスがとても大事だと思っていて、なのでぜひね、お買い物する前には絶対片付けをしてほしいっていうふうに思っています。
You see, and in order to reach that point, we first must really be faced with the belongings that you have, and you must go through the tidying up process, and eventually you would only want to have items that spark joy to you in your house. So in order to get to that point, again, you have to tidy up, and then you can also be able to select things that only spark joy when you do shopping. So that is kind of honed as you go through the process of tidying up.
I see. How do you make sure that your products are not just not spluteriferous, but for example, are they sourced sustainably, for example?
それはもちろんもうとても選んでいます。やっぱりもちろん自分にとってももう納得して使えるようなものですよね。で、私はやはり日本人なので、その日本インスパイアードなもので素敵なものを紹介したいなっていうふうに思っていますし、例えばコンテナストアさんと今コラボして商品を作らせていただいたりしてるんですけれども、竹を使ったサステナブルな商品を開発するようにというふうに、ちゃんとそのサステナビリティっていうところはとてもやはり大切にして選んでいます。やはり物を例えばお客様に提供する身として、そういうフィロソフィーを持つこと、自分たちはどういう理念で物を選んでいるのかっていう発信はとても大切だと思っています。
Yes, you see, we are very selective with the products that we sell. We really would like the consumers to really enjoy and then understand how we came to select these items that we're selling. And you see, I'm a Japanese, so I do enjoy selecting items that are inspired by Japanese sensibility. Now we have a collaboration with the Container Store, and then we sell many items that are made of bamboo, which I believe leads to sustainable product development. And then we do value sustainability in that way. So when we provide products to our customers, that is how we are selective of the quality, and we really value sustainability in that process.
I see. I'm curious. How much of the KonMari method is rooted in Japanese cultural ideas? You mentioned that your products are inspired by Japan. Do you feel that we live a more mindful and sustainable lifestyle in Japan? Because personally, and I feel this every time I go back to Japan, I'm not too sure about that. We buy and throw away a lot of things in Japan.
こんまりメソッドっていう、そうですね、そのこんまりメソッドがもちろん私はもう完全に日本で生まれて日本で育ってきた身なので、その日本の文化というのは本当に自然とあると思うんですけれども、やはりそのものに対してすごい対等であるっていうのはすごく特徴的かなっていうふうに思うんです。で、私はその手放すものに対してもありがとうございました。ここまでもう一回言ったわけかな。
Yes, you see, I was born and raised in Japan, so I have naturally acquired the culture of Japan. But I think in the KonMari method, the starting point is really to be on the equal footing with things. You see, first of all, I show gratitude to my belongings.
そんなに手放すものに対して感謝をすることだったりとか、例えば物を収納する時もその物が苦しそうじゃないかなっていうふうに見てみたりとか、あとは例えば新しいものを買い入れる時にこれだったらうちの今あるものたちと仲良くなれそうだなっていうふうになれるような感覚、このなんか家の中や物と私たちが家の中で物と私たちが対等に暮らしているみたいな感覚があるので、それによって物の持ち方とかその片付けっていうのをバランスをとっている感覚がありますね。
You see, another example is when I release or discard things, I show gratitude as I do that. And when I store items, I make sure that the items stored are not too squished and that they have room to breathe. I also make sure that the things that I store together, whether they can get along well together. So that is how I ensure that the belongings inside of my house and the people who live there really have an equal footing as we live our daily lives. So I think that is how I really look at the items, and it leads to my tidying up method as well.
I see. There's been some criticism that I quote, for example, a Guardian column from a few years ago, that your approach is based on woo-woo nonsense, perhaps referring to some ideas from Shintoism that you've incorporated. Well, what do you think about that? I mean, some have called that sort of criticism culturally insensitive.
そうですね、これは私もよく神道について質問されることがあって、実際に私も神道シュラインで巫女さんとしてアルバイトをしていたことはあるんですけれども、ただ私が考える神道っていわゆる欧米の方が考えるような宗教っていう立ち位置というよりは、もっと生活に根ざした生活哲学というか、行動に日常にすごく溶け込んでいる自然な習慣なんです。
Yes, I do receive questions about how Shintoism has influenced my methodology, but it's true. I used to work, part-time as a shrine maiden in a Shinto shrine, but the way that I look at Shintoism is different from perhaps the people in the Western world might be viewing Shintoism. To me, it is not so much of a religion. To me, it is more so about a life philosophy. It is something that it's a type of sense that one naturally acquires.
日本には八百万の神っていう概念があって、全てのものに魂というか神様が宿っているっていう感覚っていう概念があるんですね。
You see, in Japan, there is a notion called Yaorozu no Kami. It literally means numerous deities. And then under that notion, one way of thinking is that every item in the world has a spirit or God residing in them.
なのでその感じを本当に自然にすごく日常で思っていて、例えばコップとかを使ってコンってちょっとガンって当たっちゃったりするとき、ごめんみたいな感じで少し声をかけてしまったりとか、物をしまうとき、私は毎日家に帰ってきた後に例えばジャケットをクローゼットに戻すときに、今日も一日ありがとうございましたっていうふうに声をかけて戻すようにしています。
And so this idea is sort of manifested itself in a very natural way in my daily living. For example, if I place a cup on the table, and if I did it a little too, aggressively, then I apologize to the cup or glass, and then or when I at the end of the day, when I come home and then put away my jacket in the closet, I say a little thank you to the jacket for working hard that day.
Yeah. Do you really do that?
Yeah, you really do that every day. Yes, I do that. やらないですか？でもこれをすることによってなんかやっぱり自分はたくさんのものに支えられているんだっていう感謝を感じられるのと、本当に自分が持っているものたちをもっと心地よい環境にしていこうっていうふうにして片付けだったりとか他のいろいろなものを整えるっていうことにつながっていくんです。
Yes, I really do that. And you see, but by really giving gratitude to all the items that surround me, I eventually end up setting up a very comfortable environment in which I live, and I'm able to to really keep chugging along with tidying up.
I see. I wanted to ask a question that relates back to climate a little, and something the climate world is grappling with, is messaging. And I've always felt that one of the keys to your success has been the language you use, the messaging, and the simple idea to ask ourselves if things we own spark joy. That seems to have inspired a lot of people to start being more mindful about their possessions and even start, tidying up their homes, making changes in their, in their lifestyles. And I think earlier today, Bill Gates said that, you know, whenever efforts for greener living are done by brute force, they don't succeed. I wondered whether you'd agree, and is there sort of like a spark joy approach for getting people to drive an EV instead of a gasoline car or eat less beef, for example? Like, what is the sort of spark joy message that is going to spark climate action?
もう私はその人をインスパイアとするための言葉としてときめき以上の言葉はやっぱり思いつかないですね。本当に今そのときめきってそのすごくこう体の感覚を伴ってるんですよ。ただ単に嬉しいかどうかっていうか、もう体の細胞がキュンっていう風にこう上がるような感覚を伴ってるんです。
Yes, as far as a type of terminology that gives inspiration to people, I really cannot think of anything other than the word spark joy. And you see, to me, this idea of spark joy, it is truly a physical sense, and then it is a physical sense that is felt at this cellular level in my body, and it really is sort of like this uplifting feeling. It's a Japanese word for feeling like you're being uplifted at the cellular level when you're with happiness.
この上がる感じですね。このときめく感じをこう日々こう感じていると、そのもちろん普段使っているものに対して、そして家の環境を整えていくっていうことを意識することで、やっぱりその家の中って一番小さなこう自分の中の環境なんですよね。なので自分の環境をときめく状態に整えていくという意識が本当にそのそれを一人一人がやっていくことによってその世界がときめいていくっていうことにつながっていくと思っているんです。
And by with individuals to really experience that sort of uplifting feeling, I believe that really leads to us being even more mindful of what we use or our environment in our house. You see, when you think about it, our homes are the smallest level environment that we surround ourselves with, and to organize that environment with this notion of sparking joy, I believe that if all of us would do that, if many of us would do that, then we can truly bring change to this world.
Right, but how do you make the choice to buy an EV? How do you make that sort of spark joy? Do you think?
そうですね。本当にこれは一人一人のその判断だと思うんですね。例えば今自分が買うものがどういうふうに環境につながっていくのか、それって自分にとってこうどういうときめく未来を残していくのかっていうふうに考えることにつながりますよね。
I really think it really is up to our individual decision making. You see, when we purchase things, one must really think about, well, how does this impact the environment? And then also by purchasing based on that idea and based on whether it sparks joy or not, then it could really bring upon future that sparks joy.
I see. I'd like to take a question from the floor. I think this has come in to us through Slack. So how much does, this is from Meg, thanks for your question. How much does the idea of sparking joy take into account how you discard things? I guess, yeah. Should donate them, I guess, or yeah, how do you?
物を手放す時に関してはこれもそのものがどういう役割を持って自分をときめかせてくれたのかっていうのをちゃんと考えることがとても大切で、手放すものであっても自分が持っているっていうことはそれは自分が一回選んだものなんですよね。だからつまりこれは自分が例えばお店で買ってああいうときめきをくれたものなんだ、お店で そのときめきをくれてありがとうって感謝を込めてちゃんと手放すこと、これまで本当に今までお世話になってきてありがとう、ときめかせてくれてありがとうっていうふうにちゃんとなんかね、手放すものに対してね、もういらないいらないっていうふうにして乱暴に捨てていくのではなくて、その一つ一つもちゃんと自分にとってときめきをくれていた事実にちゃんと向き合うことによって、そのこれから選んでいくもののこの前は例えばお店ではああいうふうにときめいたけれども、実はこういうの似合わないっていう、こういう例えばこういうデザインをね、自分に似合わないっていうことを教えてくれてありがとうっていうことを学べたのであれば、次はそういうものは、見たとしても選ばないですよね。それくらいこう深く考えることが大切なんです。
Yes, so when we are discarding items, there is something that we can do, which is to really think about the type of role that this very item that we're about to release, played. So how we think about how it did spark joy for us in the past. You see, there was a time when you picked that item from the store, and then you remember that it did it did spark joy for you when you pick up that item. So you give thanks to that fact, and then when you discard the item, you end up not doing so in a really aggressive or abrupt way. Rather, you do so with a thankful heart. So that is how I believe that we should discard each item, and we must face with each item. So in another example that I can give you is that when you chose that item at a store, it did spark joy for you at that moment, but then when you came home, you realized that that item actually doesn't really suit you. So you end up thanking the item for teaching me that it doesn't really suit me. So you say, thank you for teaching me that. And then you end up not choosing the same thing in the future.
Right. But when you do discard that item, like how do you make sure that that item does not, for example, if it's plastic, it doesn't end up in the sea, or again, going back to our previous conversation about trying not to contribute to the mountain of trash that is really sort of challenging our planetary boundaries. How do you?
それはすごいある。それは本当に悩ましいなっていうふうに私自身も思っていて、私がもちろん片付けの仕事を始めた時はまだ本当に学生で、本当に始めた頃ってそこにまだ思いが至ってなかったんですね。で、日本で仕事をしている時もなんか本当に手放すこととか片付けをすることに情熱を燃やしていたんですけれども、こんなふうに今本当に世界中で向けてその片付けのことを発信するようになって、それで世界中でたくさんのものが出てしまっているっていう現状に向き合った時に、私自身もこれからもまさに本当におっしゃる通りで手放し方を考え直さなければいけないっていうふうに本当によく思って考えているところです。
Yes, that is quite a tough challenge that we face, isn't it? You see, when I first started out this tidying up business, I was still a student. My thought did not really reach there as far as the impact to the environment as discarding things. And as I have explored this as my job, and I have started to broadcast this to the world. See, tidying up was my passion, is my passion, and that's how I started. But now that this message is really broadcasted to the world, I am faced with this reality that yes, there are, too much material out in the world, and I'm really faced with that, and then something that I truly believe that we must buckle down and truly tackle with.
ですね、なので私がアメリカに来てやはりリサイクルですねだったりとかドネートの文化っていうものがすごく根付いていることに関してはすごく日本も学ぶべきところがあるなっていうふうに思ってとても参考にさせていただいています。
And when I came to the United States, I learned about the American culture of recycling or donation, and I truly felt encouraged, and then I felt that it is something that people in Japan can learn from.
I see. Got it. I think a lot of fascinating insights there just on our very fraught relationship with stuff. So I thank you very much, Maria-san and Misa-san. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Up next, Financing a Just Tradition with Ajay Banga and Mia Motley. Please welcome back to the stage David Gellis, Managing Correspondent of Climate Forward, with Ajay Banga, 14th President of the World Bank Group, and Mia Motley, Prime Minister of Barbados.
Good afternoon, and thank you so much, Prime Minister and President Banga, for being here. We're really honored.
Thank you.
I have to...
deserves to be called Prime Minister. Just call me Ajay. This president thing doesn't work.
And guess what? I have 3 letters. Call me Mia.
Yeah. I'll see if I can work up to it. But let me first say, just as a reporter, this is an especially meaningful panel for me to be moderating. Last year, I began hearing about efforts that were starting to percolate in Bridgetown, Barbados, to reform the institution of the World Bank and the International Monetary Fund with the intention of unlocking more capital to help the countries that need it most adapt and mitigate climate change. It was then, later, after that, after I did a story, that I had an interview on this stage last year with the president of the World Bank about climate. That preceded the appointment of Ajay Banga, who I've known for 10 years from my work as a business reporter, as the new president of the World Bank. So this whole story has come full circle, and it's a real privilege to have both of you here.
Thank you very much for having us.
Prime Minister Motley, I want to ask, I mentioned this Bridgetown initiative, which was brought together by you and your staff, and you brought economists, members of the UN, NGOs to Bridgetown, Barbados last year, and came up with a new vision of how institutions like the World Bank, other multilateral development banks could operate to better help climate vulnerable nations. It's been more than a year now.
Yeah.
You just had a climate finance Paris with President Trudeau, Macron. I want an update though. How is it going? Are the reforms that you've been talking about for more than a year now any closer in sight?
Well, let's put it this way. Last year on this stage, you were told that they weren't sure that there's a climate crisis. And this year, on this stage, you have someone who will report progress on debt pause clauses. So I think that more than anything else, can be the poster child of where the change has started. Of course, progress is not the accomplishment of a mission. And to that extent, there are other things that we want to see. 2 years ago, we were talking about the need, and in fact, the original version of the Bridgetown Initiative called on the IMF to establish some kind of mechanism that would consider vulnerability as an appropriate criteria for lending. Since then, we have the Resilience and Sustainability Trust that, in fact, now will allow middle-income countries that are vulnerable to be able to access long-term capital with a 10.5-year moratorium. That did not exist at all before. Similarly, we've seen an increase in the capital of the bank. It is not what we need and what we would like, but it is going in the right direction. As I said in Paris, our concern now is for speed and scope. And similarly, as I said yesterday, apart from that, we need to also go into greater granularity. I am concerned that the issue of debt sustainability needs to take greater focus. And the truth is that if we continue to ask countries to continue to undertake austerity in order to fit metrics that may no longer be appropriate or useful, then you're not going to see sustainable growth. Every country in Europe, I believe, is already reflecting a debt to GDP ratio of about 90%, even though the Maastricht Treaty would have indicated that 60% is the target. The reality is that everyone is observing it in the breach, because in a polycrisis moment, when companies and households cannot move with alacrity or indeed with capacity, governments have to step in, as has happened. And therefore, we have to be able to realize that if we are to give true meaning to the Bridgetown Initiative and to the Paris Agenda for People and Planet, we cannot separate the removal of poverty and the need for SDGs from the aversion of a climate crisis. The two are together the mission of countries, because we may save on one and lose on the other.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Prime Minister. Ajay, as you've taken on this new role this year, I know you came to the bank with a long interest and engagement in the climate crisis. And at the same time, that's not the mission necessarily of the World Bank. How have you, in your first months on the job, tried to address what Prime Minister Motley just described as this polycrisis? How are you working on addressing all of these simultaneous challenges at the same time?
So, David, the fact is that, the first 90 days between my being nominated and getting elected, I had a chance to meet about 90-odd countries and 100-odd civil society folks and maybe 15 or 20 CEOs from asset managers and the like. And what comes across very clearly is this idea of segregating poverty and climate, poverty and fragility, poverty and food insecurity. These, you can't, they're all intertwined. The second thing that came across very clearly is that there is a growing divide between what we now call the global south and the global north. I don't like those terms, but they mean a certain thing, and that's the developing world has a problem with this, and they have good reason for it. They have three principled reasons, all of which I'm trying to address in this vision. And we can go into those reasons if we have time. But the vision that we're amending is to eradicate poverty on a livable planet. And a livable planet allows me to widen the aperture of the way the bank looks at the issue to include climate, fragility, pandemics, all of which are important. And that's what we're trying to do. And then there's a whole sequence of things that flow from there. But the two things I want to make sure you know, one is inclusion is very important in this. And I have said that while everybody should be included, I want to really focus on women and young people. Women, because it's obvious they're half the population, and even today, even in the developed world, they don't get a fair shake on everything. And in the developing world, it can be even more challenging. So I just feel like the bank's effort and energy must go to make a difference to how women get an opportunity. And the second one on young people is because the global south, which is where our efforts go, are full of young people. And their hopes and their aspirations, their optimism is what could drive our world. But that only is true if when they're growing up, they have quality of life. And when they are grown up, they get a job. And quality of life is health, education, clean air, clean water. If we don't get that right, this so-called demographic dividend that we keep talking about in the global south actually converts into a demographic challenge with so many people who feel disenfranchised from what their optimism deserves to receive. And so I'm actually quite concerned about this aspect, and I believe that women and young people, growth and jobs and quality of life must be enshrined in the way we think about poverty and livable planet.
Thank you. Prime Minister, can you give us a sense of how these interrelated crises are playing out in a country like Barbados? When you actually travel the country and see both the effects of climate change and also the economic realities of your citizens trying to make their best in a hotter nation where the sea level is rising, how do you think about, as a leader of the country and also as someone who has a seat at the table of these conversations, bringing together these crises?
Look, the truth is it's extremely challenging. And it's not challenging just for small states, it's challenging for most of the countries globally, including the developed world. And that's perhaps the good thing, because since it is challenging for the developed world, the sense of urgency has come to the table in a way that it hasn't been for decades. We believe that we need policy space and fiscal space. And regrettably, we have been the takers of terms. When the WTO was formed and we said, look, we don't have the capacity to distort global trade in goods and services. We have 0.00% in goods and 0.001% in services. So therefore, please give us special and differential treatment so we don't destroy our manufacturing and our agricultural sectors. Well, we could as well have been whispering into the wind, shouting into the wind. Nothing happened. Declines of 34% and 22% respectively. So we determined, and that's really at the core of the Bridgetown Initiative, that this one-size-fits-all prescription for policy and regulation is not working. And at the same time, when you dig deep, you realize that the developed world are supporting farmers. The developed world are doing things that they tell us not to do. And even when we're talking to children, you really don't have credibility when you tell them, do as I say and not as I do. So that the hypocrisy of the post-imperial order is really hitting us in a way that does not make it easy for us to go wrong. When you compound that with the reality that people will look for opportunities and jobs by moving out of the country if they can't find a livable wage, then you are beginning to see the disparity even more, because the world accommodates the movement of capital, but it doesn't accommodate the movement of people. And therefore, migrant is a bad word, even though 40 million people had to move last year. So these are the things that we've come to the table to say enough is enough, and that we don't expect manna from heaven. But what we do expect is a fair chance and a level playing field. And when we say we want to deconstruct the risk that makes the lending to the global south prohibitively expensive as compared to lending in the global north, then I think we know what we mean. Let us deconstruct it. If there's currency risk, how much of it is currency risk? Are we overpricing currency risk in the loans to the south? By how much? What can we do? Is there information deficit? If that is so, let's build capacity to give you the information that you need so that you can make sensible decisions on what the real risks are. Is there a need for there to be a re-education of both economists and the credit rating agencies? Probably, because what we're doing is buying into this instantaneous world where from fast food to short-term money, all of these things are killing us. And what we genuinely need is long-term development funding that will allow us to build schools and pay back for them, that will allow us to build hospitals and pay back for them, that will allow us to boost our human capital so that we have the people to be able to pay back, and that will allow us to be able to have a sensible framework for investment from foreigners, but at the same time, start to recognize that if you put all your eggs in one basket and only measure GDP, when a hurricane or a major crisis hits you, then the whole country collapses. So we really do need to have a network of diversification and perhaps start to measure more GNI rather than GDP to encourage countries to start to diversify part of their investments at the level of both the public sector, the private sector, and those responsible for Social Security.
By the way, if she actually gets hit by a hurricane, here's how serious it is. It's not a few percentage points of her GDP. She will lose double digits in one day.
Possibly triple digits.
And then for her to build back, everything she just said gets multiplied a few times over. People forget that.
Well, earlier this year, the World Bank, under your leadership, announced that it would start pausing debt repayment for countries recently hit by severe disasters. That's just the kind of thing that Prime Minister Mali and her team have been calling
we announced
for.
It together. At a rock concert, we beat you hollow, man. This is not a rock concert. We did it at a rock concert.
I think many people said that was a great first step, but many people in the same breath said, and why can't the bank go much further, much faster?
Yeah.
What's preventing the bank from offering loads of concessional finance, from offering more debt repayment, including for old loans, or even for pausing debt at all? I mean, a lot of these countries say, we don't need more debt. We need support. We need actual grants on the scale that big developed nations can provide.
So the fact is the bank does a great deal of grants and concessional lending through a thing called IDA, which is the International Development Agency. IBRD, which is the bank lending arm, also provides money that's long-term, 20 years and the like, at somewhat lower than market rates, but the market rates themselves are what Mia was referring to. What prevents us from doing more? Because we have a certain balance sheet that we want to sweat up to a certain point. Part of the evolution roadmap right now is to see how we can sweat our balance sheet more. So one of the things we're doing is look at loan-to-equity ratio. We've launched a hybrid capital instrument. We've launched portfolio guarantees. We're trying to raise money for global public goods funds. Those are all part of finding ways to be able to get more capital. The actual institution's capital is the constraint of where it can go. We are, we are the reflection of the ambition of our shareholders. And Mia said this, I don't know where we were a couple of days ago in a panel, and that's exactly what our challenge is. That doesn't mean we can't do more with what we've got. I'm quite ambitious about that, but to really get a much larger number, we do have to have greater capital come in. Now, there are other ways, David, if you have time, to discuss how we can get to putting money to work for the things we were discussing. So if you have time, ask me, I'll tell you.
And I think, I just want to support Ajay. This is first and foremost a political issue. Countries cannot avoid the responsibility of stepping forward to help save the world. And indeed, I believe that Ajay shouldn't only be relying on public money, but that there is going to have to be a role carved out for non-state actors to be able to have a role. The truth is that we're reaching more and more a position where global public goods will need a dedicated form of funding separate from the development lending that the World Bank does. But until we get there, Ajay knows that two of the things that I feel strongly about, that we really do need to see whether we can get the debt pause clauses for existing instruments, which means a mutual variation of existing contracts.
Correct.
And that I understand.
Because going forward is fine, but she's got a current problem.
Yep, that's the point. And then secondly, I do feel that countries that suffer a climate crisis, so climatic event, slow onset or a single event, ought to be given IDA-like terms in the post-recovery phase.
Even if they are actually
even if they're above and they're not eligible to IDA. And if they don't have that, it means that they are genuinely making choices about whether to maintain existing spending on social capital and even investment opportunities and growth opportunities as compared to reconstruction. Because the one big thing that and I made the point yesterday in the Climate Action Summit, the issue of the future of the insurance industry is going to be critical. If you have insurance companies already indicating that they won't underwrite fire risk in California, and you have them equally in Florida, beginning to retreat, and in the Caribbean, then when you go to a bank, you're a hotel, you're a business, they say, okay, we'll lend you the money, but we need you to have insurance. You go and look at the insurance premium, all of a sudden they're unaffordable, or worse than that, the insurance is not there for you to have, because at the end of the day, insurance industry are not going to work if they can't define losses and manage the risk appropriately. So where do we go? That's the reason mainly for the debt pause clauses, because when we had the last hurricane, in fact, it was our first hurricane in 66 years, 90% of the houses destroyed or damaged had no insurance, were below the poverty line, and 95% of them had no insurance. And that is going to be more and more of a reality, not just in the global south, but also in the developed world. You're going to find it more and more happening. And with these flash floods across Europe and in parts of this country, people are going to lose their shirt if there is not an appropriate framework to be able to cover them, either through the state or some kind of insurable scheme.
A polycrisis indeed. Ajay, if I may, I just want to ask two relatively specific questions. You just said something really fascinating, which Prime Minister Mali...
Unlike what she's been saying. There you
go. I think agreed, which is that the bank is really a reflection of the shareholders' ambitions. The shareholders, of course, being some of the largest economies in the world, the United States, the United Kingdom, China, Japan, France, Germany. Do you believe that the shareholders are not ambitious enough?
Look, I think everybody has fiscal challenges and political challenges, so I'm the last one to judge people in her kind of roles in these countries. What I'm trying to do is to first take the cards I've been dealt, fix the bank to the extent I can, make it operate at a faster and better speed, sweat the balance sheet as much as I can, and do a couple of things with the private sector, which I think is a real opportunity. But then there's two others. And one of those is one that really bugs me. And she knows what irritates me on this. The world spends $1.5 trillion a year on subsidies for fuel and agriculture that have a direct connection to environmental challenges, which cost us $6 trillion a year. That's trillion. That's $7.5 trillion. That's many more zeros than the billions we need. That, if we were to repurpose those and redirect those, each billion, 2 billion, 5 billion at a time, that is a fairly large sum of money that needs to be thought of how to redirect it to the right place. Similarly, we've been talking about voluntary carbon markets for a long time. The problem has been that they haven't been constructed in a way that prevents the claim of greenwashing or creates a clean, reliable carbon market. We are at a few months away from trying, in the case of forestry, with 14 countries out of 47, we've done an end-to-end jurisdictional kind of audit, so they can't be reforesting here and deforesting there, so you actually get green credit. You put that into the market, and you start creating the flow of money to the global south, which is blessed with forests, sun, and wind. If we start doing this correctly, over time, we can create a diversion of resources that will be politically palatable as well and economically very consequential. So there are some things that you can do quickly, sweating a balance sheet, figuring out how to work better with partners. I'm doing stuff with the Inter-American Development Bank that directly impacts her. Those are very important, and I will never reduce the importance of those. But then there are these couple of other things we have to pay attention to.
Ajay is absolutely correct, and I don't think there's any single silver bullet. Obviously, political will is the major thing, but there are things that he is doing and can do. And then there are other things that are peculiar to regions. In Europe, guarantees, for example, don't count as a liability, and therefore you can use those guarantees in a way to help leverage even further. In some instances, I'm still hopeful, and it may be a long hope, that we can create a climate mitigation trust globally anchored in both the IMF and the World Bank, so that persons who want to use their SDRs can use them without it becoming a liability on their balance sheet.
On their central bank's balance sheet.
On the
That's
central
what she's
banks,
referring.
exactly. And at the same time, if we can do that, it then seeks to get the best projects globally to compete for that money, because at the end of the day, mitigation doesn't have to be in any particular region. It just matters that we're pursuing mitigation globally. At the same time, we need to have a very strong conversation with the oil and gas companies to deal with the methane leakages, because methane is in fact propelling us to that path of 1.5 faster than almost anything else. And yet we have success in the past. When the Montreal Convention came about to be able to deal with the aerosols and all of that, nobody thought that we would have been as successful today as we have been.
Correct.
And I just don't understand, therefore, why the companies are not seeking to be able to deal with the methane leakages, because it makes good business sense for them too.
Methane. If you look at rice, the cultivation of rice, it's a big source of methane. Why is that? Because you flood the rice during planting. If you leave the water there through its entire period, all the way to harvesting, that is 8 to 10% of agricultural methane emissions. You can actually change those irrigation practices. We're doing it as the bank in Vietnam, in China, in Indonesia. It brings the methane emission down 60%. This is not expensive. Your yield improves. It pays back quickly. There's stupid little things like that that can be done now. And the problem is we need to get them done.
Yeah.
That's the thing.
Prime Minister, you just mentioned oil and gas, and I want to ask both of you about the role of the fossil fuel industry in global development and in Barbados in particular. The World Bank is under pretty unrelenting criticism for continuing to fund oil and gas projects.
That's factually incorrect, so I'm really glad. Thank you for asking me.
What is?
So that we are funding oil and gas. So just to be completely clear, last year, this is before I joined, it's nothing to do with me, the World Bank, otherwise you will think I did it miraculously. I've been here 100 days. So the World Bank's last year's funding of fossil fuel. First of all, the bank has not funded any coal since 2010.
Any coal?
Zero. Last year, the total bank commitments were $122 billion. The total amount given to fossil fuels, in this case, only natural gas, was $170 million. That's 0.2%. That's 20 basis points as a banker. That's what the number was. So and that was for natural gas as part of a transition. And by the way, natural gas is what lots of countries use. So it's part of a transition. So this is just factually incorrect, and I would love for you to help me correct the facts.
All right, well, you just had a chance right there.
I want to add to that too, because I'm a prime minister of a country. I'm not an academic, and I have to live in the real world.
Oh, sure. She used to be a lawyer, so be careful.
Better than being a banker.
You see why we get along? A lawyer and a banker.
But the reality is, and this is why I'm calling all the time and with greater urgency now for granularity. We get the lights and the cameras, and we talk about ambition. But if we don't match capacity and commitment, we're not going anywhere. And I keep making the point that for many small states, we, first of all, do not determine or command the market. So we get what is left as crumbs. I want batteries. I've spent half my day today trying to search again for more innovative battery solutions, because if the cost of batteries, first of all, if I can't get them, it's a problem. And if the cost of batteries is high, it means that the cost of the renewable energy will be high, and it means that those consumers who would prefer to have a lower rate will say, well, just let me stay with the fossil fuels, or let me deal with natural gas. The bottom line is that natural gas continues to be a bridging fuel because there is a genuine lack of capacity globally, and we're not spending sufficient time to deal with these issues.
You need to build base load, and that's what she's referring to.
Yeah, and we're not spending sufficient time dealing with these issues. So it then becomes impossible to say, just get rid of that overnight. Right. Now, having said that, I would love somebody to pay me to keep our natural gas in the ground in our oceans. But if they don't, how am I going to finance my way to net zero? And how am I going to ensure that my country has access to a credible supply of energy? And these are the things that are getting lost purely because we are moving so late And we have to move so quickly that we are focused on the immediate things of finance, we're focused on political will, but we're not focused on the just industrial strategy or the supply of goods and plant and equipment. And these are the things that bother me, because year after year we mention it, but we're not seeing the kind of progress on those other things for the granularity.
Thank you. And that was the Jeopardy version, because she just gave the answer to the question I was going to answer about why Barbados was recently opening up exploration off the coast, but you just heard the answer just in reverse order.
And let me be clear. We are talking about it, and the cabinet has had lengthy discussions, because we definitely don't want oil as it is. Although I can make the point too, the problem, and I'm a lawyer, the strategic focus is the emissions. So until such time as there is technology to suppress those emissions, no oil for sure.
Yeah.
Until such time as we can get access to what we need to provide continuous energy to our population, then we may have to consider natural gas as a bridging fuel. Not because we want to, but because we're being forced to by reason of the way in which the world is constructed and the supply chains and everything else.
Again, that complexity and that tension on such vivid display. We've only got a few more minutes left, but I want to ask each of you a closing question. Ajay, earlier today I spoke with Bill Gates on this stage, and he really threw cold water on the notion that there was trillions of dollars in capital waiting on the sidelines to come in if only institutions like the World Bank would take that first layer of risk, which is, again, sort of an integral part of what has been described in the Bridgetown Initiative and other reform agendas. How do you think about the potential for private capital to play a meaningful role? And what do you say to his criticism that that money just simply isn't there?
So I think there is a lot of money in the private sector looking for places to invest. I don't think Bill is saying at any point that that money doesn't exist. He's got a little bit of it himself. And he's doing good things with his money. So at the end of the day, the issue is, why does that private money not flow into these emerging market countries? And there are 3 or 4 critical reasons. And the first one is, if they don't have clear policies on the ground, tariff guarantees. You know, if I go in there and put up a hydroelectric power plant, and then the next prime minister comes along, who's not as interesting as Mia, and says, actually, I don't really care what Mia committed. I'm reconstructing the deal with you. There's no private sector investor who will feel confident with that. It's just reality. That needs a starting point. It is amazing how much of a difference that makes. That's the political regulatory risk issue. Then people talk about execution risk. That is the private sector's job. They are willing to take it on. They will take it on. The real challenge then remains is the foreign exchange and currency risk. And in the foreign exchange and currency risk, again, I would parse it into 2 portions. There's a portion that every private sector investor must be willing to take based on what they know is the average likelihood of depreciation or devaluation of that country's currency over a period of time. They factor it into their spreadsheets. What they cannot take is the extremes of events that they do not control in any way. There has to be a way for institutions, not just like mine, but like the IMF, us, and others, to provide some cushion there. The question is, that risk is still there. Who's absorbing that risk? If it comes onto my balance sheet, to keep my AAA rating, I need my shareholders to put money back in, or I need to do a back-ended guarantee with her country, which I can do cheaper than she can. There are intelligent ways to find our way through this. We've created processes to work on this. I would tell you, don't think the door will open and the trillions will flood in, but don't give up hope.
You get a sense of just how much work is being done to try to get these reforms done. Prime Minister, in closing, we have the fall meetings of the World Bank and the IMF coming up next month. We've got COP starting the month after that. What are you looking for in those months ahead that's going to give you the confidence that not only all the people assembled this week who have been saying all the right things, but also all those other actors that actually are going to determine whether these kinds of reforms get done are actually making the kind of progress you say you need to see? What are you looking for, and what's your message to them?
I think the things that can be done by the bank and the fund need to be done. The fund needs a quota increase. The truth is that the fund has put almost $1 trillion in the global economy in the last few years. If there are future shocks that are of scale, the fund will be at serious problems to be able to come and provide that role again to the global.
For the macro-fiscal stability.
The macro-fiscal stability. Secondly, as Ajay says, we have some increase in capital. He can do a lot with it, but we know that that's not going to be enough. Having said that, we need to start with what we have and ensure that we use what we have, sweat what we have, but have a pipeline of funding potentially coming thereafter, because what we don't have is time in project execution if we are to build resilience. If we're doing coastal projects, those can only happen if we do the feasibility according to the currents and the moon and stars, and that sometimes if you miss one, you have to wait another year. The rate at which the climate crisis is unfolding, we simply do not have the time. This is the season of superlatives. And if we are to ensure that we are not victims of that season of superlatives, then we need to be able to see quicker action on a number of fronts. The use of the guarantees, the use of the Climate Mitigation Trust. Lawyers who are paid well will create that trust for you in less than a month. Similarly, with respect...
Bankers who are paid well will help you, my dear.
Exactly. And what is clear from conversations with the bankers and others is that we also need some standard clauses that will allow us not to have to go and recreate and redraft and negotiate from scratch in every instance. In the same way that the world, to be able to secure restructuring of debt, introduced collective action clauses as a norm in the year 2000 that shifted how debt was restructured completely. We need to work out what are those clauses that are necessary to help deconstruct risk in lending to the global south and to do some of the other things that we're doing, like the debt pause clauses. And if we can get that for existing debt, that goes a long way to helping existing countries. And if we can get a commitment from the shareholders or the directors of the bank to be able to say that in a crisis, that they will on-lend to countries at IDA-like terms, that is also a major improvement. And then finally, we really need a settlement of what constitutes debt sustainability. If you ask me to continue to reach a trajectory that is too steep, it is like asking a human being to lose 12 to 15 pounds a month when at some point the body is incapable of doing normal things and responsible things. So it means that, can I lose it at 3, 4 pounds or 6 pounds even, 8 pounds? Yes. But then to carry it too steep means that you put at risk the social fabric of a society. You can bring back down debt overnight, but you can't rebuild the social fabric when destroyed of a society in under a generation.
Thank you. What an honor. Prime Minister Motley, President Banga, thank you so much.
Thank you so much, David.
Please welcome back to the stage Somini Sengupta, International Climate Correspondent, and William Ruto, President of Kenya.
Thank you.
Mr. President, welcome to the New York Times.
Thank you very much.
It's a pleasure to have you at the end of a day of very rich conversations. You heard what the president of the World Bank said. I think you caught most of his remarks. He has, of course, announced a debt pause. He is considering many other things. From your vantage point, what does he have to do, and how quickly does he have to do it?
This is a conversation we've had now for a couple of years. It was difficult. It has been one-sided, but we're happy that the pin is beginning to move. Debt pause is one small step in the right direction. And I must congratulate my friend Ajay Banka for that. But there is a lot more that can be done.
Specifically, what are the top three?
Three things that we need can be done. Number one is debt restructuring. Debt now. There are 10 countries that are already in debt distress, 52 countries that are at high risk or moderate risk. 52 countries. About 3.4 billion people living in those countries are at the risk of debt distress. What can be done now is for sovereign debt to stretch the tenure to 20, 30, 40 years and give it a grace period of 10 years. That can be done now, number one. Number two, we can now, again, leveraging on what I hear Ajay say on their balance sheet, working with the international community, including us, we can work on how to leverage creatively, innovatively, the same way the people set up these multinational development banks 1945. In 2003, I am sure that we are capable of imagining a different financial ecosystem that is fit for purpose for now. And one of the issues that can be done is leverage on their balance sheet, create additional concessional funding, 500 billion. We can do one more thing. We can do special drawing rights now. The same way we did it for the COVID pandemic, we raised $650 billion. We can create using special drawing rights now, maybe $1 trillion. And be able to sort out the liquidity challenges that exist now so that we can deal with the financial crisis that is being exacerbated by climate vagaries that are going on around.
I'm hearing you say at least three things: special drawing rights, restructuring debt, allowing for an extension, 20, 30, 40 years. Now, President of the bank, Ajay Banga, also said, don't think doors are open and trillions will flow in. Certain new conditions need to satisfy the lender's risk tolerance. So my question to you is, what are you prepared to do? What policy changes are you prepared to make to show that they should take that risk? That, questions of governance and currency fluctuations, all of those things. What are you planning to do? What are you proposing to do to address their risk perception?
First, who says our economies have high risk? That's the question we need to answer. We need to deal first with the credit rating agencies and the risk analysis that is going on now. My best bet is that they are not even. In fact, the reason why many of our economies are in debt distress is because in the financial market, we pay 4, 5 times more than others.
Mm-hmm.
For example, even after you have adjusted for risk, you still get 600-700 basis points above what others are paying. What we are asking is, these credit rating agencies, risk analysis is biased. Let me put it that way, straight up. And why do I say so? They've gotten this wrong before. They got it wrong during the financial crisis in 2007. Who tells you they haven't got it wrong? I bet you they have it wrong even now.
Mm-hmm.
And that is why they have priced frontier economies out of the market.
Okay.
Today, there is a problem in the financial markets because of risk analysis that is not fair. What we are asking ourselves is, and I agree with Banga to an extent, that there is money out there. From the private sector, we can build innovative financial mechanisms that can mobilize resources, including from the private sector. But that has to be de-risked from these credit rating agencies.
Okay.
And we have to figure out how that can be done.
Are you saying that credit ratings agencies are seeing risk where none exists and there's no changes that have to be made on the ground?
They've done that before.
Okay.
They have seen no risk where there was high risk, and we ended up in a mess of a financial crisis before.
You are just coming off of the first African Climate Summit, which you hosted in Nairobi.
Correct.
What is necessary to keep the momentum going from that summit? There were some promises of money, but very little that was concrete. Perhaps more importantly, many leaders from the continent did not send there, did not come, did not attend. And as you very well know, many of them disagree with you and say they should be able to pursue their own fossil fuel resources in order to grow their economies.
I think we have consensus because even where heads of state did not come, they were ably represented by their representative. In fact, the attendance at the Africa Climate Summit was as normal as any other summit of the AU. There wasn't anything to indicate that there was any form of disagreement. Up to today, we have just come from the meeting of the Africa Union, where we ratified the Nairobi Declaration, the basis upon which the agreement was done on the Africa Climate Summit. So there is agreement. I think that has to be agreed.
Mm-hmm.
There is, however, usual. You know, there are people who are saying, how sure are we that we're not going to end up with the short end of the stick? We've done that before. Mm-hmm. But, you know, we have decided to change the conversation. The conversation has been north versus south, emitters versus non-emitters. We decided this time around in the Nairobi Africa Climate Summit to say, instead of finger pointing, can we think of a win-win outcome? Can we think of how we can not focus so much on the problem, but focus on the solution? Is there a possibility for us to get a solution so that we can all move forward? And I think for all practical purposes, the summit was positive, and we focused less about loss and damage, resources that were promised, who did not keep their promise. That's all fine.
Okay.
We agree that that is the case.
Right.
But I don't think that's where the solution is. We are not going to get a solution by finger pointing. We are going to get a solution by harnessing our thoughts, our ideas, consolidating our plan, and making sure that we get results.
I want to come back to that a little bit. Your country faces a big challenge, which also is a challenge facing others. You are uniquely blessed with geothermal, with hydro, right? Your grid, 90% of the electricity comes from renewables. But still, many, many people lack access to that electricity. Electricity prices have been going up very, very sharply. there's emissions from other sectors, not electricity, you face a really big challenge. How do you propose to address that challenge, particularly to bring down the price of electricity so that it is actually affordable? How do you get more offtake from manufacturing, from factories, to actually make electricity accessible?
Precisely the point. First, give us credit that we are amongst the few countries in this globe who dared to go green. Today, Kenya's grid is 93% green. In fact, we are a testimony that you can actually run your entire economy on green energy. Many people never believe that it is possible to run an entire economy on green energy. That is number one. Number two, it is true, manufacturing, value addition, agro-processing, industrialization, we have a gap. And that is why we are pushing all our policy directions, all our policy interventions and initiatives towards building more anchor demand from manufacturing, from agro-processing. We are working on export processing zones. We are working on special economic zones. We are working on county aggregation and industrial parks so that we can create more anchor demand for our energy. We have just signed off with FFI to unlock our potential in green fertilizer, because today we import a lot of fertilizer from elsewhere. Green industrialization is part of the trajectory we are going into, green fertilizer, green manufacturing, and that is the direction we are going. So much as you say what you have said, but the flip side is also true. We have a concrete plan, and it is moving in the right direction. It is the reason why I was in California. Mm-hmm. We are having a conversation with Google. We are having a conversation with Intel. We are having a conversation with Apple, how they can use our data centers that are run with green energy to deploy services globally.
And your idea is to bring them into special economic zones?
Our idea is to bring them into investment in data centers, which we have already agreed on how they will, for global supply chains, and work with our engineers, build our human capital, and make sure that we create jobs for our young people, but we also create opportunity using technology, because technology is going to be one of our greatest enablers.
You lifted a ban that had been in place on commercial logging. Why?
Because it is not intelligent to allow resources where we have used money to grow to go to waste in rotting. You know, commercial forests, what we are doing is that we have commercial forests that are planted for purposes of harvesting. We have indigenous forests that are not planted, that we must secure. So in fact, what we are doing is our commercial forests that are planted purposely for purposes of harvest, within 10 years, some within 15 years, some within 20 years. What had happened is that it had been blocked so that even commercial forests that were ready for harvest were rotting. They were going to waste. It is not prudent. We are now harvesting those forests, and we are investing it in 15 billion seedling program to bring into, to make sure that our degraded lands, about 10,000 hectares, are brought back. We plant new forests, and we also ensure that we use the forest products for our green manufacturing endeavors.
That will be expensive, planting new forests.
It is not
whilst
expensive.
Cutting down commercial forests.
Why would that be expensive?
How much will it cost to do the
We have done the costing. In fact, it's going to cost us 63 billion Kenya shillings, the program over 10 years.
Okay, all right.
We've costed the program. We've costed what we are going to get from commercial forests, and we are going to put in additional resources from carbon credits, and that is why we just passed the law. I signed the bill into law a month ago before the climate summit, that will unlock the potential of carbon trading as a mechanism for us leveraging the resources we have to be able to get money that we can use to deploy our climate action initiatives, including planting and regenerating our ecological areas.
Soon after your summit, there was news of a proposal by a United Arab Emirates company to buy a swath of Liberia to offset their emissions and have them count as part of the Emirates' climate targets. Should companies or countries use African land to help their own climate targets? That is certainly part of the market solution that is out there.
I do not have the facts of what you have said, but there is all this conversation around carbon pricing. We are insisting it must be carbon tax. We need a framework that goes all the way where emitters pay. It's just as simple as that. And we are prepared in the whole space of carbon trading or carbon tax to have a uniform tax, because the challenge we have today is that of the 3 trillion that has been invested in renewable energy, only 54 billion has come to our continent, about 2%. For us to get dedicated resources at scale, we must have new, creative alternatives of raising investment resources for renewable energy and have a mechanism how it is going to be used, not those who are entitled, but those where we get the highest return on decarbonization. And that will be, in my very respectful opinion, majority of the areas where we have renewable energy, renewable resources, green minerals, and that is in the African continent.
What do you say to those leaders on the continent who don't have the geothermal that you do? Should they be allowed to exploit their oil and gas resources to grow?
We have mapped out our continent. In fact, where you don't have geothermal, you have wind. Where you do not have wind, you have solar. Where you do not have solar, you have hydro. In fact, the map of that continent gives you confidence that renewable energy, when we say 60% of renewable energy assets are in our continent, it is true. In the Sahel, the whole region around the Sahel, they may not have geothermal, they may not have wind, but they have the best solar resources anywhere in the world. And everywhere else, you can take a map of the areas. Again, we have critical interventions that we can work on. We are working on how we can have cross-border transmission lines. You don't have to produce renewable energy only in your country. You can get it from Kenya. You can get it from the next country. In fact, the Hinga Dam in DRC can actually serve 12 countries. That one facility can satisfactorily serve 12 countries in East, South, and Central Africa.
So your message to other leaders who say, these are our resources, we should be able to exploit them to lift our people out of energy poverty and poverty. Your message to them is what?
My message to them is, we got ourselves into where we are today with floods, drought, famine, cyclones, wildfires, because we were not responsible enough to say no to fossil fuels. We have made, and we need to make the decision that it is possible to run our development using renewable energy in a way that is ecologically tenable, where we are not running development while destroying our climate, while destroying our earth. It is possible to run green, to run development using energy that not only is friendly to the environment, but also energy that helps us decarbonize industrialization, consumption, production elsewhere.
You've promoted yourself, as you just did, as a climate champion. You did that at the summit. You've done that in other international platforms. At the same time, Mr. President, you face rising criticism at home, not only because of inflation, but you face criticism at home for your government's firing tear gas at protesters, for arrests of protesters, including a member of parliament. There are critics who see a backsliding of democratic norms. I want to ask you for a response to that, but also specifically, does democracy get in the way of the swift progress that you wish to see? Is a little bit of this backsliding, in your view, necessary?
Oh my. We are a robustly democratic country in Kenya. We have the best working institutions. I am a very proud president of a very proud democratic country.
How do you respond to the critics?
Sitting in the middle of a very slippery neighborhood, right? And I want to tell you that tear gas is used in the US. Tear gas is used everywhere. You don't measure democracy by the use of tear gas. You know?
Why arrest protesters?
I mean, protesters are arrested everywhere. If they go beyond what they're supposed to do. But I can tell you that you can demonstrate in Kenya any day. Look at my statements. I have been clear in saying we must protect the right of people to demonstrate. Let me also give you an example why I can proudly say in this forum that I am unapologetic about my democratic credentials. I asked Parliament to change the standing orders so that ministers in my government can be asked questions, can go to the floor of the House to be asked questions by the people's representatives. That did not happen under the new constitution. I am the one who is proposing, as president, I am proposing that we should have a leader of opposition position which is paid for by the government of Kenya to support and to make sure that we have a robust opposition that keeps government in check. I have fired public officials who have been involved in corruption. My position is very clear. I believe in accountability. I believe in democracy. And I dare say to you that our democratic credentials as a country are firm. They are better than most countries.
The latest Freedom House index, Mr. President, lists Kenya as partly free. So my last question is it necessary to be more than partly free in order to make this ambitious green transition that you have set out?
Absolutely not. We must, in fact, it is by being free that we will achieve the ambitions that we are looking for. I am a great supporter of civil society. I am a great supporter of anybody who has a different view. In fact, from where I sit, those who have a different view from myself give me an opportunity to learn from them. And in fact, I listen very carefully to my critics. Sometimes they are right. And sometimes I have to adjust my own position because sometimes they are right. And I have to listen to them. It would be an act of foolishness to stop others from airing their opinion merely because they have a different point of view. I think we lose the wealth, the diversity, the richness of what we can get from a diverse community and a diverse democratic society.
I'm sure the thriving media in your country will watch carefully what your security forces
I hope they are listening to
respond to the next protest. Yes. Okay, one last question and then we are done. The United Arab Emirates is hosting the next global climate talks.
That's
given your position, given everything you've said today, should one of the world's biggest oil and gas producers be hosting the climate talks?
That decision was not mine to make.
In your view?
You should have asked those who made that decision. Because it's too late. You know, I mean, surely we have a few days to get there. But let me answer you to your question. United Arab Emirates, give it to them, are the biggest investors, are one of the biggest investors in renewable energy. I believe they have come to the realization that the future of fossil fuel is short, and therefore they are divesting. They are looking for opportunities, including in Kenya, to invest in renewable energy. And how, using hydrogen technology, using other technologies, they too can green their investments and their manufacturing and their grids. So I think we should give it to them that they are one of the largest investors in green energy, and we should give them the benefit of doubt. And the fact that they are willing, they were in Nairobi, they came to the Africa Climate Summit, they committed $4.5 billion to invest in renewable energy. This is the kind of investment we are looking for. I do not think we should penalize anybody for their past. We should look at them as in the context of what are they doing about the future.
They are investing much more, as you know, in oil and gas than in renewables. But I take your point.
Like everybody else is doing. And that is why we are having the conversation. Yes. Why are we still investing 8 times more in fossil fuel than in renewable energy? That conversation is alive. But it shouldn't be about UAE alone. It should be about everybody that's doing that.
Mr. President, I thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Pleasure. Thank you.
Wow. What a day. Thank you all so much for sticking with us. It's been just an extraordinary, it's hard to believe 8 hours. It's gone fast and also feels like it's gone on forever. But we've reached the end of this incredible day. We started by talking about that tension between hope and between the real causes for concern, and I feel like all of that was on display on this stage. We heard about those such intractable problems in places like the utilities industry and the meat business, and we also got those glimpses of real hope from activists and investors and philanthropists working on these solutions. Before I let you go, I need to extend a long list of thanks. I promise it won't be too long, but I obviously did not do any of this alone. A huge team helps make this journalism happen for you. It starts at the top of our company with AG, Meredith, Joy, and the whole leadership team. It extends down to the masthead with Joe and Carolyn and all of the people looking after the newsroom. Our climate editors, including Hannah and Adam Pasek, are just extraordinary shepherds of our coverage. Our climate team is second to none, and it's my privilege to work with my colleagues. The events team, especially Caitlin, Hillary, Beth, and Elaine. You don't know these people, but I do, and they are incredible. They made this happen. And this enormous support staff was just on top of everything today, from the production to the incredible things that you got to experience from lunch and beyond. This is the biggest story in the world. It keeps me up at night and gets me up in the morning. We're going to keep covering it with everything we've got for the year ahead. We hope you will stick with us and even maybe see you right here next year. On behalf of the New York Times, thank you very much.
Thank you for joining us for Climate Forward 2023. Please join us in the lobby for drinks and refreshments.
to see Pitangua, little thing that will float in the sky. Fly away, far too high, made of steel, you ain't never gonna die. Good to see Pitangua, the voice that you speak is so bright. From the dark that we breathe, feel your freedom is like my relief. I know you could see the storm from miles and miles away. Play with the wind and swords with the others that's living today.
Bem te vi, sabedor, que se vive uma vez o amor nunca cai na ilusão. Sabe quem tem o seu coração. Bem te vi, Pitanguá, passarinho que eu mais vi voar. Tá no céu, tá no chão, passarinho não sabe pousar. Bem te vi, seu cantar traz o nome que ecoa no ar. Sentindo o escuro que vem, a esperança e a força também. Ele sabe quando o mundo